Hello and welcome to Unacademy. Welcome to the one shot marathon on international relations for Mains 2026. Many aspirants often assume that IR questions in GS paper 2 is just based on current developments. So they just try to cover the current affairs of the last few months. Of course, questions from IR are based on current developments, but however, to write effective answers to those questions, you need sound static knowledge as well. You need to integrate your current affairs with the static portion. And that is exactly what we hope to achieve in today's marathon session. So first, let me tell you what topics are we going to cover in today's marathon. So, over the last 12 to 18 months, there have been a number of groundbreaking developments in global geopolitics. So, I have shortlisted the most important developments and we will cover them under two specific themes. We will first focus on India and its neighborhood, which is the most important chapter as per the UPSC syllabus. We will look at all the major developments with our neighboring countries and we will evaluate the current events and try to develop the content which is required for your mains answer writing. Then we will focus on different regions of the world, from Southeast and East Asia to the Pacific, from West Asia to Central Asia, even Africa and Latin America. So we hope to cover the entire syllabus as far as India's bilateral relations are concerned. So today we'll be discussing a total of 19 major topics with around 40 subtopics. This provides you a comprehensive coverage to prepare for international relations for the upcoming mains examination. Now, what will you gain from this marathon? Because, see, you are investing a number of hours of your time on this particular class. So, I want you to know upfront as to what you would get from attending this session. We will ensure that we will link all the current affairs developments with the historical background, giving you some important data, facts, concepts, which you can use along with the contemporary developments by looking at official statements, the latest agreements that have been signed, or the latest summits that have taken place. We will also look at Prime Minister Modi's visit to several important nations and the key outcomes of these visits, or the visit of foreign leaders to India and any major developments that took place during these visits. And with these facts, you will basically get enriched content that you can directly use in your mains answers. These are ready to use points, especially when you're writing a mains answer. Many students they struggle with a good introduction or with a conclusion. So in each and every topic, I'm going to provide you with a ready standard introduction. If these topics come as a mains question, you can directly start your answers or end your answers by using these points. We will also carry out an in-depth analysis so that you can build the body of your answer. You can provide the right introduction and conclusion along with the right examples and data and facts to substantiate your viewpoint, your argument in these mains answers. So, this would essentially be a part of today's discussion. Now, what are the sources from where I'm sourcing the content? Since IR is a very dynamic subject, you don't have one standard material or one book. That's what makes the subject more difficult. Though you might be aware of all the developments, you may not be able to bring them together, make it concise, and generate exam relevant points. So, what I'll do is I'll be referring to a number of official sources and credible media sources, starting with the website of Ministry of External Affairs and press releases of the MEA, as well as PIB press releases, reputed newspapers like the Hindu, Indian Express, and a number of global publications as well. I'll also draw a number of viewpoints and critical assessments from global think tanks, be it India's Observer Research Foundation or well known global institutions like CIPRI, Chatham House, or the CFR, etc. We will also source the information from official websites of international organizations and groupings. So, this is exactly what we plan to do in today's marathon. Now, apart from today's discussion, where we will cover India's all the important bilateral, regional, and neighborhood relations, I'll be taking separate marathons in the month of July, August, where we have identified a few high yielding themes. I'll take one separate session on all the recent FTAs that India has signed, a separate session on all major wars and conflicts that are taking place in the last few years and the developments related to it, and as well as a separate session on important organizations and groupings, because these topics deserve separate attention and these are high yielding areas. So if you want these sessions to be conducted in the July August period, please let me know in the comments and we'll ensure that we'll have separate sessions for these particular themes as well. So let's get started and look at the first section, which is India and its neighborhood. So we will look at the South Asia region and as well as the Indian Ocean region. We will pick up all the neighbors of India, look at the latest developments in the relationship, and assess them so that if there are questions directly coming from this chapter, you should be able to write good answers. So let's start with the first neighboring country. Let's pick up the most important and the biggest neighbor, that is China, and also the most problematic. So, in the recent years, in the last 12 to 24 months, we have seen a considerable improvement in India China relations because this relationship is considered as one of the defining relationships of the century. As two large Asian giants, Asian neighbors, these two countries not only define the developments of the Asia and the Indo Pacific, they are defining the developments of the entire world. So in 2020, both India and China entered into a major military standoff over the Chinese incursions at Ladakh along the line of actual control. For the next 4 to 5 years, the relationship was severely affected because of Chinese aggression, and the bilateral ties had taken a complete hit. But since 2024, we have seen some big developments taking place, some major improvement in the relationship. Experts are calling it a reset in India China ties. So let's explore this topic in great detail because it's not just about the boundary dispute. There are other areas of concern, other areas of confrontation, competition, and some areas of cooperation as well. I call it the 3C approach. You can apply this to any bilateral relationship. Whenever you want to cover India's ties with another country, focus on the 3C approach, where you identify the points of cooperation, the points of competition, and the points of confrontation. Any two countries will have these three areas where they will cooperate in some subjects. They will be in competition in some areas. They will be even confronting each other, resulting in tensions and escalation of those tensions in some of the critical sectors. So, by applying the 3C approach, we will try to dissect India China relationship. Now, before we get into this topic, I have a very important announcement for aspirants who are preparing for 2027 and beyond. Apart from the mains aspirants, there might be other students, beginners, who are preparing for 2027 and beyond who might be watching the session. So, if you're looking for a structured, guided program for your IAS preparation, then Unacademy is presenting you the most comprehensive program under the Elevate batch, which is starting from the 1st of July. So, this will give you adequate time to not just complete the entire syllabus with us through our live and recorded lectures, but it gives you enough time to focus on your practice tests, to get access to our prelims and mains test series, and even our one on one mentorship. And right now, you can subscribe to our program at just 16,999, which is the lowest price ever. And I'm told this offer will end on the 26th of June. So if you're interested to subscribe, please head to the description box, click on the link, but don't forget to enter the code IAS English. On the subscription page, you might see a different price. So to avail the discounted offer, you have to enter the code IAS English. Now, apart from the discounted price, the lowest price ever, there are some other benefits that Unacademy is providing to students if they enroll within the offer period. It's been celebrated as the Shiksha Mahotsav. A triple treat is a part of it. Now, what is this triple treat? I'll reveal this later. In the later part of the session, I'll talk about the other added benefits of taking up an academy subscription. So, now let's get started and look at the India China relationship. As you know, China is our northern neighbor, sharing a very long border from Ladakh all the way till Arunachal Pradesh. This border stretches to around 3,488 kilometers. India China are not just the fastest growing economies in the world, they are also the most consequential powers, emerging as global powers on the global stage. These two countries also happen to be the most populous nations as well. India being the most populous, having recently overtaken China, and China at the second position. So, if you combine our population, these two countries account for nearly 36% of humanity. I think this fact alone will tell you why this relationship is the most important relationship. Our combined population is close to 2.7, 2.8 billion. That is roughly 36% of the global population. So the relationship between these two countries, if it is not friendly, if it is not cordial, if they are locked in a conflict, or if it escalates into an actual war, then things will be disastrous, not just for these two countries and for the region. It will be disastrous for the entire world. The reason why there is a high possibility of conflict between India and China is because we have standing border disputes along the entire stretch of the border, referred to as the line of actual control, which is the temporary de facto border that we have from the Aksai Chin region in Ladakh all the way till Arunachal Pradesh. We have a disputed boundary. So the two Himalayan neighbors have a high propensity to get into a confrontation or a conflict. And that is exactly what we saw in 2020 during the Galwan River Valley clashes. This was the first major escalation of this kind since the 1962 war. Both sides lost a number of soldiers. India suffered from around 20 casualties, 20 soldiers were martyred. The People's Liberation Army also suffered few casualties, though the numbers were never revealed. This marked the biggest such escalation since the 1962 conflict. But thanks to diplomacy, thanks to mature minds on both sides to some extent, India China have managed to tone down the tensions. They have de escalated from this standoff. They have disengaged the troops and they have resumed normalcy along the disputed stretch of the line of actual control. They've even started some new engagements. They've revived some previously existing initiatives. So there is a clear sign in the last 12 to 24 months that India China relations have slightly improved. So, what we need to understand is how was this reset possible? What factors have led India China to reset the relationship, to address the pressing issues, and focus on cooperating with each other? From confrontation, we have moved towards cooperation. How was this possible? What factors are responsible? That is what we need to learn. Now, any broad question on India China, you can start with this ready introduction. Generally, introductions will be a little broad, it will be a little generic, right? Many students, as I said, they tell me they struggle with writing a good introduction or with concluding the answer. Though they would have read the topic, they have enough points to add in the body of the answer. They will not really know how to start an answer or end an answer. So, statements such as these, which I am adding in the PPT, they can be the standard introduction. You can, of course, customize it. You can change it according to the demand of the question. But I think this will give you a fair idea as to how you can start an answer. Let's say there is a broad question on the reset in India China relations, or a specific question on the border dispute between India and China. Then this introduction can be a good start for your answer, where you point out that India China relations are characterized by simultaneous cooperation, competition, and confrontation, making them one of the most consequential bilateral ties in contemporary geopolitics. Or you can point out how India, China are the two largest nations in terms of their population, in terms of their economic size, in terms of their military capabilities as well. That can also be a pointer in the introduction and highlight why the trajectory of this relationship, which has taken a hit since 2020, it's very crucial to be brought back to normalcy. And the current reset is indeed in favor of the interests of both the nations. But the bigger question is this reset a permanent long term reset? Or is it just a tactical normalcy that we are seeing? That is something UPSC might test you upon, right? Mains questions are never too factual. They'll not expect you to just mug up some facts and dump them in the answer sheet. UPSC will expect you to give your viewpoints, your assessment. So, to test your critical thinking and your analytical abilities, they need to ask such questions. Whether this reset in India China relationship, is it a temporary halt in the tensions, or is it a long term shift that we are seeing in India China relations? So, what do you think? Let me know in the comments. So, we will discuss this. We will find an answer to this question by the end of this discussion. So, first, let's understand, why did this relationship deteriorate? What reasons were responsible for the Galwan River Valley clashes and the India China border tensions? See, post 1962, India China relations, they barely existed until 1988. For nearly two and a half decades, India China were not even on talking terms. So, from late 1980s onwards and early 1990s onwards, India China started opening a new chapter in their relationship. In 1988, Rajiv Gandhi visited China. It was a historic breakthrough. Then PV Narasimha Rao also carried out a historic visit to China, following which some key agreements were signed related to the boundary issue and boundary negotiations. That is something we will learn today, as it is connected to the Galwan River Valley clashes and the recent reset that both sides have achieved. These boundary agreements can be a part of a separate mains question. So from 1990s, India China had few common interests. Both were emerging powers, fast growing economies. They both had issues with Western dominance. So they started working together at certain global platforms like WTO or sometimes at United Nations. They had a common global vision to align with global South countries, to represent the developing underdeveloped nations. So, be it at climate change negotiations or be it at trade negotiations at WTO, India China were seen to be cooperating and the relations were actually improving in the early 2000s. From 2001 to 2009, we actually saw a major improvement in the relationship. The economic ties, the bilateral trade started jumping exponentially. In fact, then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had even referred to this relationship as one of the most consequential relationships in geopolitics. He said that the world is large enough to accommodate the rise of both India and China, meaning we need not be natural enemies. We need not be at confrontation all the time. Though we are competitors, competition is fine, but we can manage the competition and ensure that it doesn't turn into confrontation. But unfortunately, due to certain developments post 2008 9, we saw a complete deterioration in the relationship. The main trigger came from China itself. China was the initial aggressor. China never liked India's growing closeness with United States and the Western powers. From 2001 onwards, India started building a close defense security partnership with US and some of its allies. In the post 9/11 world, US and others were looking at India as a key intelligence and security partner for counterterrorism. And after India US signed the nuclear deal in 2004, and US recognized India's nuclear program and lifted all the sanctions, the economic and technological sanctions on India, India started getting even more closer to the US and some of its allies, including countries like Australia, Japan, some European nations as well. So China saw this as an encirclement strategy. China started doubting India's intentions, and unnecessarily, China started getting aggressive against India. So from 2009 onwards, we have seen repeated incursions along the LAC, repeated provocations from the Chinese side to exaggerate and aggravate the boundary tensions and the issues. Now, when you look at the India China border, the line of actual control, it is divided into three sectors. You have the western sector covering the Ladakh stretch of the border. You have the middle sector covering the Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand stretch of the border. And finally, we have the eastern sector, the eastern stretch, covering the borders with Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh, where you find the McMahon line. So China has not only illegally occupied Aksai Chin since 1962, it even claims Arunachal Pradesh and questions India's sovereignty over Arunachal Pradesh. It keeps referring to Arunachal Pradesh as South Tibet. Though these issues existed since 1950s and 60s, they had become subdued. India and China were working together, keeping the boundary question aside, and they had created a dedicated mechanism to peacefully negotiate and resolve the boundary issues. But all of a sudden, China broke from this, and from 2010, China has been very aggressive against India. If you think 2020 was the start of the trouble, it actually goes back and it began in 2009-10 period. Repeatedly, China has been very, very aggressive. In fact, before this, China was trying to encircle India in the South Asia Indian Ocean region. And post India US building a close strategic partnership, China has been even more aggressive and it has been escalating the boundary issues every now and then. Experts refer to this as China's salami slicing technique. Like how you cut salami, which is a type of cured processed meat, you cut it slice by slice in an incremental manner, like how you cut bread, for example, right? Slice by slice. Experts believe that China follows this strategy of eating away the territory of its neighbors inch by inch in an incremental fashion. So we have seen repeated escalations, be it at places like Panongso Lake, or be it at the Lipu Lake and Demchok region, or at Nathula Pass, or with regard to Doklam region of Bhutan, located at the tri-junction of India, Bhutan, and China, or towards the Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh. So across the entire stretch, we have seen such repeated actions from the Chinese side. See, previously, both sides would often carry out incursions into the other side of the border because India China have a differing perception of where exactly the LAC is located, because the border here is not delineated, it's not demarcated, there are no physical markers, and we have no official agreement as to where exactly the boundary line is located. So both sides have a differing perception, so it's natural that sometimes by accident the troops might cross over during patrolling. But post 2010, we have seen deliberate incursions from the Chinese side designed to provoke India, to put pressure on India, to keep India on the back foot. So these incursions eventually escalated. So the continued occupation of Aksai Chin, its illegal claims over Arunachal Pradesh, repeated incursions, and the encirclement of India, mainly by setting up strategic projects across India's neighborhood in South Asia, Indian Ocean region, and more importantly, its deadly nexus with Pakistan. The China Pakistan nexus creates a two front threat to India, especially the China Pakistan Economic Corridor project, which is a key component of Belt and Road Initiative. It passes through Shaksgam Valley and Pakistan occupied Kashmir, which is essentially Indian territory under the illegal occupation of Pakistan. Pakistan has given away Shaksgam Valley to China through a Sino Pakistan boundary agreement of 1963. This has also been in the news recently. Recently, India has challenged the Chinese presence at Shaksgam Valley, reiterated that these areas belong to Indian territory as part of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. So we have seen such provocations occurring repeatedly, and there are multiple challenges that we face from the Chinese side. Now, when you look at the Galwan clashes and how India China managed to resolve it after nearly 4 years of tensions, you need to look at the main flashpoints. You should be familiar with the locations where the escalations had occurred. I know it is a slightly older topic, but if you have seen this year's prelims paper or even recent mains question papers of the last 4 5 years, it's not necessary that UPSC will ask questions related only to the last 12 months, right? There's no such specific criteria. The topic might be new, the development might be new, but to write an answer, you need the background. You need to connect it with other contemporary developments of the last few years. That's why we are going a little in depth in the marathon session. So when you look at the flashpoints, along the line of actual control, China carried out incursions at multiple locations. At Galwan River Valley, Hot Springs area, the Penong So Lake, as well as at Demchok, Daulat Beg Oldie, and Depsang Plains. These were simultaneous planned incursions. So it was not an accident, it was deliberate, right? Accidental incursions might happen at one or two places. Because see, in geopolitics, there's nothing called coincidence. So without the approval of Chinese leadership, without the explicit approval of Chinese president himself, such moves would not have been taken up by the People's Liberation Army. So this was a clear sign that China was escalating the tensions with India. So the clashes at Galwan River Valley left 20 Indian soldiers martyred, and this was the biggest escalation since 1962. It appeared as if the two countries were going to war because China had already carried out a massive military mobilization on the Tibetan side, and India matched it with a counter mobilization. Then even India surprised China with some quick maneuvers near Rezangla Pass, and we even took some strategic locations between Penongso Lake and the Demchok region, establishing a tactical dominance on the battlefield. So, as the tensions were high, both sides had brought in thousands of soldiers and they were mobilizing frontline equipment and heavy warfighting machinery to the front lines. Fortunately, diplomacy prevailed after this. India reached out to China to reactivate a mechanism called the SR mechanism, the Special Representative Mechanism. I'll explain what it is in a short while. Through the SR talks, India China began the boundary negotiations to de escalate, to disengage, and to take a back step. So these talks have gone on for almost 4 years. After the SR talks between the two special representatives, we managed to resolve the standoff at Penongso Lake, at Hot Springs area, and as well as at the Galwan River Valley. By 2022, these three flashpoints were resolved. Both sides, they created a buffer zone. They pulled back their troops and some sense of normalcy was brought back. Even though there is criticism on India agreeing to a buffer zone, which means India might have given up a part of the previously controlled territory. But other two locations, they did not find a quick resolution, especially Depsang Plain, located near the Karakoram, in a very strategically vital region, and as well as Demchok. These two flashpoints, they could not be resolved, and it took few more years. It was only in 2024 that all the flashpoints were resolved and normalcy was brought back on the boundary issue. So this is where you need to know about the boundary agreements. Just a brief idea about India-China boundary agreements, which facilitates the talks between the two sides to tone down any tensions, prevent a small escalation from turning into a full-fledged conflict. So first we have the 1993 Peace and Tranquility Agreement along the line of actual control. It was signed following the visit of Indian Prime Minister PV Narasimha Rao to China, where both sides committed to maintain peace and tranquility along the disputed border. It basically restricted both the sides. It placed a few restrictions on the PLA and the Indian Army. For example, the armed forces cannot open fire under any circumstances. That's why whenever there is a clash between the troops at the border, you often read that they beat up each other, they threw stones at each other, or they use cricket bats, hockey sticks to beat up each other. So it's not like two professional armies are fighting. It appears that two gangs, street gangs, are fighting. The reason is there are certain restrictions under these agreements that prevents both sides from carrying heavy weaponry and opening fire against each other. This is a precautionary measure because once fire is opened, once soldiers are killed on both sides, things can easily escalate from there. So peace and tranquility agreement also creates a mechanism for regular interaction, regular talks, starting from the local commanders all the way till senior military commanders, so that they can find localized solutions and isolate the smaller issues and don't allow them to turn into a bigger conflict. So, without involving the higher echelons of the government, without involving the higher elements of the leadership, at the local level within the military apparatus, attempts are made to find a solution to de escalate and to restore normalcy until we find a final solution for the boundary dispute. Then in 1996, an agreement on confidence building measures or CBMs was also signed. This places few more restrictions to prevent aggressive maneuvers or aggressive patrolling. It essentially tries to avoid any suspicion or unnecessary miscalculations. For example, if at all they carry out military exercises near the LAC, there is a restriction that the troops must face the other side. They have to look towards their own country, because any exercise done facing the other country might be misread, miscalculated as an attack, and it might lead to wrong judgment. So there are such restrictions which plays an important role in ensuring that the tensions will not spill over and turn into a bigger conflict. But the most important agreement was in 2003 when the SR mechanism was established. This was following the visit of then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Under the SR mechanism, the special representative mechanism, both sides agreed to find a political solution to the boundary dispute, and they appointed their special representatives. So from India, it is the National Security Advisor. From China, it's the foreign minister who also acts as the state counselor. So these two officials will act as the special representatives. They will engage in these talks to find a political solution to resolve the boundary dispute permanently. In 2005, they worked out the protocol on political parameters that should define these talks and negotiations. And till date, 23 rounds of SR talks have taken place. See, SR talks were progressing very well from 2005 to 2009 period. But as China got aggressive, it was suddenly stopped. It was only revived in the 2017-19 period following the Doklam crisis and the Ladakh standoff that occurred later. And now the SR mechanism has been reactivated. So in 2025, that is last year, the 23rd round of SR talks have taken place after a long gap. Now, both sides are preparing for the 24th round of negotiations, where some more progress is expected to be seen. So, this arrangement provides for the highest levels of the leadership to engage with each other through their special representatives and use the political guiding parameters to find a negotiated settlement for the boundary question. Then we have the working mechanism for consultation and coordination, the WMCC, set up in 2012, which allows the military leadership and the political and diplomatic establishment on both sides to discuss the most pressing issues and challenges in the partnership. In 2013, they even signed a border defense cooperation agreement that has provided for establishment of hotlines between the military commanders so that they can directly communicate with each other and ensure that localized tensions are kept localized and not allowed to escalate. So there is a escalation matrix built into these agreements where the talks can take place between the military commanders themselves and they can find a negotiated settlement without allowing this to affect the broader relationship. So these agreements have played a very critical role in preventing these escalations from turning into a bigger conflict. Because don't forget, India, China are nuclear armed neighbors. Any escalation here could potentially result in a much wider conflict with possible nuclear consequences. So, after several rounds of negotiations at the military commander level, through SR mechanism, through WMCC meetings, finally in 2024, India China achieved a big breakthrough. At the Kazan BRIC summit in Russia, India China fully resolved the Ladakh standoff. The last two flashpoints, Depsang Plain and Demchok, both the issues were resolved and normal patrolling has been resumed following the disengagement of troops and the complete de escalation that they have achieved. So, for now, they have delineated a temporary boundary line and established buffer zones so that normal patrolling can resume. And there are restrictions on the patrolling parties as well. They can't tail the other patrolling side, or they can't follow them and intimidate them or threaten them. So such restrictions have been provided, and some normalcy has come back since 2024, since the Kazan BRICS summit. So this paved the way for resumption of the SR talks, which took place last year. The 23rd round of SR talks have taken place. And very soon, the 24th round of SR talks can happen, maybe this year itself, which will see further improvement in finding a solution to the boundary dispute. Now, the big question is, what led to this reset? What were the driving factors? How come China suddenly had a change of mind? How come India was also willing to reciprocate? Because during the Ladakh standoff, you might remember, India had downgraded the trade relationship. We stopped importing a few goods and supplies from China. We banned Chinese applications on the grounds of cybersecurity. We blocked Chinese investments into India. So, a lot of such coercive measures were implemented by India as well to counter the Chinese actions. Apart from the normalcy with regard to the military standoff and the boundary question, we are seeing a complete normalization of the relationship across the trade, economic, and people to people relationship domain. So both sides have resumed the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, which had been stopped since the pandemic. Right? It could never be resumed because of the Ladakh standoff. Because there are two vital routes through which the yatra takes place. One is through Lipu Lake route. The other is through Nathula route. So because of the prevailing tensions and the standoff, both the routes could not be viably used, and the ties had already been downgraded by both sides. So cultural ties and cultural diplomacy was the last thing on their mind. But following the normalization, Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has resumed. Direct flights have also been restarted, which had been suspended during the pandemic and the military standoff. India has started issuing visas again to Chinese citizens for tourist and even business purposes. We have seen the resumption of sharing of hydrological data and transboundary river cooperation, especially with regard to Brahmaputra and as well as with regard to the Satluj in the Indus River basin. See, India, China have no water sharing treaty or agreement, right? We have always had our concerns and worries about China's utilization of these rivers. China recently announced a mega project, one of the world's biggest dam and hydro project on Yarlung Sangpo, as it is known in Tibet, before it becomes the Brahmaputra in India. In the Medok County, China has recently started the construction for one of the biggest dam projects in the world. So India has its fears whether China is trying to divert the waters. Will China utilize a higher share that could affect the downstream countries like India, right? And also, we need access to hydrological data about the water being collected in the basin in the upstream, or water being stored in Chinese reservoirs and dams, because this helps us manage the water flow and control floods and droughts. Without sharing of this data, it becomes all the more challenging. So finally, the sharing of hydrological data has resumed over some of the transboundary rivers, and there is some cooperation happening with regard to transboundary river issues. And also, high level engagement has been stepped up. Regular interaction has been taking place between foreign ministers, defense ministers, national security advisors, even at the prime minister and the Chinese president level, at the summit level. There was a recent interaction at the SCO summit in Tianjin. This was the first time that Prime Minister Modi traveled to China after the Ladakh standoff. PM Modi participated in the Tianjin summit of SCO. Both countries acknowledged the normalization in the relationship, and they are stepping up their economic ties. India has now lifted the blockade on Chinese investments. India, China are even cooperating with regard to countering Trump's tariffs. They're even cooperating with regard to some global issues, from the conflict in West Asia to the challenges in the Afghanistan, Pakistan, Central Asia belt, which threatens both India and China. So, this normalization is indeed a welcome development. So, is it just the Trump effect? Is it just because Trump was expected to come into office. Is that what drove India China closer to counter the US, especially in the trade and economic domain? Or are there other reasons? See, according to experts, definitely the Trump effect has played a role. By 2024, it was widely anticipated that Trump is likely to win. And if Trump were to come back into office, he was likely to resume his trade wars by levying tariffs on countries like India and China. We had seen this during the first presidency of Trump. So it became an economic necessity, a strategic necessity for India China to work together, protect their markets, to protect their exports, to secure access to key raw materials and imports. So that could be one of the factors. But apart from the Trump effect, there are other factors as well. For example, internally, China is facing a number of challenges. I'm sure you must know the Chinese economy has been decelerating. It has been seeing some troubling signs, particularly in its real estate market. There is a major crisis in its real estate market, and internally, China's economy has slowed down. It's not growing at the same rate as it was growing probably 10, 15, or 20 years ago. So, China requires markets like India. The Indian market size is what attracts China. And of course, we have a big import dependency on China. So, definitely the trade angle is present. And expanding the ties with India could also help both the countries to overcome and bypass the American trade sanctions, sanctions on technology, the export controls that US is imposing. Now take for example how US has restricted access to advanced GPUs or graphic processing units to monopolize AI technology. Or look at how US is restricting American AI firms like Anthropic and the others from limiting access to foreign nationals. So there is a necessity in critical emerging technologies in the field of trade with regard to key raw materials and key technologies to overcome the American protectionist measures that we are seeing under Donald Trump. And also, China requires a stable periphery. Right now, China is dealing with multiple challenges, right? It's dealing with an aggressive Japan, it's dealing with a direct confrontation with the US, it's dealing with other issues from Taiwan to, let's say, in Xinjiang. So China requires a stable periphery. It wants the frontier regions like Tibet, Xinjiang to be as normal and stable as possible. And that can happen only when it has friendly relations with neighboring countries like India. So these could be some of the motivations for China to seek normalization with India. At the same time, China would not like escalation with all its rivals at one time. Simultaneous escalation over Taiwan issue, simultaneous escalation with US, with India, with Japan, that would drain China, it would distract China from its long-term ambitions. So probably China is pausing for the time being, a short-term pause with India, a tactical pause, while it concentrates on other pressing issues, be it with US or the Taiwan question. And also don't forget, India, China are both leaders of the global south. Now, given leaders like Donald Trump and the American hegemony that you see today, it's become all the more important for the global south to come together, especially through groupings like BRICS, SEO, and the others. And China sees itself as a leader of the global south to counter Western dominance. And China realizes India can be the perfect partner, right? There is a history of India China cooperating on global south issues like climate change, for example. And also, don't forget, this might be a misleading policy as well. You can't presume that China has suddenly had a change of heart. Because if you look at the very foundational doctrine and ideology of the People's Republic of China, it is Maoism, which is a violent left wing extremist ideology. Mao Zedong advocated that China should be as aggressive as possible against outsiders. So, a country which is rooted in extremist communist ideology, which is rooted in extreme aggression against outside powers, will not obviously change overnight. You can't misread these signals as a change of heart from China, But this is more of a pragmatic change. Both India and China have a common need, a common desire right now. They have certain common interests. So this is more likely a tactical stabilization, a short-term normalcy that we might see for few months, few years, and this might not last forever. We might see the resumption of the issues unless and until we resolve those standing issues, right? So that is the eventual assessment that we can draw from these developments. Now, a mains question will not only ask you about these issues, it will not only go into the depth of these issues, it might even ask you what future challenges can we anticipate. In the context of the recent normalization and the reset in the ties, what factors led to this normalization and what challenges do you foresee ahead? Critically analyze. This can be one of the questions which can come. There are plenty of challenges that we should anticipate from China. For example, though the relationship has been reset, some normalcy is coming back. China's aggressive militarization along the LAC has not stopped. China is rapidly modernizing its military, building more submarines, fielding more advanced missiles, and carrying out forward deployments quite close to the line of actual control, building advanced infrastructure, creating permanent military positions. It is also advancing its border infrastructure by building seamless roads, railway network, activating airfields. So China clearly has superior military infrastructure right next to the border, and it has even started building these so-called model villages known as the Zhokang villages. In these brand new villages, some of which are coming up right on the LAC in Indian claimed territory as well, China is populating them by bringing population from the other parts of the country, by incentivizing them. So, this way, China is strengthening its claims in disputed areas by creating a presence of a village and a habitable population. And it is also trying to further push India and exert a subtle pressure which could act in the long term by creating these so called model villages near the line of actual control. So these moves will continue, and we need to anticipate such aggressive moves and escalations in the coming years as well. Apart from this, we should be wary of the strategic encirclement of India. It's believed that China has a strategy called string of pearls, where it is encircling India in South Asia and Indian Ocean region by investing in strategic projects, especially through its Belt and Road Initiative. China is funding strategic ports, airports, road and rail projects, pipelines, industrial clusters, and corridors. Though these projects are commercial in nature, experts believe that they might be dual use facilities, especially the ports and airports. They could have a dual application. China could potentially use them for a military encirclement of India when the need arises. So, this strategy is something India should be mindful of because China continued this even when we were good friends in the early 2000s, when India China had a decent relationship. Even then, China was actively building such projects. Take, for example, the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka, as well as the Colombo port in Sri Lanka. Or take the Gwadar port, for example, in Pakistan. Or take the Mongla and Chittagong ports in Bangladesh. Later, we will talk about Myanmar. There, I'll show you a port called Kyokfu, which is part of the China Myanmar Economic Corridor. China has taken up such projects in Maldives, in rest of the Indian Ocean, in East Africa, towards West Asia as well, marking a complete encirclement of India. And this expanding footprint and influence will always remain a strategic threat and a challenge. It's not just economic influence. This is about military and even diplomatic influence that could undermine India's influence and interest in the region. Next, the other big threat is the two front threat emanating from the nexus between China and Pakistan. This can even come as a separate question on its own, maybe a 10-mark question. Because we saw this nexus playing out during last year's Operation Sindoor, following the deadly Pahalgam terror attack. As India punished Pakistan by targeting the terror infrastructure and later retaliated against Pakistan's military infrastructure as well. In this brief conflict, China was one of the active participants, if not directly, indirectly. It was one of the invisible players in the battlefield. China was actively providing intelligence, weapons support, a number of military systems that Pakistan fielded against India. They were all of Chinese design and Chinese origin. Chinese satellites were constantly feeding Pakistan with real time intelligence on Indian deployments and positions. China reportedly engaged in cyber warfare and propaganda to counter the Indian narrative and to enable the Pakistani narrative. So, this two front threat is no longer an imaginary threat. It's a very real threat that we have seen play out during Operation Sindoor. China may not enter the battlefield directly, but by placing the gun on Pakistan's shoulder, it will take aim at India. This has been China's classic strategy from many decades. Basically, Pakistan is their proxy. Look at Pakistan's nuclear weapons program, its missile program, its military modernization. Almost every single key platform with Pakistani armed forces is of Chinese design or Chinese origin. Their JF series of fighter jets, their ballistic missile program, their warships and submarines, right? Almost everything. So this threat is quite real. It need not just be a physical threat where both China Pakistan will simultaneously go to war with India, but it can be a sort of indirect threat where the nexus will create challenges for us. And look at how China has been shielding Pakistan with regard to cross border terrorism and state sponsored terrorism. India has tried to designate Pakistani terrorists at the 1267 Sanctions Committee of the UN Security Council. But each time China creates a block, as China is part of UNSC as a permanent member, it uses its leverage and influence to block Indian proposals to designate Pakistani terrorists as global terrorists. China is even blocking India's entry into nuclear suppliers group as a full-time member. Though we are supported by all the other NSG members, we are not able to join this export control regime because China is blocking it on the account of Pakistan. So these challenges and these threats will have to be anticipated. It will continue. Then coming to the economic domain, this again can be a 10-mark question or even a 15-mark question. The India-China trade issues or the vulnerabilities with regard to our trade partnership. So when you look at India-China trade, China is our number one trading partner in most of the years. If you look at the total bilateral trade volume, in most of the years, China is at the number one position. Some years, US has overtaken China, but in most years, China is the number one trading partner of India. The bilateral trade volume is approximately in the range of 135 to 140 billion dollars. But what is concerning, what is worrying for India is that India's imports from China alone have crossed the $100 billion mark. The trade deficit itself has crossed the $100 billion mark, meaning we barely export anything to China. Indian exports are in the range of 15 to 19 billion dollars. Rest everything is imports that India is importing from China. So this creates a massive trade deficit, a big imbalance in the trade partnership, which makes India vulnerable because China is known to use its economic leverage to create a geopolitical advantage for itself. For example, look at how China pushed many small countries into a debt trap. Countries like Sri Lanka, Myanmar, few African countries as well. It attracted them with cheap loans, pushed them into a debt burden, and then took over strategic projects. Hambantota port is a classic example. The port was financially never viable. Sri Lanka borrowed heavily, and eventually the project turned out to be a failure. And now China has gained a 99-year lease over operations at Hambantota port. And potentially it can be used by the PLA Navy. We have seen that happening. Chinese research vessels, which are basically spy vessels, Chinese submarines, including nuclear submarines, docking at Hambantota and Colombo, creating a direct challenge for us. So China is known to use economic leverage to punish countries geopolitically. Or look at how China weaponized the trade advantage against United States and Donald Trump. When Trump levied those unreasonable tariffs in the range of 150%, China retaliated and hit Trump's core vote base, which is rural America. China took aim at American agricultural exports like soybean exports and others, which is mainly exported to the Chinese market. China put a complete stop on it, hitting Trump's vote bank directly. China restricted the sale of rare earth materials and rare earth magnets, crippling the American tech industry and automobile industry. So China is known to use its trade advantages. And we also saw what happens when China can leverage its control over global supply chains. We saw this during the pandemic. When China went into a lockdown, global supply chains came crashing down because China controlled most of them. So, what if China uses this for geopolitical advantage? That's why these trade vulnerabilities remain a strategic challenge. It's not just an economic concern. So, this excessive import dependency of India is something which is worrying. In fact, there are multiple sectors in India which have a critical dependency on Chinese imports or China controlled supply chains. Take, for example, the automobile and pharma industry. Though India is a very strong manufacturing power in automobiles, we depend heavily on China for spare parts, components, and key technologies and raw materials. In pharma industry, though India is the pharmacy of the world as the largest producer of drugs and generic medicines and vaccines, we depend on China heavily for the APIs. There is a 60% dependency on active pharmaceutical ingredients. So you see this dependency across sectors, even in semiconductors, in electronics, in power transmission equipment. And this is all going to be a part of your critical infrastructure. There is a fear that China might work with its companies, which have global dominance, to create deliberate security backdoors in these equipment and technologies, which potentially could be used to hack into our networks to launch cyber espionage and cyber warfare. If you look at the internet telecom infrastructure that we import from China, right? Companies like Huawei, ZTE, they have global dominance. There has always been a fear that these companies are close to Chinese military and China's intelligence agencies like the Ministry of State Security. So there's a fear that China might force them to create security backdoors through which it can hack into our networks and cripple our critical infrastructure. So all these challenges are present in our economic relationship. So though we depend on China, at the same time, we have to be cautious. So the only way forward here is for India to become self-reliant in at least some sectors, in some critical areas, to focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, focus on Make in India, at least wherever possible, and gradually reduce that dependency. At the same time, we should work with like-minded partners to build resilient supply chains. That's what we are doing with Japan, Australia, with European partners, with United States, trying to build parallel supply chains for key raw materials and key technologies so we can reduce our dependency on China. So in conclusion, you can use these points directly in your mains answers, especially these 3 points which I'm mentioning here. You can even quote Foreign Minister Jaishankar, who has repeatedly emphasized that our relations will flourish and improve only if border stability is maintained. Only if China respects the sanctity of the border and if we find a political negotiated settlement for the boundary issue, only then can this relationship flourish. So, according to India, though we have moved towards coexistence from the previous confrontation, this state is temporary. The current pause you're seeing, the current reset, it's a temporary halt. It's a tactical reset. It might remain for few months, few years, but this may not be a long lasting solution. For that to happen, we need China to address the core issues. We need China to be a responsible power that respects international rules. If China continues its aggressive tactics at the border, very soon the relationship can collapse again. That is something you should be very, very clear about. And you need to bring this out in any question on India China relationship. So there can be a broad question covering all the aspects of the relationship, or specific questions on boundary issue, China Pakistan nexus, or India China economic relationship, or China's encirclement of India, right? They can come as separate specific questions as well. So I hope the topic is clear. I hope everybody has understood this important topic. So, under one big topic, as you have seen, we have covered at least 5 to 6 subtopics. So, now let's move to another neighboring country, Pakistan. So, before I start with Pakistan, if you have any doubts, any questions, please let me know. I'll try to answer any doubts and questions you have quickly, make it quick, and then we'll proceed to the next topic. We'll look at another important neighbor, equally troublesome neighbor, that is Pakistan. Till when the class will continue? This is going to be a marathon. So the class might continue all the way till 12 or 1 in the night. Any particular questions apart from this? If you have any doubts, any subject specific, topic specific doubts, please let me know. Okay, done. Let's start with the next topic, India and Pakistan. So when you look at India-Pakistan relations, most experts believe that the relationship has entered a new phase since 2025. It has entered a new phase following the Pahalgam attack. Because, see, India's approach towards Pakistan has undergone a paradigm shift. India has introduced a new paradigm to deal with Pakistan. After Pahalgam attack, India has decided that it can't be business as usual approach. We can't just exert pressure on Pakistan with one-off strikes. Because, see, in the past decade, after every major attack, India has retaliated with military options. After Uri attack, we carried out surgical strikes. After Pulwama, we carried out Balkot airstrikes. But this did not deter Pakistan. It did not prevent Pakistan from carrying out major acts of terrorism against India. These were one-off military actions. So now India is drawing a new red line, a complete new doctrine, a complete new paradigm shift in our approach towards Pakistan. That if Pakistan crosses the red line again, India will employ its new counter terror doctrine. India will use coercive methods, diplomatic, military, and economic methods to cripple Pakistan and impose a heavy cost on Pakistan. So, this is going to be the defining aspect. Now, you should also understand Pakistan is dealing with multiple problems internally. It has a serious political crisis that's going on. It's dealing with a major economic challenge and an even bigger security problem internally. Though Pakistan is busy to destabilize India, to bleed India through 1,000 cuts, that has become Pakistan's obsession to keep using terrorism as a proxy weapon against India. But apart from Pakistan's problematic external policy, its internal policies are also equally troubling. Internally, it's going through a major political, economic, and security crisis, which can have serious implications for India. So, India is closely watching these developments. So, this can also come as a question. A question may not be related just to Operation Sindoor or the new counter-terror paradigm. It can be related to Pakistan's internal problems as well. Or it could be related to Pakistan's newfound geopolitical relevance. Thanks to the ongoing Iran conflict, all of a sudden Pakistan has become a relevant global power because of its mediating role in the US Iran conflict, and also because of the security agreement it has signed with Saudi Arabia. Last year, Pakistan entered into a strategic mutual defense agreement with Saudi Arabia. So these two developments in the midst of the Iran war has made Pakistan geopolitically relevant, which gives it an influential position in geopolitics. And this could have repercussions for India, especially with Donald Trump in office. Trump has gotten closer to Pakistani leadership, especially Asim Munir and to Shehbaz Sharif. And this creates a new trouble, a new challenge for India, right? So that is what we will examine in this topic. We will basically talk about three separate topics. One is our new counter-terror approach. How are we dealing with Pakistan-sponsored terrorism and the Kashmir issue? Second, Pakistan's internal problems. And third, Pakistan's rising global and geopolitical significance. How it has become more relevant in geopolitics. And will that affect India? Will it weaken India's position? Will it create new challenges for us? That is something we'll try to understand. So, first, let's start with India's new counter terror doctrine. After the Pahalgam attack, as I said, India drew a red line, a new red line with Pakistan that talks, trade, and water, they cannot be allowed to flow and continue as long as Pakistan is simultaneously sponsoring terror attacks against India. If Pakistan continues its terror proxy war, we can't allow water to flow from the Indus Basin. We can't allow trade to be normal. And more importantly, we cannot talk with such a rogue country, a terrorist nation, which is actively sponsoring terrorism against India. So India has taken a hardline approach. India has made it very, very clear that going forward, in case of any big attack on India with links to Pakistani terror safe sanctuaries and Pakistani state actors, we will no longer distinguish between state actors and non state actors. Now, if you saw during Operation Sindoor, the initial attack from India on the 7th of May was aimed at the terror infrastructure that's located across the border. First, we took aim at the terror camps of Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, their headquarters, and other key terror facilities. As Pakistan escalated and hit back at India, that's when India targeted Pakistan's military establishment and military infrastructure, right? India clearly had a decisive upper hand in the battlefield, causing significant damage to Pakistani air defense, radars, air bases. Its key runways were blown up, right? So India had a clear tactical advantage in the battlefield, though Pakistan appeared to gain a slight upper hand in the narrative game. But India has made it very clear to Pakistan that going forward, we will no longer distinguish between Pakistani state actors and non state actors. What do you mean by this? It means any future terror attack will invite a decisive military response from India. That's why India has said Operation Sindoor is an ongoing operation. Operation Sindoor has not ended, it has not stopped. If required, India will resume it. And we will not only target the terror facilities and infrastructure, we might even target Pakistani state establishment. We might target the Pakistani army, the ISI, the Air Force. And any state entities directly supporting the non state actors will also become legitimate targets for India. India has said it will impose a heavy cost for sponsoring terrorism. As long as the terror war continues, India will hit back at Pakistan. So these are new red lines India is drawing, and it will not be just one off strike like surgical strikes and Balkot airstrikes. It will be a comprehensive hit on the terror infrastructure and the facilities in Pakistan. And India is well within its rights to do this. India is well within its rights to violate Pakistan's sovereignty, to hit at terror camps as they are directly connected to the attacks against India. India can defend its action under international law, under the UN Charter and its principles. India has said that the response will be proportionate and non escalatory in nature. This is something very, very important. See, we are not like Israel. Israel is known for disproportionate response. India is a much more mature power which understands global dynamics very well. India has made it clear that any response to terror attack will always be proportionate. Meaning, first, we will hit only the terror facilities. We will only target the terror groups, their infrastructure. If someone comes to help them, if let's say Pakistani army is trying to help them or the state is trying to help them, then the state also becomes a legitimate target. Meaning, for every escalation from Pakistan, there will be a counter escalation. India is showing the willingness to climb the escalation ladder. If you imagine India Pakistan tensions to be like a ladder, if Pakistan climbs one step on the ladder by carrying out a terror attack against India, India will climb one more step by targeting the terror facilities in Pakistan. Though it will be a violation of Pakistan's sovereignty, we treat this as a legitimate target. Now, India will stop its hostilities if Pakistan also does not escalate. But if Pakistan escalates and tries to attack Indian cities or civilians or military infrastructure, India will climb the ladder and India will use decisive force to hit back at Pakistani state actors as well. So essentially, with this approach, India has called the bluff of Pakistan's nuclear blackmail. For decades, Pakistan was always creating doubts in the minds of the Indian leadership about its nuclear arsenal and doctrine. There was always a doubt whether a conventional war would quickly escalate into a nuclear confrontation. Because, see, don't forget, Pakistan has tactical nuclear weapons which can be deployed in the battlefield. So this always created a doubt for Indian leadership whenever military options were considered against Pakistan. So, this nuclear bluff, this blackmail has been exposed. India has shown a new path, a new doctrine where we can fight a limited conventional war and punish Pakistan decisively within the nuclear threshold without breaching that nuclear threshold. And this escalation dominance India has established will probably be the biggest deterrent against Pakistan sponsored terrorism. See, it doesn't mean that Pakistan will overnight have a change of heart and change its mind and approach towards India. Pakistan will continue to be hostile. It will continue to escalate the Kashmir issue. Even recently, it tried internationalizing Kashmir issue again at United Nations and at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Right? So these tactics for Pakistan will continue. But if there is a terror attack against India, India will hit back. And India will be ready to climb the escalation ladder. And we will keep that engagement within the nuclear threshold. So this is our military diplomatic response. India is engaging in coercive military diplomatic tactics to punish Pakistan and impose a cost on Pakistan. At the same time, we are resorting to other diplomatic methods as well, such as the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty. This can be one of the hot topics for this year's mains exam. A lot of developments have taken place with regard to Indus Water Treaty, so this can be a potential question. The Indus Water Treaty dates back to 1960 when it was mediated by the World Bank to share the waters of the Indus River Basin between India and Pakistan. This treaty divides the Indus Basin into two major sections, the Western rivers and the Eastern rivers. The Western rivers include the Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab. The Eastern rivers include Ravi, Beas, and Satluj. I know many of you must know these basic facts, but I think it is good to revise them, good to revisit and quickly revise them. Now, as per the treaty, Pakistan gets a greater control over the western rivers, whereas India gets a greater control over the eastern rivers. And India's usage rights over western rivers is heavily restricted. For example, India cannot permanently store the waters of Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab. We can't build such projects which will hold the water back from flowing into Pakistan. We can't divert these rivers or we can't prevent the water from entering into Pakistan. India can, however, take up projects which are run of the river projects where we don't create permanent storage, where we don't divert the rivers, but we can use it for limited irrigation, limited drinking purposes, navigation, even for hydropower generation. So, limited non consumptive rights have been provided for India, beyond which we have to allow the share that belongs to Pakistan to flow into Pakistan. Now, India has drawn a new red line in this regard. After the Pahalgam attack, India announced that we are keeping the treaty in abeyance. See, media has often misreported this, saying India has exited the treaty. Please understand there's no exit provision. You can't exit the treaty. There's no inbuilt exit provision that exists. So India has said we are keeping it in abeyance, meaning you're suspending your commitments. We will no longer follow the terms and conditions of Indus Water Treaty. For example, as per the treaty, every year there would be a meeting of the Indus Water Commissioners the water secretaries of both countries would meet usually on the 1st of January to exchange hydrological data. And India was also obligated to allow Pakistan to inspect any of our projects on the western rivers, any dams built by India, any new irrigation water management projects that we took up. Pakistan could inspect them, even the hydropower plants, and it could raise questions. It has even taken India to court. It has filed many cases against India at the Permanent Court of Arbitration and at the International Court of Justice. So Pakistan can take the legal route as well. These were some obligations on India. So yearly we would share the hydrological data with them. We would hold the Indus Water Commissioners meeting. We would allow Pakistani officials to inspect our projects, the design of the project, and raise any objections if they were violating the provisions of the treaty. So now India has said, we will not follow this. We will not share hydrological data anymore. We will not hold the meeting of Indus Water Commissioners. And more importantly, we will fully utilize the allocated share to India. See, previously, India was restrained. It was a self imposed restraint where we would not aggressively take up projects on the western rivers. Even the allocated share was not being fully utilized by India. So now the new approach is that we will fully utilize the share which is granted to us. We might even go beyond that. So in the last 1 year, India has started dredging and desilting activity. These activities were restricted under the treaty because this could increase the storage capacity, meaning India could hold more water, which could potentially affect the water flow downstream into Pakistan. Now, India has said will fully utilize the storage capacity by regularly dredging and desilting our existing projects. India is also planning several new projects. For example, the Chenab Beers Tunnel Link project, where water from Chenab Basin, which is in surplus, will be transferred to the Beers Basin, which is actually prohibited under the treaty. Diverting the river, transferring water from one basin to another is not allowed. And India is going ahead with this proposal. Then we have the Salal Dam sediment bypass, which is a bypass tunnel to clear and remove the sediment at Salal Dam to increase its storage capacity. We are upgrading the Baglihar Dulahasti projects, which have hydroelectric power stations as well. We have fast tracked many ongoing hydro projects such as Ratle, Sawalkot, and the others, meaning India is stepping up its projects on Jhelum and Chenab to ensure full and complete utilization, which could bring some pressure on Pakistan. So, this is India's new strategy, a coercive diplomatic strategy. On the eastern rivers as well, we are providing for better optimal utilization of the existing projects on Ravi, Beers, and Satluj, and planning some new projects as well. So, this position of India exerts the diplomatic pressure on Pakistan, and this can be one of the leverage that we have to deal with Pakistan sponsored terrorism. But, however, it raises some difficult questions as well. This results in international criticism against India because when you're committed to a treaty, right, India can be called out, India can be questioned at the United Nations, for example, or World Bank, since World Bank is a mediator, or Pakistan could file cases at International Court of Justice or at Permanent Court of Arbitration. And from a legal standpoint, it might come off as India being as a irresponsible power, which is breaking treaty commitments. But India believes that it's high time that we leverage the Indus Water Treaty and not be bound by its restrictions. Until now, India had shown the strategic restraint, the patience. During previous attacks, Indus Water Treaty was discussed. There was a suggestion in the past as well to weaponize the treaty, but it was decided that it would not be in India's long term interests because you can't punish the people of Pakistan and civilians for the mistakes of the state and the terror establishment, right? Plus, it will end up creating permanent enmity. It might drive more recruitment towards terror groups because several Pakistani terrorists like Hafiz Saeed, they accuse India of water terrorism. They make these baseless allegations that India is creating floods and droughts in Pakistan by managing the waters of Indus, which is not true. So this conspiracy theory will get more support now with India keeping the treaty in abeyance, and this could backfire in the long run as well. Plus, you could face international scrutiny, criticism, questions about rules based order, right? So, that is something India will have to withstand. if we are leveraging and weaponizing Indus Water Treaty. Next, coming to Pakistan's internal trifecta of problems, the political, economic, and security crisis. When you look at the politics of Pakistan, it's a well known fact that there are dual power centers that exist in Pakistan. Though Pakistan is a so called elected constitutional democracy, the elected civilian government is just a namesake government, which is like a puppet government, largely controlled by the deep state. The deep state is the hidden part of the Pakistani state, comprised of the army, the ISI, and the entire military intelligence establishment. See, this has been Pakistan's reality. Since independence, Pakistan has been heavily militarized. The military, particularly the army, with its intelligence agency, the ISI, they have played a big role in Pakistani politics. Pakistan has seen multiple military coups. It has seen either the assassination of civilian leaders or the jailing and targeting of civilian leadership, like how Imran Khan has been jailed. Similarly, past leaders as well, like Nawaz Sharif, Parvez Musharraf, almost every single politician in Pakistan has been at the receiving end. So those who come to power essentially will have the blessings of the deep state. Once they fall out of favor of the deep state, they might be targeted, right? This has been the political duality that exists in Pakistan. So this way, Pakistan avoids taking the responsibility as well. Though its foreign and security policy is run by the deep state, you can't engage with the deep state directly because that's not the legitimate government, right? If it was an open military dictatorship, then at least you could have engaged with the military leadership. Since there is a facade of elected constitutional democracy, you're forced to engage with a puppet government which has no real authority, right? And now, the current army chief, Asim Munir, has cemented his powers almost permanently, making himself the supreme leader of the country through the 27th Constitutional Amendment Act. This is another recent development. The Pakistani constitution was amended, which elevates Asim Munir to the rank of Chief of Defense Forces, making him the head of all the armed forces of Pakistan. So the Chief of Defense Forces will exercise that jurisdiction and authority over all the three branches, the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Along with that, he elevated himself as the Field Marshal after Operation Sindhu, and this gives him a number of entitlements. He has given himself legal immunity for all his actions. He has made his position permanent. He virtually cannot be removed as the Chief of Defense Forces until he dies. He has subverted the Pakistani Supreme Court through this amendment by creating a new federal constitutional court, which will be appointed by the government. And as you know, the government is controlled by the military, controlled by one man, the army chief. So essentially, the army now not just controls the government, it can control the new constitutional court, which has undermined the Pakistani Supreme Court and the judiciary. So judicial independence has been erased, it has been wiped out. And the military's position has been strengthened, and Asim Munir becomes the de facto virtual supreme leader. Though officially Pakistan remains a constitutional elected democracy, one man from the military right now exercises complete power with complete legal immunity for all his actions. So this creates a very difficult challenge and a dilemma for India, right? Engaging with such a hardened militarized leadership is not easy. And this also means that Pakistan will create more trouble over Kashmir issue, and it will likely step up proxy terrorism against India. This is something India should anticipate in the long run. Then you have Pakistan's economic mismanagement. The decades of political instability caused by the deep state, the obsession with radicalism, extremism, and the obsession with targeting India or Kashmir issue has destroyed the Pakistani economy, and the common people are suffering. There is massive runaway inflation. It has accumulated unsustainable levels of foreign debt It has exhausted its forex reserves, paying for the debt. It's staring at a massive liquidity crisis. So Pakistan is struggling to sustain its essential imports, including energy imports. It's not able to generate enough power. It's not able to provide electricity to its people by operating the power plants. It's not able to create opportunities, create jobs. And this economic situation is a very dire situation. Right now, it's depending on the bailout provided by IMF and the funds it receives from friends like China, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. Until recently, even UAE was one of the key financiers of Pakistani state. Though of late UAE has become closer to India, the funding which comes from Gulf monarchies, especially from Saudi Arabia, and even to some extent from UAE and China and Turkey, is what sustains the Pakistani economy. Then, parallelly, look at the security problem, the internal security threat. The Pakistan Taliban or TTP has broken its ceasefire with support from Afghan Taliban, which is in power in the neighboring country. The TTP has been carrying out major attacks against the Pakistani state. Then you have the Baloch insurgency, Baloch Liberation Army, and other Baloch insurgent groups carrying out major attacks, including last year's Jafar Express attack. Then look at the recent unrest in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, especially in Muzaffarabad. Large scale anti government protests took place against the lack of representation for the local people. There are few seats that are reserved for Kashmiri refugees, which the locals in POK are opposing. And on this issue, massive protests broke out. So internally, Pakistan is affected by every sort of problem, political, economic, and security problems. There is a real possibility that the state might even collapse, right? And that will be a nightmare scenario. Because don't forget, Pakistan is a nuclear state. And what will happen to the nuclear arsenal if the state were to collapse because of these crises and internal challenges? That remains one of the biggest challenges and nightmares for India. Now, coming to Pakistan's growing global and geopolitical relevance, the new defense agreement it has signed with Saudi Arabia is definitely a very important topic for the mains exam, right? So, in what context was this agreement signed? What are the key provisions? How does it affect India? Those are the three key points you have to learn. This agreement was signed in the context of Israel's aggression in West Asia. See, as part of the Gaza war and the war against Iran and Iran's proxies, including the Houthis and the Hezbollah, Israel has attacked at least six countries in West Asia, from Palestine to Lebanon to Yemen to Iran to Qatar. Multiple West Asian countries have been repeatedly targeted, and Israel increasingly has become a aggressive military power, using disproportionate force in the region and destabilizing West Asia. So, this aggression of Israel has worried the other West Asian powers, especially Saudi Arabia. So, immediately after Israel attacked Qatar, where Israel launched attacks at Doha aimed at Hamas leadership, which was sheltered in Doha, Saudi Arabia rushed to sign this agreement with Pakistan. Because, see, this agreement includes the principle of collective defense, meaning one country will treat an aggression against the other as an attack on their own, and they have to come to the assistance of the other nation. It's the same principle that you see in military clubs like NATO, the principle of collective defense. Now, this close defense partnership between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia is nothing new. Since 1960s, Pakistan has been a key security provider. It has helped Saudi Arabia in military training, during terror attacks, during certain conflicts in the region. Pakistan has even deployed its troops and weapons while fighting for countries like Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and others. So, Pakistani military has close links with the Gulf monarchies. It has been involved in security defense operations from a very long time. So, this reiteration of the deal and the principle of collective defense, it gives a insurance, a guarantee for Saudi Arabia to deter Israeli aggression. Because someday there is a possibility that Israel might attack Saudi Arabia as well. Right? And Saudi Arabia realizes it can't depend on American support all the time. Because see, Iran has right now showed how American military presence can be decimated or at least put on the back foot. So Saudi monarchy can't depend on that. And they see Pakistan as a reliable partner. And more importantly, Pakistan's nuclear arsenal is seen as a security umbrella for major Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia. Right? They believe that Pakistan would be willing to provide that nuclear security, the nuclear deterrence, if necessary, if required, as Israel possesses a secret nuclear arsenal. Plus, as part of the deal, they will share intelligence, take part in joint training and exercises. So, this indeed is a very close partnership in the defense security domain. So, this definitely raises concerns for India because of late, India, Saudi Arabia have become very, very close partners. See, historically, we did have a problem with Saudi Arabia because most of the countries in the Gulf, especially the Sunni powers, they would blindly align with Pakistan over the Kashmir issue or even over the terror issue. They would never support India before. This was all before 2010. But post 2010, you get to see a paradigm shift in Saudi policy towards India. Since 2010, Saudi Arabia has been more pragmatic, more balanced. It has taken a neutral stand on Kashmir issue. It has been backing India completely on the question of counterterrorism. It even helped India to bring down few Pakistani terror modules, especially Indian Mujahideen and Lashkar modules operating in West Asia, were targeted in joint intelligence operations involving assistance from Saudi Arabia, UAE, and other countries. And Saudi Arabia has become a key trade partner, key investor in India. Our overall trade relations have flourished. India is no longer just a buyer of oil and gas, right? India is sharing technology with them. India is a massive market for them. India provides key supplies to their economies. So the relationship had indeed transformed. So does it mean that because of this agreement, tomorrow, if let's say there is another India Pakistan conflict like Operation Sindoor, does it mean Saudi Arabia would intervene? Would it provide military support to Pakistan? Would it come to the defense of Pakistan and attack India? That is the key question. See, experts believe that this is unlikely to happen. Even if there were to be a India Pakistan war or a conflict, it's unlikely that Saudi Arabia will directly enter the battlefield, right? It'll never jeopardize the much important India Saudi relationship. But however, you can't rule out the possibility of indirect support, which might create unexpected challenges for India. Imagine tomorrow there's another big attack from Pakistan, right? And India decides to retaliate with military options. What if Saudi Arabia funds and arms Pakistan? What if Saudi Arabia intervenes, exerting diplomatic pressure and influence? That is something India should be prepared for. Otherwise, Saudi Arabia is unlikely to take up any military response against India, as Saudi Arabia is a good friend, a trusted partner of India. But at the same time, we should be cautious as well. Next, Pakistan's role as a mediator in the US Iran war. To what extent has Pakistan played this role? See, Asim Munir, Shehbaz Sharif, they have been very proactive, right? Claiming that they were the ones who mediated between both sides. But most experts believe that Pakistan was a mere host and a mere relay to transmit messages between the two sides, right? Pakistan hosted the initial round of talks in Islamabad, but however, according to reports and sources, it was never able to shape the position of US and Iran, meaning it could not influence Iran, it could not influence US. It was just acting as an intermediary, relaying the messages between the two sides. Because see, Pakistan has an advantageous position. One, it shares a direct border with Iran. It does have close ties with Iran's radical theocracy, right? It's close to IRGC. It has close ties with the Ayatollah and the top leadership. And that is something Pakistan enjoys, along with a long border, making Pakistan a key stakeholder in this conflict. Correct? At the same time, Asim Munir and Shehbaz Sharif, they have cultivated Donald Trump starting with Trump's unsubstantiated claims over mediating the India Pakistan ceasefire. Though India rejected this openly, Pakistan was very eager to give Trump the credit. They played to his ego, right? They even nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize and they won the favor of Trump. You might even remember last year, Asim Munir got invited for a lunch at the White House. This was after Operation Sindoor. And Asim Munir and Shehbaz Sharif, they went with a suitcase of rocks, claiming that these are Pakistani critical minerals and they're willing to sell it to US and allow US to extract the Pakistani critical minerals. As of now, there are no known critical mineral deposits in Pakistan. It might be there, but it shows the extent to which the Pakistani leadership can go to please the Americans. So this might be a genius move on their part because over the last decade, Pakistan had lost American support to some extent, especially American funding, which was in the range of billions of dollars, had been stopped by Donald Trump. US was not trusting Pakistan like it used to before. Pakistan's relevance was going down. So now, by cultivating Trump and playing to his ego, Pakistani leadership has definitely gotten closer to White House. So they have a White House or leadership in the US which listens to them. And this could be dangerous for India. We have seen this happen in the past, right? If you go back to 1971, we had a US administration under President Nixon and his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger. They gave all their ears to Pakistani leaders like Yahya Khan. And you know what happened in 1971, right? The genocide of Bengalis, the war against India. So there is a deadly angle to this as Pakistan gets closer to Washington. That's always a dangerous sign for India. Plus, we have a very volatile president in the White House who's known for making controversial statements against India, for targeting India. Though he praises Prime Minister Modi, he sees India as a big partner. His policies, they say otherwise, right? You're essentially dealing with a madman in the White House. So these are unprecedented times, and Pakistan is taking full advantage of this. So whether Pakistan played a big role as a mediator or not doesn't even matter. The fact that it has gotten closer to Trump, the fact that it has got the attention of the White House in itself creates a challenge for India, and this could undermine our influence. This could undermine our interests. Tomorrow, if there is another Operation Sindoor, the US may align with Pakistan and bring a lot of pressure on India. So that is an eventual scenario that we could anticipate. So this is something India should indeed be concerned about. You can't simply dismiss this as just a conspiracy theory. It is indeed a fact that Pakistan has become more prominent. Whether as a mediator or not, whether it could influence the talks or not, doesn't even matter. The fact that it has the support of Saudi Arabia, it has the support of few important Gulf countries, it has the support of the White House. That makes it very critical, as this could turn the tide against India. So please be mindful of all these recent developments. As I said, under each topic, under each country, we are covering many subtopics. Any question, I'm sure you should be able to handle them now. So please go through the conclusion points. These are ready to use points, like ready to eat food. You can directly take this and use it in your answers on India Pakistan. If there is a question related to it, of course, you may have to customize it a little bit to suit the question, but these are generic points. You can add it in the conclusion. Now, any doubts, any questions, let me know, please. Okay, you keep posting the questions. I'll take a look at it later. Now, let's move to the other neighbors and let's quickly look at the Himalayan neighbors, Nepal and Bhutan. These are relatively smaller topics, so we'll try to go through them quickly. See, Nepal occupies a key location between India and China. It's a landlocked country sandwiched between India and China, and it acts as a security buffer. India has cultivated Nepal as a buffer state, so it can absorb Chinese aggression and China's military moves and shield India in the Himalayan belt. So Nepal occupies a very pivotal, critical position under the neighborhood first policy of India. We share a 1,751-kilometer border, and it's the only open border that India shares with a neighboring country. Some of you may say that, sir, we also have an open border with Bhutan. But please remember, we don't have a fully open border with Bhutan. There are some restrictions on the India Bhutan border. which you don't see with India Nepal border. This is a truly open border created through the 1950 Treaty of Peace and Friendship. We share a historical civilizational relationship with strong religious connection from Hinduism and Buddhism. We have very close people to people relations as well, especially in the Terai belt of UP and Bihar, where the Nepali plains, the Terai region extends into UP and Bihar. You have the Mades people or the Madesi community. They have familial marital relations. They marry into Indian families. So such a close bond exists between the two nations. And Nepali citizens, they depend heavily on India for education, for employment. They can even take up government exams in India, right? There is free movement allowed for people, goods, vehicles, investments. Nepali rupee is pegged to the Indian currency. India's UPI is rolled out in Nepal. India is the key supplier of essential items. India has given Nepal access to seaports. Since it's landlocked, it can access Indian ports like Vishakhapatnam, Paradip, and Kolkata. And our road rail networks are also interlinked across the border. So there is a deep rooted historical civilizational relationship that binds us together. But we do have several problems, several issues. For example, if you look at the political instability in the country, Nepal has gone through decades of political instability, starting from 1980s, 1990s period. See, at one time, Nepal was a monarchy. It was the only Hindu state in the world, right? It was under the Rana family, which had good ties with India. But after Sikkim merged with India in 1975, Nepal became cautious. It became worried that India might do the same with Nepal as well, because it was alleging that India had engineered Sikkim's merger with Indian Union. I'm sure you know that Sikkim was a protectorate state. And following an internal crisis in the Chogyal dynasty, Sikkim later joined India. So Nepal believed this was an Indian creation, that India's Raw had destabilized the Chogyal kingdom, forcing Sikkim to join India. So now Nepal feared the same could be done with the Nepali kingdom as well. From then, Nepal started getting closer to China. And we saw a series of protests, especially with the Mades people. The Madesis feel they are oppressed, they are discriminated, they're not given equal representation. They always have a issue with the Nepali elites, the Pahadi community, which have been closer to the royal family. Then in 1990s and early 2000s, Nepal went through a deadly civil war triggered by the Maoists. The Communist Party of Nepal, the Maoist faction, triggered a massive civil war leading to internal conflict in the country. And it essentially turned into a India China proxy war. It was believed that China had instigated the Maoist rebellion, with India also taking sides. And eventually, it was India which brought the civil war to an end in 2006 with the 12-point peace agreement. India did support Nepal's government and armed forces to defeat the Maoists, but we also negotiated a peace agreement and we allowed the Maoists to be integrated into the mainstream of Nepali politics. India basically brought that stability back, and Nepal then transitioned into a constitutional democratic sovereign republic. It became a secular state from a theocratic state. From a monarchy, it became a democratic republic state. Finally, Nepal drafted its constitution from 2008 to 2015 and adopted a new constitution in 2015. Now, throughout the constitution drafting process, Nepal kept accusing India of interfering with its constitution making process as India was supporting the Madesi cause. Madesis wanted more seats in the parliament, more representation. They wanted more states to be created in southern Nepal in the Terai belt to increase their representation. And India was supporting them. Why? Because India is connected to the Madesis. The Mades issue is a political issue as well in UP and Bihar. So it is a matter of Indian interest, Indian concern. But this has led to allegations that India interferes with Nepal's politics, that India meddles with the internal matters of Nepal. So there have been strong anti India sentiments, which often has been exploited by China. You always see a India China competition here. Now, due to constant instability, even after the new constitution, there have been multiple governments, multiple changes in prime ministers and presidents. Just like in UK, Nepal also has been the same case, where in one decade you have had multiple governments, multiple prime ministers. So this frustration led to last year's Gen Z protests because the traditional parties and the older politicians have been accused of being highly corrupt, be it parties like Nepali Congress, which is quite close to India, or the Communist Party of Nepal, the Maoist faction, or be it the Communist Party of Nepal, the Unified Marxist Leninist faction. All these traditional parties filled with old politicians have been seen as highly corrupt, enriching themselves while their kids leave the country to go to Western countries to study. They lead a luxurious, lavish life, right, which is often put up on social media. This enrages the Nepali youth who have been struggling for opportunities. So last year, it led to a huge uprising and a complete violent revolution of sorts, where the youth, they targeted the government and the traditional political establishment. They kicked out the government from power, and eventually the interim government paved the way for elections. So recently, just earlier this year, elections have taken place. There's a new leader, a new government in place. Balen Shah or Balendra Shah has become one of the youngest prime ministers of Nepal at just the age of around 35, a former rapper, and who later went on to become the mayor of Kathmandu with no political background. Then he joined the RSP, Rashtriya Swatantra Party, a new political party in Nepal, which has managed to win the elections with a decisive mandate. So, a new leadership creates new opportunities at the same time. It raises the existing challenges as well. So, let's see what kind of policy are we following with Nepal, what challenges are present over here. See, when you look at India's foreign policy, we generally try not to depend on one party or one leader because we have done this mistake in the past. In Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, in Nepal, we have relied on one party, one leader to protect Indian influence and Indian interests. This never works because if that party is removed from power or the leader is eliminated, then Indian influence completely extinguishes. So we have suffered many such setbacks in the past. So today, our diplomacy is focused on institutional engagement, building better ties with all sections of the political spectrum, working with all factions and leaders to create different leverage points. Because you can't place all your eggs in one basket. So instead of relying on one person or personality centric diplomacy, we have tried focusing on institutional diplomacy, building better ties with the entire government and with all political parties and leaders. Because previously we've relied on one party, one leader, and we have lost our influence in many neighboring countries, and we don't want to repeat that. But with the new government under Balendra Shah, the problem is that this is an inexperienced government. The leaders have no political experience, right? They have been making controversial statements again, and Nepal has been creating problems over the border issue. Previously, we had a controversial Nepali leader, KP Sharma Oli, from the Unified Marxist Leninist Party, often seen as an anti India, pro China leader. He was the prime minister in 2016. He again became the PM in 2019-2020 period, then again in the 2024-25 period. And each time he escalated the minor boundary issues with India. There are two boundary issues that we have. One is the Kalapani dispute, centered around the Limpiadura Lipu Lake region, this triangular region. And the other is the Susta dispute along the borders of Bihar. Now, both these disputes, they date back to the British era. It goes back to the 1816 Treaty of Sugoli, when British India drew the boundaries between Kingdom of Nepal and British India. So some of the blunders made in the Treaty of Sugoli has left behind a lasting legacy. These borders were inherited by India and Nepal. Though it was a minor issue, it never affected the relationship in the past. But under controversial leaders like KP Oli and now under Balendra Shah as well, unnecessary escalations have been made. escalating the Kala Pani Susta dispute, right? So Kala Pani, which is part of India's Uttarakhand in the Pithoragarh district, is administered by India. It's of great strategic significance as well because it shares borders with China. It gives you access to the strategic Lipu Lake Pass. But Nepal's claims and its unnecessary aggression is not only spoiling the relationship, it's also creating hurdles for India's strategic preparedness against China. It's also believed that China might be involved in instigating Nepal to escalate these issues. So India wants to settle them diplomatically. Because see, KP Oli, he had even amended Nepal's constitution in 2020 to publish new maps showing Kalapani Susta as Nepalese territory. That was a very controversial move. New currency notes were published showing these areas as Nepalese territory. So India is trying to counter the anti-India sentiments and address the boundary disputes through talks and negotiations. We want mature diplomacy to prevail, but we are also mindful of the Chinese presence and influence. Because see, Nepal has joined the Belt and Road Initiative. China has rapidly expanded its investments. China has invested in hydro projects. It is building a road and rail project to link Tibet directly with Nepal, with Kathmandu and Lumbini. It has built the Pokhara International Airport. So the Chinese presence has definitely gone up, and that is something India would like to counter. But otherwise, despite these differences and issues we do have good friendship and partnership as well. For example, India is a big investor in hydropower projects. Today, Nepal is generating sufficient electricity, it's exporting it to India. India has created a common South Asia power grid connecting the BBIN nations. We take the surplus electricity from countries like Bhutan and sometimes from Nepal as well, and we supply this to Bangladesh, or India utilizes this excess power generated through hydro projects because Himalayan states like Nepal, Bhutan, they have hydropower potential. India has invested in these key projects, which you can mention in your answers as well, like West Seti, the Arun hydroelectric project, which is coming up. We have good cross-border connectivity. We are investing in new bridges, railway lines, and better access and connectivity across the border. And we're also trying to address the border security issues. Since it is an open border, plus it is highly porous, there are many natural gaps in the border. So there is a risk of infiltration of criminals, of extremist terrorist elements as well. The route has been misused by drug cartels, arms traffickers, by hostile countries like Pakistan as well to infiltrate terrorists. So India has stepped up the border security measures with coordination from Nepal's authorities and sharing of intelligence with Nepal. So security defense relations are also a top focus and priority for India. So this is about India-Nepal relations. Because of the recent elections, the topic becomes all the more important. Now coming to another important Himalayan state, that's Bhutan. Now, if you understand Nepal, Bhutan is pretty simple. This relationship is often considered as a model relationship because we barely have any differences or disputes as such. We are almost on the same page. Bhutan is also a buffer state sandwiched between India and China. But India has respected Bhutan's uniqueness. It remains a constitutional monarchy and it has a closed economic system. It believes in gross national happiness instead of GDP led growth. It does not believe in environmental destruction and polluting industries, and India respects the choice. At the same time, Bhutan has shown a lot of consideration for India's security concerns that emanate from Chinese aggression in the region. So, this relationship is built on the foundation of the 1949 treaty, under which Bhutan had outsourced its foreign policy to India. For several decades, India managed the external affairs of Bhutan until 2007. In return, India is expected to defend Bhutan from any external threats. So, this is a very unique arrangement. We also have a partially open border. Indians can enter the country without a visa. You just need a travel permit and a document, right? There is easy flow of goods. Bhutan depends heavily on India for economic support, financial assistance, for basic supplies of day to day items, and even for access to sea routes. In 2007, we upgraded the treaty, and now Bhutan conducts its own foreign policy. It's no longer guided by India, but India still has an obligation to defend the neighboring country against external threats. And Bhutan is so mindful of India's concerns that it has never established relations with any of the major powers, especially P5 countries, the five permanent members of UNSC. None of them have official ties with Bhutan. It doesn't have ties with its second neighbor, that is China. See, Bhutan has only two neighbors, India and China. And imagine the country does not have relations with one of the neighbors, that is China. It does not have ties with US or even UK, France, Russia, and most of the major powers. It has stayed away from them. This allows India to retain its influence. And that is what is really special about this relationship, where both sides have taken care of each other's concerns, each other's interests. From 1950s, we have been financing Bhutan's budget, right? The 5-year plans of Bhutan has been financed by India. Most of its infrastructure projects have been funded by India, mainly under Project Dantak, which was started by then Prime Minister Nehru. India has funded road, hydropower infrastructure projects in the country. Hydropower is one of our biggest investments, with key projects like Mangdechu, Punat Sangchu, Chuka, and others. And today, Bhutan is generating surplus electricity. This has become Bhutan's biggest export, right? It has allowed Bhutan to become financially self sufficient. And it's all because of Indian support, Indian help. But one concern we have, one major threat, is the Doklam dispute that is part of the China Bhutan border dispute. Just like India China have a border dispute, China does not recognize the border with Bhutan as well. There are three main flashpoints. One is Doklam, located near the Nathula Pass of Sikkim, at the tri-junction point of India, Bhutan, and China, and two other locations, Jakarlung and Pasamlung. So in 2017, China escalated the crisis at Doklam by carrying out an illegal road construction, which was opposed by the Indian army. Because, as I said, India is responsible to defend Bhutan. We have a constant Indian military presence. We not only train Bhutan's armed forces and supply arms and weapons, we even jointly patrol the borders with China at some places. So Indian army opposed China's illegal road construction because see, Doklam is strategically vital for India. Not only because it's close to Nathula Pass, because see, China has really stepped up its military presence in Chumbi Valley of Tibet. This V-shaped area that you see between Sikkim and Bhutan, that's Chumbi Valley of China, right? From here, the Siliguri corridor of India is just a few kilometers away, which is India's choke point. India fears if China is allowed to dominate at Doklam, it can not only access and choke Nathula Pass, it can even access Siliguri and potentially blockade Siliguri. And that's the only land access we have to northeast of India. So that has been India's fear. So this escalation has been a point of concern because right now China, Bhutan are engaged in direct boundary talks. Since 1980s, their boundary negotiations have been going on. Initially, India used to facilitate them, but now that Bhutan runs its own foreign policy, they are coming close to resolving the boundary dispute. In 2021, they worked out a three-step roadmap to fully resolve the boundary dispute at Doklam, Jakarlung, and Pasamlung. But what worries India is China trying to pressurize Bhutan to make a compromise? What if China proposes that we will give up claims at Jakarlung and Pasamlung? Keep it for yourself, but give us Doklam. This is a very real possibility which is feared by India. Because as a small nation, Bhutan may not be able to resist the pressure if it falls under Chinese pressure and accepts a compromise where it gives up Doklam in return for Jakarlung and Pasamlung. That could be dangerous, detrimental for Indian interests. That is why India closely watches the China Bhutan boundary negotiations which are going on. So, with this, you can easily answer a question. There are some more points I've added here on our connectivity development projects and people to people relations. For example, Buddhist diplomacy, as Bhutan is a Buddhist majority nation. India is financing and backing the Gelugfu Mindfulness City project. India has funded the Gelugfu airport, and there is a cross border rail link from Kokrajhar in Assam to Gelugfu, which can create opportunities for the youth of Northeast India as well. Right? This can drive close ties with Bhutan and bring opportunities for Northeast India. And India remains the biggest development partner. We provide concessional loans, aid and assistance, we finance their budget. Even today, in our foreign policy allocation, where we provide the overseas development assistance or ODA, Bhutan is the largest recipient of Indian financial assistance compared to any other country, right? So that explains why this relationship is indeed a model relationship. Clear? Now, coming to another important neighboring country, that is Afghanistan. We'll continue the discussion for a few more minutes, probably another 20-25 minutes, and then we'll take a short break. So, when you look at Afghanistan, Afghanistan not only occupies a strategic location, because see, it can give you access to Central Asia. India has great relations with Central Asia, but we can't access their resources. Why? Because Pakistan has occupied Indian territory, that is, Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Or else, we would have access to the Wakhan corridor, linking Afghanistan directly with Gilgit Baltistan. But physically, we don't have this access as Pakistan has illegally occupied the territory, thus cutting off India from Afghanistan and Central Asia. So, from an economic and strategic point of view, Afghanistan is very crucial. More importantly, to counter terrorism, because Afghan soil territory has been used by Pakistan for its proxy war against India. The conflict in Afghanistan, the presence of radical extremist groups, makes Afghanistan a focus country with regard to counterterrorism. It's very critical for regional stability as well. Now, we will focus on the re emergence of Taliban since 2021. See, when Taliban was in power in 1996 to 2001, India had cut off all relations with Taliban. Taliban also had kicked out the Indian diplomats because back then the Taliban was just a puppet of the Pakistani deep state controlled by the Pakistani army and ISI. Pakistan treated Afghanistan as its strategic depth, using Afghan territory and the border areas of Afghanistan, Pakistan to support anti India terror groups and networks, from Khalistani terror groups to Kashmir focused terror groups, from Lashkar-e-Toiba to Hizbul Mujahideen to various Khalistani terror groups. They were all sheltered in the Af-Pak border region. And the Taliban was essentially working at the behest of the Pakistani deep state. So we clearly had a hostile relationship with Taliban. But once Taliban was toppled in 2001 after the 9/11 attacks, following the American invasion, where the NATO coalition forces invaded the country, that created an opening for India. A civilian government had been installed in Afghanistan, elected government. India built very close relations with the Afghan civilian government. For the next 20 years, from 2001 to 2021, we invested heavily, up to $3 billion were invested to help rebuild and reconstruct Afghanistan, which had been destroyed by conflict from 1970s. India built the Kabul parliament. We restored the Store Palace. We built the Salma hydropower dam. We built the Zaranj Dilaram highway. India built hospitals. We funded various development initiatives, from education to rural development to capacity building. India had become the biggest reconstruction and development partner. But when Taliban came back after the US Taliban deal, the Doha peace agreement that Donald Trump worked out in 2020, it basically paved the way for American troops to be withdrawn. And it was a free pass for Taliban to topple the government and to capture power in the country. So, Taliban, though it had been weakened initially by the American invasion, it managed to revive and regroup with Pakistani support. And Eventually, in 2021, it recaptured power. So initially, Pakistan was celebrating this. Pakistan thought it was a big victory. Pakistan believed it could again control Afghan Taliban to be used against India and to use the Afghanistan soil and the border areas to breed anti India terror groups. But this time, the Taliban is slightly different. Taliban is now looking for legitimacy, it wants recognition, and it realizes that India can be a great partner. It has seen what India has done. India has pumped $3 billion in 20 years to develop Afghanistan. What did Pakistan do? It only sponsored terrorism. So Afghan Taliban realizes that. It realizes that recognition from the world's largest democracy could hold value, if at all someday, if India were to recognize the Taliban regime. So this time the Taliban has been slightly different. Though it remains a radical extremist group, it continues to target minorities, it continues to oppress women, it continues to engage in extremist activities, but still, it is at least reformed externally to some extent, meaning it has shown the willingness to protect Indian investments, to protect India's access to Afghanistan, to Indian projects, and more importantly, to not give space for Pakistan and terror groups to target India. So India has been reaching out slowly, carefully. In 2021, we shut our diplomatic missions again. We evacuated all the Indians, including the diplomats, under Operation Devi Shakti. But since then, we have been reaching out. In 2021, we established our first official contact with Taliban. We engaged with Taliban's political office in Doha, in Qatar. Then, when Afghanistan was hit by disasters, it faced a food shortage. India sent food aid and relief materials. It was hit by earthquakes and floods. India provided humanitarian assistance. And especially since last year, we are stepping up this engagement. And last year, we saw the biggest unprecedented development. We invited the Taliban foreign minister, Amir Khan Muttaqi, to visit India. Last year, India's foreign secretary met with Taliban's foreign minister in Dubai. This was the highest level engagement we had ever had with Taliban. Because the Taliban is a radical extremist group. Many of its members who are now part of the government, who are ministers in the government, they're all UN designated terrorists. Many of them have been involved in terror attacks against Indians. For example, if you look at Afghanistan's interior minister, Sirajuddin Haqqani, he heads the Haqqani network, a deadly Taliban faction supported, financed by the ISI. It was responsible for the deadly attacks, including the bombing of our embassy in Kabul, in which Indian diplomats, Indian military officers, intelligence officers were killed. It has targeted Indian workers and projects. So engaging with such a group is not easy. It's never a easy choice for India. But India had to make a pragmatic choice. We had to keep idealism away and adopt a pragmatic, realistic approach. And that's exactly what we have done. Following this, Amir Khan Muttaqi spoke to India's foreign minister, Dr. Jaishankar, after the Pahalgam attack, after Operation Sindoor. And look at the irony here. The same Taliban, which at one time was used as a terror proxy to cultivate anti India terror groups, was now condemning Pakistan for sponsoring terrorism against India. It even signaled support to India during Operation Sindoor. So, this laid the ground for the visit of Taliban's foreign minister. So, late last year, Amir Khan Muttaqi was given a red carpet welcome. And this marks our highest level engagement ever and the first ever visit of a Talibani official to India. So, does it mean we have recognized the Taliban government? Does it mean we have established formal diplomatic ties? The answer is no. There's only one country in the world which has recognized the Taliban regime, that is Russia. See, India can never grant formal recognition because that will lead to a lot of uncomfortable questions, right? From Western countries, there will be a lot of questions asked if India were to establish ties with Taliban. It remains a radical group. It has UN designated terrorists. Some of them have been involved in attacks against Indians and Indian interests. So you can't recognize such a group and establish formal ties with them. But you can work with them, you can engage with them in order to maintain your influence and your interests. So that is the balanced position we are taking on this issue. Previously, we were hostile to Taliban. Taliban was hostile to India. Now, we are more pragmatic. We are cultivating ties without official diplomatic recognition and giving them any assistance and support they require. We have been providing humanitarian assistance, capacity building programs have been started. We are giving them support in health and education and other key sectors. That's why this visit was very critical. The technical mission, which we had reopened in Kabul, has now been upgraded to a full fledged embassy again. Clear? So, this helps India to gain access back to the projects we had funded, from the parliament in Kabul to Salma hydropower dam, and more importantly, the Zaranj Dilaram highway, which is a critical link that could connect the Chabahar port with Central Asian countries. This will give us access to Afghanistan and as well as to Central Asia, allowing us to bypass Pakistan. Of course, today there are questions about access to Chabahar port because of the US Iran war, the American sanctions, and the American pressure on India. If you have seen this year's budget, India has reduced the allocation to Chabahar port to zero, though we have pumped $400 million into the project, right? And an Indian company still operates the terminal, the Shahid Behesti terminal. We have reduced the funding to zero, which means this initiative is uncertain. But if things normalize, the Chabahar route is the most viable trade route and connectivity link to connect with Afghanistan and Central Asia. So these are the investments we are trying to protect. We also have a gas pipeline project called TAPI, which was an ongoing project which has been stalled, that brings gas from Turkmenistan, which has the world's fourth largest gas reserves, from the Dolatabad gas field towards Herat, Kandahar, and into Pakistani cities like Quetta, and lands in India at the border town of Fazilka in Punjab, on the Indian side of Punjab. So we would like to protect these projects and investments. So during the foreign minister's visit, India has made a lot of new promises, new initiatives have been announced, especially in the healthcare sector. India is helping with ambulances, hospitals, medical equipment for tertiary treatment, particularly cancer and other health conditions, supply of essential medical items, support through educational initiatives, scholarships, resumption of visas. All these initiatives have been announced by India as a signal towards the people of Afghanistan, right? So India can justify this as well, that we are doing this in the interest of the people of Afghanistan, not to engage with a radical extremist group. We have even restarted the dedicated air freight corridor that provides for air cargo transport and trade through the air route. This allows bilateral trade to be sustained, at least to some extent, and allows us to bypass Pakistan. But what is really interesting today is the rivalry that has developed between Afghan Taliban and Pakistan. I told you in the previous topic when we discussed Pakistan that Taliban used to be a puppet controlled by the Pakistani army, the deep state. But today they have fallen out, they are arch rivals today. Because see, Pakistan cannot digest the fact that Afghan Taliban is seeking legitimacy and sovereignty of its own. Pakistan realized that this time Taliban will not be a mere puppet. They can't control it, they can't use it against India. And that frustration has led Pakistan to commit some big mistakes. They have mistreated the Afghan refugees and the Pashtuns. They have carried out repeated border violations to target the TTP, or the Pak Taliban, which is like a brother organization of the Afghan Taliban. So now the ceasefire has completely broken down between Pakistani government and the TTP. And Afghan Taliban, which shelters the Pak Taliban, has given full blessings to Pak Taliban to attack Pakistan. Pakistan always blames this on India. Pakistan has been accusing India from many years, from 2006 itself, that India is the one which has been sponsoring the TTP, though it has no evidence to prove that. India denies all these charges and allegations. Pakistan says the same about Baloch insurgency as well, Sindh nationalism as well, right? Without any evidence, Pakistan makes these baseless claims. But the fact is, TTP's attacks have mounted, it has increased, and now Pakistan has been retaliating with brutal military force. Pakistan recently has carried out large scale airstrikes and cross border attacks, killing several Afghan citizens, and it has invited the retaliation of Afghan Taliban. Right? Afghan Taliban has used whatever arsenal and resources it has to hit back at Pakistan, resulting in repeated clashes and conflicts. In the past 1.5 years, at least two major conflicts have taken place between them. And in geopolitics, as they say, enemy's enemy can be a friend. Right? This was Kautilya's theory as well in the Arthashastra under the Mandala theory. He advised the king to treat Ari's Ari as a mitra. And this concept of treating enemy's enemy as a friend remains very relevant in geopolitics. You see that between India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Previously, we were very close to Afghan civilian government exactly for this reason. Because the Afghan civilian government saw Pakistan as a threat. It allowed India to build closer ties with the Afghan government. Today, the Taliban as well looks at Pakistan as a threat. They are locked in a conflict with them. So it's natural for India Taliban to align together. The world might question it. There might be ethical questions. There might be questions of morality, questions of international law. That how can a democratic nation like India engage with a radical extremist group? But in geopolitics, pragmatism matters, right? You have to be realistic sometimes. You have to pursue the realpolitik approach to protect your core interests. And that's exactly what India is trying to do with Afghanistan. So you can please go through this conclusion later on. You can take a screenshot or we'll upload this PPT on our web page. The link is provided in the description box. Later, I'll share it on my Telegram channel as well in a couple of days, and you can download it from here and you can please go through the conclusion later on. So now let's move to the last few remaining neighbors. For 5 minutes, I'll just give a quick introduction, then we'll take a break, we'll come back, and then we'll resume the discussion. Now we'll quickly look at the eastern neighbors of India, Bangladesh and then Myanmar. See, Bangladesh is one of the most important neighbors because we share the longest land border with this country, stretching to 4,096 kilometers. This border is highly porous. There are many border security challenges. Because, see, the border is shared by states such as West Bengal, Assam and Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram. When you have a highly porous border, it allows cross border infiltration. So it can be misused by organized criminals engaged in drug trafficking, arms trafficking, or cattle smuggling, or those who are illegally trying to enter into India as illegal migrants. It could help insurgents, the Northeast insurgent groups, which have found safe haven in Bangladesh to keep moving between the borders. So as a result, there is a real security challenge. And to stabilize Northeast India, to counter Northeast insurgency, having good relations with Bangladesh is very, very critical. To deal with all the security problems that emanate from this long border, we need good relations with the Bangladeshi government at any cost. Doesn't matter who's in power, which party, which leader, which ideology, you need good relations with this country. Bangladesh is also our largest trading partner amongst all the neighbors in South Asia region. It's the largest trading partner of India, right? India has a lot of exports headed towards Bangladesh, and we also import certain raw materials and goods from Bangladesh. But however, we have constantly faced a big challenge in Bangladesh, largely on ideological lines. See, when Bangladesh was part of East Pakistan, there was a clear split between the Bengalis on one side and the pro Pakistan radical elements on the other side. This fundamental split is what has led to volatility in Bangladesh. Even after its liberation from Pakistan with Indian assistance, India played a direct role, a overt and covert role, to assist the Bangladesh liberation movement or the Bengali liberation movement. We even fought a war against Pakistan, splitting the country into two parts. But we have relied on one party, that is the Awami League, for friendly relations with Bangladesh. Initially, the founding father, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, shared fantastic relations with India, and then relations were going very well. But unfortunately, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was assassinated in 1975, right? By his own army, some of the radicalized sections, the pro Pakistan elements. And Bangladesh fell under military rule for several years. Then we had right wing parties such as BNP, Bangladesh Nationalist Party. These regimes, they were always pro Pakistan in their tilt, allowing radical forces to flourish, allowing ISI to operate. And Bangladesh has been a safe haven for terror groups and Northeast insurgent outfits. So every time Awami League was in power, let's say recently under Sheikh Hasina, the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina managed to come to power in 1996. There was a slight improvement in the relationship. We even signed the Ganga Water Sharing Treaty. And she came back to power in 2009 and remained in power until 2024 without losing a single election for 15 years. So Awami League government under Sheikh Hasina was the best thing to happen for India. All these concerns and threats were addressed. Northeast insurgent groups like ULFA, NSCN, NDFB, and others who had a safe haven in Bangladesh, they were decimated, they were wiped out. Border security improved, illegal migration came down. So Bangladesh was protecting India's interests and India was returning the favor. But in 2024, something unthinkable happened. Given that Sheikh Hasina was becoming an unpopular leader, she was becoming infamous as an authoritarian leader, as she was crushing her political opponents, and she was accused of even manipulating elections. Eventually, the large scale protests, the youth led protests, toppled her regime, and Sheikh Hasina had to flee the country. She sought asylum in India and she remains under Indian protection. Following this, Bangladesh came under a interim government headed by Muhammad Yunus. This interim government took up many controversial steps against India. The Muhammad Yunus's regime was vehemently anti India, aligning with anti India forces, creating immediate security threats and challenges. So, that is what we'll discuss after the break. And we'll also talk about the recent elections, the outcomes, and how India can manage this complex relationship with Bangladesh. But first, let's take a break. It's 8:30. So let's come back. Let's come back by 8:50. Maybe you can have your dinner, freshen up so that you can concentrate for the remainder of the session. The neighborhood will take most of the time, but after that, we can quickly move through other regions and bilateral relations so that we'll comprehensively cover all the key topics of international relations. So I expect you to stay with me till late in the night. It's supposed to be a big marathon session, and we'll try to complete all the key topics of IR. So I really hope till now you guys are enjoying the session, right? Please keep a book with you, note down the key points. Later, you can keep the PPT as well. I'll share it on my Telegram channel, right? And please come back at 8:50 in 20 minutes, and I'll see you later, and we'll discuss this topic and complete the neighborhood in the next half of the session. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. So, before the break, we spoke about India's neighborhood, covered important countries like China, Pakistan, and the others. So, we were talking about Bangladesh. So, let's proceed with this discussion and complete this discussion on the eastern neighbors of India. So, in Bangladesh, I was talking to you about the fundamental split in the Bangladeshi society. We always have had two factions in Bangladesh. We have the pro India nationalists who supported the liberation movement against Pakistan. And on the other side, you have the pro Pakistan radical Islamist and fundamentalist factions. The pro India nationalists have been mainly represented by parties such as the Awami League and leaders like Sheikh Hasina, her father Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and the others. Whereas the pro Pakistan elements have been radical fundamentalist groups such as the Jamaat e Islami. It is known to have close links with terror organizations and as well as with Pakistan's ISI. Even political parties such as the BNP, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, has been historically known to be a right wing party with close links with the Jamaat. So when BNP came into power for the first time back in 1991, India did have a problematic relationship with the BNP government, mainly because of its pro Pakistan policies. So even today, this divide continues to define the politics of Bangladesh and its relations with India. So the biggest concern for us after the 2024 protests, when Awami League government was toppled, Sheikh Hasina was kicked out of the country, has been the security problems and the core concerns that we have. For example, the targeting of religious minorities, fundamentalist forces with the backing of the Jamaat. They have been targeting minority communities such as Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, and the others. And this has been a serious concern for India, the well being of religious minorities. This is an issue India raised with the interim government under Muhammad Yunus. Then we also have the policy of Muhammad Yunus's regime, where Bangladesh got closer to Pakistan. The Pakistani military and intelligence establishment have been given close access. Their maritime trade link has been re established. The direct connectivity between Karachi and strategic Bangladeshi ports such as Chittagong, Mongla has been restored. Then Pakistani military and defense interaction with Bangladesh has also been stepped up. This creates a direct challenge for India. India fears that the new connection between Pakistan and Bangladesh, the renewed connectivity routes, could be used to smuggle drugs and weapons and funds into Bangladesh, from where Pakistan could wage a new covert proxy war against India, primarily targeting the northeastern states of India, which have been affected by decades of insurgency. Then we have also noticed the presence of well known terrorists, Pakistani terrorists, getting support in Bangladesh. Elements linked with Lashkar e Toiba, Jaish e Mohammed, have been frequently spotted in Bangladesh near the border areas with India, trying to instigate the people against India, trying to promote radicalism in the region. We have even seen the rising appeal for terror groups like Lashkar e Toiba, Al Qaeda, and Islamic State, which remains a deep concern for India. Then we have the growing relations of Bangladesh with Turkey, especially the interim government under Muhammad Yunus, started purchasing Turkish weapons, including the Bayraktar drones, which reportedly have been deployed near India's Siliguri corridor. As you know, Turkey has been hostile to India. It has taken a pro Pakistan position over the Kashmir issue. Even during Operation Sindoor, Turkey was one of the countries which was arming Pakistan and supporting Pakistan during the conflict. So the presence of Turkish weapons near India's strategic choke points remains a matter of deep concern. Plus, Muhammad Yunus also visited China. He invited China to play a bigger role in the Northeast. He claimed that Bangladesh is the guardian of the oceans. He essentially said Bay of Bengal belongs to Bangladesh and China can access Bangladesh to play with the seven sister states of Northeast India. So we have seen significant rise in Chinese investments under its Belt and Road Initiative. For example, China has invested in a project over the Teesta River, which is a disputed cross-boundary river, transboundary river between India and Bangladesh. China has invested in a massive submarine base, which potentially can hold Chinese submarines as well. It has invested in the Mongla port that has great strategic significance for Bay of Bengal. So this is seen as a continuation of China's encirclement of India. Then the interim government under Muhammad Yunus reportedly invited China to revive the Lal Monirhat Air Base, a World War era airbase located just a few kilometers away from India's borders. You can see how it is very close to Siliguri corridor as well. And potentially any Chinese involvement here could give China a foothold to monitor the northeast of India and even exercise leverage over Siliguri corridor. Potentially, China could have even deployed its air assets to maintain constant surveillance against India. So, as a counter, India started reviving the Kaila Shahar Air Base in Tripura, which is also a World War era airbase. We have been strengthening our military deployments, our infrastructure across the region. From Siliguri to the northeast region, our military presence, our infrastructure has significantly improved. So, this constant tug of war between India and China can be seen in Bangladesh as well. So, following this period of hostility with the interim government under Muhammad Yunus, India had downgraded the relations. We had taken a lot of measures to restrict the trade as well. We had stopped cross border trade, imposed higher tariffs. We even blocked the transshipment facility, which we had extended for Bangladeshi exports from Indian ports to third countries. So, all these measures had severely crippled the India Bangladesh relationship. Recently, the country has witnessed elections, and the BNP, under a new leader, Tariq Rahman, has managed to sweep the elections. Though BNP has been hostile and problematic in the past, India has been reaching out to the party and the new leadership. When its leader Khalida Zia passed away, India's Foreign Minister Jaishankar visited the country, offered condolences, and met Khalida Zia's son, Tariq Rahman, who later led the party to electoral victory. Because, see, India has to choose between the less of the evils. Compared to the Jamaat and the radical forces, compared to the student led National Citizen Party, which has been anti India, the student protesters formed a party of their own, the NCP, which aligned with Jamaat and was constantly issuing anti India statements. The young student leaders who led the anti Sheikh Hasina protests, they were making controversial statements about India's northeast and Siliguri corridor. They were basically trying to target India as well for giving shelter to Sheikh Hasina. So, given these options, siding with BNP was the natural choice. Because, as I said, you can't really determine which party, which leader comes to power. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, hoping for good relations. You have to learn to deal with whoever comes to power. That's a lesson we have learned over the decades. If we can engage with Taliban, we can engage with a mainstream political party like BNP, which is any day a much better option compared to other radical forces. So India has been reaching out to the new government under Tariq Rahman, hoping for a repair of the relationship. Because see, now Awami League has been completely crushed. It has not only been sidelined, it has been banned as a terrorist organization. Sheikh Hasina has been awarded the death penalty, and Bangladesh is seeking her extradition from India. So this remains a friction point. India hosting Sheikh Hasina remains a point of friction. But of course, India can't hand over a trusted friend, a friend who stood with India during difficult times. And without compromising on Sheikh Hasina, India will have to try and rebuild this relationship with the new government and the new leader. The initial signs were quite promising, as Tariq Rahman pointed out that India is a key neighbor and India's ties with Bangladesh is critical. But however, some of the pressing issues have not been addressed, and BNP has been holding back because of this. For example, Bangladesh has certain demands. It wants the Ganga Water Sharing Treaty, which is expiring this year, to be revisited and revived. The Ganga Water Sharing Treaty expires in December 2026. That makes the topic all the more important. It had provided for a water sharing arrangement, including an arrangement over the controversial Faraka barrage that Bangladesh opposes. Bangladesh believes that Faraka barrage affects the water flow and has led to environmental problems in the country. So, it has certain demands that India should immediately address, including the Ganga Water Sharing Treaty, the Teesta Water Dispute, which is pending from a very long time. The Teesta Water Sharing Agreement, though it was finalized in 2011-12, it was never signed because of the political pressure from West Bengal. Because see, water is an emotive subject. Teesta is a lifeline in West Bengal. It's critical for Bangladesh as well. But due to political pressure from West Bengal, be it the UPA government under Manmohan Singh or the BJP led NDA under Prime Minister Modi, neither governments have been able to go ahead and sign the Teesta Water Sharing Treaty. So Bangladesh expects some progress on these key water sharing agreements. Because see, India Bangladesh share 54 transboundary rivers, including the Ganga, Brahmaputra, the Teesta, Feni, Barak, and many more. So resolving these issues can have a positive impact. Plus the issue of illegal migration, which has become a political issue in India, especially in border states like West Bengal, Assam, where it has even led to insurgencies in the past. For example, insurgency in Assam, in Meghalaya, and as well as in Tripura is directly connected to large influx of illegal migrants from neighboring Bangladesh. And during recent elections in Assam and West Bengal, illegal migration was one of the core issues that has been politicized by political parties. So, India has adopted a very aggressive posture against illegal migration, where alleged Bangladeshi illegal migrants are being forcefully pushed in. It's called border push ins, where the BSF is pushing back illegal migrants. And this is not entirely legal, and that's not the diplomatic way of handling things. In case of illegal migration, you have to take the official diplomatic route. First, you have to identify the illegal migrants, prove that they are from the other country entering India illegally, and the other country should accept them as their citizens. And then you have to deport them if the other country is willing to accept that. But Bangladesh has its reservations about India's allegations of illegal migration and the forceful push ins by the BSF and some of the border killings which have taken place has become a new point of friction affecting the ties with the new government. And of course, there is the China factor. See, generally, the trend is that whenever a new leader comes to power in South Asia, they first choose to visit India. This is a symbolic message that they prioritize ties with India. Tariq Rahman was also supposed to visit India, but the visit has not happened, which is a clear sign that some of the key issues have not been addressed and the friction remains. And according to reports, Tariq Rahman is all set to visit China and Malaysia in the coming week. In the last week of June, Tariq Rahman is visiting Malaysia and China, not India. So, this itself sends a clear message, a clear signal that even after the elections and a new government and a new leadership, even though India had reached out to Tariq Rahman and the BNP, we have not been able to bring the relationship back on track because of these pressing issues which are not addressed. So, the lesson here is that India should tone down its internal rhetoric and the politicization of the issue of illegal migration. Yes, it's an important issue, but you can't deal with it in this manner, right? Where you pin the entire blame on the neighboring country and push them to accept the entire responsibility, right? It requires a diplomatic solution. It requires improved border security, better growth and development in Bangladesh. But targeting people on the grounds that they are illegal migrants without establishing this through a proper exercise and pushing them back across the border could create bad blood. And domestic politics will end up impacting your foreign relations, and this will compromise your national interests. Because compared to Muhammad Yunus, compared to the radical factions like Jamaat and the NCP, parties like BNP are a better bet. Though historically BNP has been pro Pakistan and closely linked with radical forces, India has leverage and influence to pull such parties to the mainstream and ensure that our interests are protected. Because you can't decide which party, which leader comes to power. You have to learn to deal with whoever comes to power. That's why I said if we can deal with Taliban in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, if we can deal with Myanmar's military regime, then why can't you deal with BNP? But for that, India will have to show a bigger heart as the bigger neighbor, as the leader of the region. India will have to show a, a goodwill gesture and expect Bangladesh to reciprocate. Because sometimes you can't expect immediate reciprocity, right? Especially when you're dealing with smaller neighbors who might be insecure. There has always been a complaint in South Asia that India acts like a regional hegemon, like a big brother, imposing itself on others. There is a need to correct that image. So now let's talk about another important eastern neighbor, which is Myanmar. There are some interesting developments. Recently, the new president of Myanmar visited India. That's why the topic becomes very, very important. Myanmar also has gone through elections, and the civil war in this country has a direct impact on India. Now, Myanmar is like a bridge that connects India with Southeast Asia. It's a gateway to link Northeast India with Southeast Asian markets like Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam, and the others. This can bring opportunities for Northeast India, increase Northeast exports, create opportunities for the youth. It can even drive investments from Southeast Asian markets towards Northeast India. So, Myanmar is not just a neighboring country of India where neighborhood first policy applies. It is also a Southeast Asian country that's a member of ASEAN, the only ASEAN member sharing a direct border with India, where Act East policy will also apply. So, when you look at the policy focus in Myanmar, neighborhood first policy also applies as Myanmar is a neighboring country, and Act East policy will also apply as it's a ASEAN member. So, under the Look East, Act East policy, Southeast Asian countries have been a top focus and a priority for India. And Myanmar is that bridge, that gateway that links us with rest of the Southeast Asian countries. Our Look East, Act East policy begins with Myanmar. So that's the reason why engaging with Myanmar is very critical, irrespective of what happens inside the country. We share a 1,643-kilometer border that is very, very sensitive. It's a highly porous border with difficult terrain and natural gaps. This has enabled cross border infiltration. It has enabled organized crime involving drug trafficking, arms trafficking, wildlife trafficking, even human trafficking. The Northeast insurgents who have support across the border in Myanmar. They have taken shelter in Myanmar, which becomes a major security challenge for India. And also, Myanmar is part of the Golden Triangle region, which is a hub of drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and all sorts of criminal activity, including the latest trend of cyber scams. Myanmar has emerged as a hub of digital frauds and cyber scams. And this remains a serious concern for India, the security challenges that are present. So, securing this border is dependent on relations with Myanmar. But Myanmar has had a difficult political history. Since 1962, the country has seen decades of military rule, ruled by the military junta. Myanmar's military is known as the Tatmadaw. It toppled the democratic government, captured power, and until 2010, it ran a military dictatorship, crushing any pro democracy movement. For example, in 1980s, Myanmar's most popular pro-democracy leader, Aung San Suu Kyi, led a widespread pro-democracy movement, which was brutally crushed, and she was placed under house arrest. It's because of her role in championing democracy that she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Later, Myanmar was brought under Western sanctions. Western countries, led by US, European Union, they've targeted Myanmar with sanctions. Eventually, Myanmar transitioned into a democracy. It made a brief experiment. From 2010 to 2015, it turned into a partial democracy where some constitutional reforms were introduced, but still the military held the key power. In the new parliament that was set up in 2010, most seats were for military members. But since this was not a complete transition to democracy, Western sanctions were not lifted. Western sanctions continued on Myanmar. Finally, under the pressure of Western sanctions in 2015, Myanmar introduced full fledged constitutional reforms, introducing electoral democracy again in the country. So this time, the National League for Democracy, the NLD, led by Aung San Suu Kyi, won the elections. So for 5 years, Myanmar remained as an elected democracy. But however, the military, the Tatmadaw, has always remained in control. The Tatmadaw has had close links with radical Buddhist factions because Myanmar is a Buddhist majority nation. There are few radical Buddhist groups that have often targeted ethnic groups and religious minorities. So, for many decades, Myanmar has dealt with ethnic insurgencies and religious minorities like Rohingyas. They have been targeted by radical Buddhists and as well as by the military, resulting in large scale human rights violations. And Rohingyas are considered as one of the most persecuted communities in the world, even by the United Nations, triggering a huge refugee crisis. And Rohingya refugees have been received by Bangladesh, India, Thailand, Malaysia, and the others. Historically, Rohingyas were from the Chittagong Cox's Bazar area, which is in today's Bangladesh. But since 1960s, Myanmar has declared them as stateless, not accepting them as citizens, and placing that responsibility on Pakistan first and then on Bangladesh. So this has remained a persistent issue. So India has learned to engage with the military regime. Since Myanmar is critical to stabilize the Northeast, to counter Northeast insurgency, to secure the border, to deal with organized crime, and more importantly, Myanmar was used by China. China has constantly used Myanmar for its covert proxy war against India. China has been funding Northeast insurgent groups like NSCN, ULFA, and other factions by creating safe havens in Myanmar. So, to counter China, to stabilize the Northeast, it was absolutely necessary for India to work with Myanmar. So, from decades, we have followed a realistic policy with Myanmar. We ignore the democratic violations. Though we make statements about it, we never criticize the military regime openly. Though we call for protection of human rights and we try to support democratic transition, we don't condemn them, we don't criticize the military directly, and we have never followed the Western sanctions. Right? Generally, we don't follow unilateral sanctions, and India has maintained very close ties with the Tatmadaw. We have even given them funds, invested in key projects, supplied arms and weapons. We have even trained their armed forces, conducted joint missions and operations as well. So India does enjoy very close links, but since 2021, the country has again descended into a civil war. In 2021, the military, which feared losing control as democracy was becoming popular, NLD was again winning the elections. The military nullified the elections and reimposed military rule and carried out a military coup again. The NLD was toppled from power, all the political parties were crushed, and the military re established its dictatorship. So, following this, the political groups and the pro democracy forces they declared a war against the military. They all united to form a national unity government and they aligned with the ethnic insurgent groups and the ethnic armed organizations to form the People's Defense Forces, which have been fighting against the Myanmar's military junta. Since then, the country descended into a civil war. The ethnic armed groups have made a lot of gains, territorial gains. They've defeated the military in several key locations, especially in strategic border areas, the border towards India, towards China. Critical locations, border checkposts, and key infrastructure projects have been taken over by the rebel groups. And today, Myanmar is on the verge of breaking up. According to reports, hardly one fifth of the country is under the control of Myanmar's military. Rest are controlled by the opposition forces and the ethnic rebel groups and the armed organizations. So the country has splintered. And despite this, the military went ahead and held elections in areas under its control. In these recent elections, as expected, the military backed party has won the elections again. Now, before I talk about the new leadership and how ties might develop, I want you to take a look at the implications for India. See, as long as instability continues in Myanmar, this is detrimental to India's security interests because this has led to a huge influx of refugees and illegal migrants into border states like Manipur and Mizoram. Because, see, in the Northeast region, several ethnic groups are connected with ethnic groups in Myanmar. For example, the Mizos are linked with the Chin community. The Kukis in Manipur are linked with Zomi community. Nagas are found on both sides of the border. So they have received a lot of refugees and illegal migrants. And also the latest ethnic violence in Manipur between the Metis, the majority Metis, and the Kuki Zozomi community is directly connected to the scale of refugee crisis and illegal migration happening from Myanmar to India. So India's internal ethnic problems in states like Manipur is directly connected to the developments happening in Myanmar. Plus, we have seen an increase in smuggling and trafficking of contraband or illegal banned substances like drugs, drones, arms, and weapons. So, trafficking has increased. It creates a fertile ground for anti India insurgent groups to try and revive by setting up bases across the border. Plus, it weakens our effort to counter Chinese influence. And more importantly, our critical connectivity projects which have been going on from many years under the Look East Act East policy, they have been delayed. Take, for example, the Kaladan multimodal transit transport project, which is supposed to give us alternate access to Northeast India by setting up a maritime link with a strategic Sitwe port developed by India and using an inland navigation route over the Kaladan River to transport the goods through a road network into Mizoram. On the other side, India has recently approved a major project from Meghalaya, from Shillong to Aswal, a new highway. So this creates alternate routes which can help us bypass Siliguri and overcome the weakness that we have at Siliguri corridor by creating alternate routes to connect with northeastern markets. But this project is hanging in the balance because this region here, the Rakhine state, has been completely destabilized because of the Rohingya crisis first and then the civil war. Then another ambitious project we have pursued under Look East Act East policy is the IMT Trilateral Highway, India, Myanmar, Thailand Trilateral Highway. This is also partially completed. It connects Moreh, a key border town, a trading town in Manipur, with Mandalay, Yangon, and Mesot in Myanmar and Thailand, respectively. So this project is also half completed, and the instability and the crisis is delaying these projects. Now, on the other hand, look at what China has been doing. China has stepped up its presence and influence, especially through the Belt and Road Initiative. The China Myanmar Economic Corridor, CMEC, is a key component of Belt and Road Initiative. China has linked its Yunnan province from Kunming to major cities in Myanmar like Mandalay, Yangon through road and rail projects. It has even built oil pipelines and is working with Myanmar to extract hydrocarbons in Bay of Bengal. More importantly, China has developed the strategic Kyokfu port that gives China direct access to Bay of Bengal. This is also seen as part of its string of pearls strategy to encircle India, right? Potentially, this can allow China to monitor India's activities. There is a group of islands called Coco Islands near Andaman Nicobar. Reportedly, Myanmar has leased them to China, where China maintains surveillance facilities to monitor India's military activities. Because in Bay of Bengal and along the east coast of India and in Andaman Nicobar, we have major strategic facilities located, be it ISRO's launchpad at Sriharikota or the naval base at Vishakhapatnam, which is the home base for our nuclear powered submarines, or the missile test range on APJ Abdul Kalam Island in Odisha at Balsore, or the Tri Service Command that we have at Andaman Nicobar. All these strategic installations come under China's monitoring capabilities. Plus, it allows China to bypass Malacca Strait Through CMEC project, it can directly access Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean, and it helps China to reduce its dependency on Malacca Strait. So exactly as CPEC allows China to bypass Malacca, gain direct access to Arabian Sea and Persian Gulf. Similarly, the China Myanmar Economic Corridor allows China to bypass Malacca and access the Indian Ocean. So China gains a big strategic advantage. And that is the challenge we face in Myanmar. So now, the recent elections that were held, it was more of a fraud exercise. As expected, the party backed by the military, known as USDP, the Union Solidarity Development Party, has won the elections, but it is entirely made up of former military leaders. It's dominated by the military junta itself, by the Tatmadaw. As soon as the party won the election, General Min Aung Hlaing, he stepped down and he has assumed the office of the president. Essentially, the former military dictator, he has now legitimized himself through the elections, the so-called elections, where the military-backed party has won and he has appointed himself as the president. So this is where the controversy comes up, that whether the transition was genuine or is it just a staged exercise where the military is indirectly controlling the government. So this creates a troubling question for India. How do we engage with such a country? Right? Can we just ignore the human right violations and the constitutional democratic violations? Or do we focus on pragmatism? So this has been a challenge since 1962. And each time, India has chosen the path of pragmatism and realism. In order to counter China, to protect the borders in the northeast region, to counter insurgency and the security threats, Myanmar is absolutely critical. So India has largely chosen to ignore the violations, though we urge Myanmar to protect human rights, to focus on democratic transition. We don't impose it, and we definitely don't blame the military for the problems. Right? Instead, we have built very close ties with the military regime. So no wonder the new president chose to visit India first. And this itself is a big diplomatic win for India. Because see, India has been in touch with the opposition groups, the National Unity Government and the rebel groups as well. So the military leadership realizes that working with India is critical to handle its own civil war. Even before visiting China or any other country, the new president, the former military dictator, chose to visit India just a few weeks back in the last week of May and the first week of June. Myanmar's new president was in India, and that's a big symbolic message. During this visit, the president was given a warm welcome by the Indian government and key agreements were signed. Myanmar has made a commitment to enhance border security cooperation, to deal with cross border infiltration, to tackle organized crime. Then both sides have made a fresh commitment to complete the pending connectivity projects. India is also very keen to explore the mineral and the energy resources of Myanmar. It's believed that Myanmar is blessed with few critical minerals and rare earths, and as well as it has hydrocarbon deposits in Bay of Bengal. And that is something India would like to jointly explore. So instead of isolating the country, India has preferred to engage with any institution which comes to power, be it a democratically elected party like National League for Democracy or the military regime. We are comfortable with working with whoever comes to power. So this is seen as a big success of Indian diplomacy. Because see, unlike Nepal, unlike Bangladesh, or unlike Sri Lanka, where we have depended on one party, one leader, this is one country where India has been very practical, worked with anyone who comes to power, and protected its core interests. So this is also a mark of the success of our neighborhood first and act east policy. So this topic becomes all the more important because of Myanmar's recent elections and the visit of the president, the new president, to India. India is the first country that the new president has visited. So on the ground of these developments, Myanmar is very, very crucial. Now, another theme here that you can identify is a possible question, a combined question on recent elections in South Asia. Three neighboring countries, all countries going through crisis and volatility. and they have seen recent elections and change in leadership. So this can be one combined question, right? UPSC might ask you, the recent political instability in neighboring countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Myanmar has come to an end with recent elections. So, what does the change in government mean for India? What challenges do we perceive? How does India go forward to engage with the new governments? On these lines, a question can be asked. So, kindly identify this as one of the themes. And as we have discussed, please prepare for this topic. So, I'll give you some ready made points, some ready to use content, if at all there is such a question asked. So, if there is such a question about the elections in Myanmar, Nepal, and Bangladesh, you have to set up a debate here. On one side, you'll identify the democratic backsliding seen in these countries. You have to identify the local resentment, the anger, the frustration of the local people, right? The protests in Bangladesh, the Gen Z protests in Nepal, the civil war in Myanmar. You find a common theme, a common strand that connects them. At the same time, the weakening of democracy, the mobilization of extremist fundamentalist forces, influence of China, and the increasing role of unelected institutions and militaries. In Bangladesh as well, Bangladeshi army played a big role post the exit of Sheikh Hasina. In Nepal as well, once KP Sharma Oli's government was toppled, Nepal's army played a big role to assist the interim government to hold the elections. So, are we seeing a militarization of our neighboring nations? Are we seeing unelected institutions playing a bigger role? Like interim governments are not elected governments. So the interim governments in Bangladesh, for example, in Nepal, for example, played a big role in transitioning the country towards fresh elections. So that is the theme you can explore. You can discuss these points. Maybe go country by country, point out these common trends, and identify the challenges and opportunities for India. So this can be a very good 15-mark question. So here I have listed all the implications coming from this development, right? So the chaos and instability and the recent elections in these three neighboring nations, they have the following implications for us. So what we want is political stability. We want cooperation from neighbors to counter terrorism, to tackle cross-border threats, and counter Chinese influence and expand our trade and investment opportunities. These are the priority areas for us under neighborhood first and act east policy. So if you can bring these points together and build a good answer based on what we have covered, I think that will address the demand of such a question. Now we'll move to another region. We look at the Indian Ocean region, which is India's strategic backyard. We'll take a quick look at India's priorities in the region. We'll look at neighbors like Sri Lanka, Maldives, and important countries like Mauritius. What new developments are in the news and from where questions can be picked? Because this is another area from where regular questions have come. And in the last year, we have some big developments from this region as well. So now let's move to the Indian Ocean region. India considers this to be its own strategic backyard, meaning India would like to be the predominant influence across the Indian Ocean because India's economic stability and security is directly tied to the stability of Indian Ocean. We share such a long coastline stretching 11,000 kilometers with two island territories, Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar. Historically, from ancient times to medieval times, India has exercised a great deal of influence through maritime trade routes and cultural exchange across this region. Even today, we maintain those connections. So that's why India's vision is to act as the net security provider for the Indian Ocean region. Meaning, we would like to guarantee economic security and as well as maritime security for countries across the Indian Ocean region. India would like to be the first responder for any crisis in the Indian Ocean countries, be it an economic crisis like the one we saw in Sri Lanka, be it a disaster like the cyclone that recently hit Sri Lanka, or be it a security crisis which could affect maybe Maldives, or be it a natural disaster or impact of climate change, any threat, any challenges. faced by these small nations, India would like to rush to their assistance and be the first to respond, first to assist, so that we emerge as the net security provider. That's how you keep external competition out. If you are the first responder helping these small, weak, vulnerable nations, they will not look for outside help. They'll not ask China or US or some other power for assistance. They know that India is there to help them and they will come to India for assistance. And that establishes our preeminent position in the Indian Ocean and our dominant influence across the region. So, in line with this vision, in 2015, the Modi government launched the Sagar Doctrine, security and growth for all in the region, that guarantees economic security and maritime security. This has recently been upgraded. Last year, PM Modi announced the upgradation of Sagar Doctrine to Mahasagar Doctrine, mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions. If Sagar Doctrine applied only for Indian Ocean region, now Mahasagar Doctrine applies for entire Indo-Pacific. It goes beyond Indian Ocean, covering even the Pacific region as well, Southeast, East Asia, and the South Pacific region as well. So India's vision has really expanded and it allows India to exercise its influence, protect its interests, and counter China across the Indo Pacific. We also have initiatives like Indo Pacific Oceans Initiative. It's an India led initiative started in 2019 to bring like minded countries together in Indo Pacific to work on stabilizing the Indo Pacific. India launched this initiative at the East Asia Summit. Then we have neighborhood first policy that applies in neighboring countries like Sri Lanka and Maldives. They are also South Asian countries. We share maritime borders with them. So these are the policies of India that apply towards the Indian Ocean region. Now, why is this water body so critical? As I said, this is the lifeline of our economy and stability and national security. A large part of our trade passes through it. India has several ports on the coastline, and 95% of our exports and imports passes through it. A large part of global oil supplies and as well as global trade passes through Indian Ocean. It's one of the most important sea lane of communication. And you can see in the map how the Indian Ocean is bound by choke points, be it Hormuz Strait near Iran or Bab el Mandeb near Gulf of Aden, Mozambique Channel in East Africa, or Malacca Strait near Singapore. There are multiple choke points. So India's trade with Southeast East Asia depends on Malacca. India's trade with Africa is very vulnerable because this region is also affected by piracy. India's trade with West Asia, Europe, and North Africa depends on Bab el Mandeb, Hormuz, Red Sea, and Suez Canal. And this region is very badly affected by war and conflict. So there are multiple threats that could destabilize the region and directly hurt India's economic interests. That's why Indian Ocean acquires so much significance. Now, when you look at Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka occupies a central location and its strategic ports are very crucial for global trade, especially the Colombo port. So you see intense India China competition over here. Historically, we have had a complicated relationship with Sri Lanka, mainly because of the Tamil issue, how Tamil minorities historically were oppressed, targeted, that triggered the Tamil insurgency, the Tamil militancy led by groups such as LTTE. The civil war in Sri Lanka, especially from 1980s to 2009, had decimated the country, and India was accused of sponsoring Tamil militant groups such as LTTE. So there was an era where India Sri Lanka ties were very complicated. We were quite hostile as well at some points in 70s and 80s. But today things are slightly different. Recently, we had a new government in 2024. The JVP party under Anura Kumara Dissanayake won the elections, and the new government has adopted a very balanced approach towards India. Because previously, Sri Lanka had a very controversial leadership under the Rajapaksa brothers. Mahinda Rajapaksa, who ruled Sri Lanka from 2005 to 15. Then his brother, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who became the president from 2019 to 2022. Both the Rajapaksa brothers were known for their pro China and anti India position. They not only got closer to China by joining the Belt and Road Initiative and allowed China to take up strategic projects such as Hambantota Port, the Colombo Port, and the East Container Terminal at Colombo Port, and as well as critical initiatives focused on road and rail infrastructure and Matala Airport. So China made a big presence for itself. Chinese submarines and research vessels, which can carry out espionage, have been frequently allowed by Sri Lankan governments in the past to pose a direct threat to India. So thankfully, the new government under Anura Kumara Dissanayake has departed from this approach because Rajapaksa brothers, they ruined the Sri Lankan economy. In 2022, Sri Lanka faced a devastating economic crisis because of pure economic mismanagement. The country was pushed into a debt crisis by the Rajapaksa brothers. It lost its forex reserves in just paying the foreign debt. It saw massive inflation, imports came to a halt, and the economy crashed. Following this, the people rebelled and they kicked out the Rajapaksa brothers from power. So Sri Lanka also saw a similar crisis where a government was thrown out, just like what happened in Nepal, Bangladesh, etc. Following this, India responded. And in 2022, India was the first nation to provide immediate financial support. And over the next 3 4 years, we have pumped $4 billion worth of financial assistance. We have extended some of the pending loans. We have given fresh lines of credit. Fresh concessional loans have been provided. Even some grant and aid was provided. India has even arranged a currency swap arrangement. So, because of all these assistance that India provided, Sri Lanka managed to overcome the crisis under the interim government. India strengthened the ties. We won critical projects, built our strategic presence. And today, India is in a much better position in Sri Lanka. Now, with the new government, India has been able to continue this progress. And Anura Kumara Dissanayake visited India back in 2024. And last year, PM Modi also visited the country. So that makes the topic very important. So during Anura Kumara Disanayake's visit to India, he promised that Sri Lanka will not play India versus China. Unlike previous governments like Rajapaksa government, he committed that both India and China are important, that Sri Lanka would maintain a balance. And that's exactly what India wants. See, we can't tell a sovereign nation not to have relations with China. Let them have ties with China as long as they are balanced, as long as they can protect our core interests, as long as they don't allow China to threaten our strategic and security interests, we are fine with it. And that's exactly what the new leadership has promised, and they are delivering as well. For example, we are reviving our Buddhist diplomacy as Sri Lanka is a majority Buddhist nation. Anura Kumara Dissanayake visited Bodh Gaya. By the way, even Myanmar's president visited Bodh Gaya. So it shows the role of Buddhist diplomacy in Indian foreign policy. This can also be a mains question. Our Buddhist diplomacy works with multiple nations in Asia, right? We leverage this with Nepal, with Bhutan, with Myanmar, with Sri Lanka, with all Southeast and East Asian countries, from Japan to South Korea to China as well, to Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore. And it works in Central Asian countries as well, where you find presence and historical traces of Buddhism from Kazakhstan to Tajikistan to Uzbekistan. So Buddhism is something that we leverage in our diplomacy very actively. With Sri Lanka, we are developing the Buddhist circuit and the Ramayana circuit. where the pilgrimage sites are being linked and connected. And recently, we have launched direct ferry services to improve cross border passenger and goods movement. The cross border ferry link had been suspended because of the ethnic conflict. But recently, we have restarted the ferry services between Rameshwaram and Talaimanar and from Nagapattinam to Kankesenturai. This will hugely benefit the people of Tamil Nadu and the Tamil community that you find in the northern province and the eastern province of Sri Lanka. This is where the Tamil minorities are concentrated. In northern province around Jaffna and in eastern province around Trincomalee. So India has re-established those connectivity links, and during PM Modi's visit last year, several initiatives have been announced. For example, one of the long pending power projects at Sampur in eastern Sri Lanka, which is again primarily a Tamil autonomous province. India has built a solar power project. India has started initiating the groundwork for this project led by NTPC. India had to fight for a number of years for this project. We're also reviving the Trincomalee port and the oil tank farms located at Trincomalee port. These are World War era oil tank farms built by the British, which are outdated. They are closely linked to our energy partnership between India and Sri Lanka. So we are revamping the oil tank farms at Trincomalee port. Along with that, we have rolled out India's unique digital identity project. We are assisting other countries today with sharing of our digital public infrastructure, which is nothing but the jam trinity. How India built a unique identification number through Aadhaar and linked it with your mobile number and your bank account. And this created a seamless governance network, a digital framework to provide e governance and public services. This helps tackle corruption, provide more efficient public services. And today, India is exporting this model as part of development diplomacy. We are helping global south countries, poor developing underdeveloped nations, to implement India's digital public infrastructure. And along with this, we are rolling out UPI, the digital payment interface. So Sri Lanka is one of the countries where UPI has been rolled out. Then India funded many other projects. You can see the list over here, including a key railway line, the Mahao Omanthai railway line in central Sri Lanka that links the northern southern railway networks. So many such key projects have been funded and started by India. So this has re-established our presence and influence, and to some extent counter Chinese influence. But one concern remains that every now and then Chinese military vessels and spy vessels, they keep docking at Hambantota and Colombo, posing a direct security threat to India. Coming to Maldives, Maldives has again been a big challenge in the last few years. See, Maldives is a very small island nation, an archipelago of atolls spread across the northern and southern hemisphere. It crosses the equator, stretches all the way from the tip of Lakshadweep and goes beyond the equator into southern hemisphere. It's made up of thousands of small atolls, right, that sit on the Chagos Lakadiv ridge. And it's a very small nation with limited resources. It's very vulnerable with regard to rising sea levels and climate change. It faces a lot of security threats as well. So Maldives historically has depended heavily on India since its independence from 1965 to 2012. It shared a fantastic relationship with India, be it under Maumoon Gayoom, who ruled the country like a dictator from 1970s to 2008, or be it under Mohammad Nasheed, when Maldives transitioned into a democracy and was led by a pro India party, the Maldives Democratic Party. We enjoyed a fantastic relationship. India assisted the country during the 2004 tsunami. We even carried out a foreign military intervention under Operation Cactus in 1988. when Maldives was threatened by a Tamil militant group from Sri Lanka. A Tamil militant group called PLOTE attacked the Momun Gayoom government, threatening to take over Maldives. India was the one which rushed military assistance, carried out Operation Cactus. In a tri service operation, Indian armed forces managed to successfully neutralize the militants and saved the Maldivian government and the president. So, India has always been there as a first responder, as a net security provider. But from 2012 to 2018, and from 2024 to 25, or 23 to 24, this period has been a very difficult period because of anti India leaders who managed to come into power. In 2012, the pro India MDP government led by Mohammad Nasheed was toppled in a very illegal manner, and Yamin Qayyum emerged as a leader of the interim government. He remained in power after winning the subsequent elections until 2018. He was known for his anti India sentiments and pro China position. So China's influence was very evident from 2011-12 period. China played a major role here to instill those anti India sentiments and promote these politicians and parties that build their vote bank on anti India sentiments. So during this period, many projects handled by India were cancelled, given to Chinese companies. For example, the Malé airport, which was being built by an Indian company, was handed over to China. Then China extended its Belt and Road Initiative. Maldives even leased an entire island for the Belt and Road Initiative. So today, China has built a runway and a port on the Fedu Finolu Island, which can potentially be a dual use facility. It can serve a military purpose to encircle India, and it's seen as part of String of Pearls strategy of China. Then, after 2018, we saw the return of a pro India leader. The MDP came back to power under Ibrahim Soleh. India immediately rebuilt the relations. We even funded a $500 million project, the Greater Malay Connectivity Project, to interlink four key islands with the capital, Malé, by building a sea bridge. So, such a complex, expensive project is being funded and taken up by India. And we stepped up our defense military relations because these countries depend on India for military support. But recently, we faced a big challenge with Mohammad Muizu, who came to power in 2023 on his anti India campaign. He aligned with Yamin Qayyum, who had promoted anti India sentiments, opposing Indian military presence in Maldives. I told you, right? India provides the key military defense support. So, India has donated the Dhruv helicopters and as well as the Dornier reconnaissance planes and several naval vessels, patrol craft, etc., to help patrol and protect the exclusive economic zone of Maldives. So, to maintain the Indian military equipment, Indian military personnel were deployed. So, Yamin Qayyum had raised an issue with it. He had even refused to extend the visa of Indian military officers. Later, his political partner, Mohammad Muizu, when he contested the 2023 elections, he made this the central issue of the entire election to remove Indian troops, to remove Indian military equipment. And as soon as he came to power, he cultivated the anti India sentiments, pushing the India out campaign. He visited China, he visited Turkey, signed very controversial deals with them, and emerged as a major anti India leader. But very quickly, Mohammad Muizu realized that Maldives cannot sustain without Indian financial aid and support. The Maldivian economy is very vulnerable. It depends only on tourism and fisheries. It has very limited sources of revenue. Every now and then, it faces a liquidity crisis. It is India which is the first responder that always helps Maldives by providing a credit facility. India has created a permanent standby credit facility through the RBI, providing a currency swap arrangement and concessional loans through which the Maldivian economy can survive. Plus, Indian tourists are a big source of revenue. So, after realizing that Indian financial assistance and overall good ties with India is critical, Mohammad Moizu today has changed his approach towards India. Despite all the outrage in the context of hashtag boycott Maldives campaign, India has managed to rebuild the relationship through clever and tactful diplomacy. You might remember when PM Modi visited Lakshadweep and promoted Lakshadweep, there was a lot of hate that came on social media from Maldivian ministers and some social media users from Maldives, targeting the PM and India using abusive language. This triggered a outrage on Indian social media, and, and Indians started boycotting Maldives, canceling their trips, and it had a real economic impact. But despite this, India has managed to revive the relationship mainly by stepping in to assist Maldives as it faced a severe financial crunch. In the last couple of years, India has provided up to $750 million worth assistance. India has given a currency swap arrangement with an additional support through the SARC currency swap framework. And now, Mohammad Moizu has turned around, stopped his anti India rhetoric, and he has been working in line with Indian interests. So India has continued its supporting role, developmental role. India has completed the construction of a key runway at the Hanimadu International Airport. We have donated a Coast Guard vessel, Huravi, which was upgraded and retrofitted. Plus, the RuPay card has been rolled out. India has built affordable houses to help the poor people in Maldives. Right? We have given a fresh line of credit during PM Modi's visit. Last year, PM Modi was invited as a chief guest to be part of the National Day celebrations in Maldives. And we have started the negotiations for a free trade agreement. And more importantly, India has even donated the Bhishma cubes under Arogya Maitri initiative. These are self contained health units that can be deployed in disaster zones or war and conflict zones to provide immediate medical assistance, first aid, and to carry out life saving surgeries. These are indigenously developed medical cubes that we are donating to many friendly countries. We have given it to Ukraine, we have given it to Maldives, and many other nations. So, right now, India Maldives relationship is back on track. And this is the success of India's neighborhood first and the Mahasagar doctrine. Coming to Mauritius, another vital country in the Indian Ocean. See, Mauritius is critical because of two reasons. One, 70% of its population is of Indian origin, Indian descent. Because when the British started the indentured labor system to replace African slavery, this is where the first batch of Indian migrant workers were taken in 1834. The day is still marked in Mauritius as Apravasi Day, the day on which Indian migrant workers arrived in Port Louis. The location, the Apravasi Ghat, is a national monument and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Our freedom struggle is also closely interlinked. The Mauritius freedom movement was inspired by Gandhian ideals. Mahatma Gandhi, before he entered India, he had visited Mauritius once. His work in South Africa and in the British colonies here had become quite popular. Though Mahatma Gandhi could not lead the freedom movement, he had sent his disciple, Barrister Manilal Doctor. So the freedom movement of Mauritius was inspired by Gandhian principles and Gandhian ideals of ahimsa and satyagraha. So there is a direct bond that connects us. The strong Indian community, the close Hindu linkages, that is something that binds the two nations. And as you can see, it occupies a strategic location. It's a gateway to Africa, right? It essentially gives us a launch pad for our African diplomacy. Recently, we have signed a free trade agreement in 2021, the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Partnership Agreement, stepping up our trade relations. And it's the first FTA that India has signed with the African country. One recent issue which is in the news, which can make Mauritius important, is the Chagos dispute. The Chagos group of islands, the Chagos archipelago, has been at the center of a dispute between United Kingdom and Mauritius. Though Mauritius eventually became independent, Britain retained its control over the Chagos group of islands as British Indian Ocean territory, as an overseas territory. This is where the strategic Diego Garcia is located, which the British leased to the Americans, where US has set up one of the biggest naval bases, and it's a forward operating base for American forces towards West Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. It has been in the news in the Iran war context. Iran tried targeting Diego Garcia by trying to launch a couple of ballistic missiles towards it. And Mauritius has been trying to claim it back. It has opposed the imperial colonial control, though decolonization has happened. Right? Britain never decolonized Chagos. So this was at the center of an international dispute, reaching International Court of Justice and the UN. And finally, in 2025, UK signed a deal to hand over Chagos to Mauritius. But Britain will retain Diego Garcia by paying $136 million per year as a lease amount, and it will allow US to retain its naval base. But recently, Donald Trump has raised a big controversy. After Britain agreed to this deal and transferred the sovereignty of Chagos to Mauritius and leased the island, just Diego Garcia was leased for security reasons. Despite this, Donald Trump has made controversial statements criticizing the deal, criticizing Britain, and he has been pushing Britain to take back Chagos. He has said US will assist if required and US will never give up Diego Garcia. So this has ignited the controversy again, and it drags India right in the middle. Why? Because Mauritius expects support from India. We did support the claim of Mauritius against UK, but if Donald Trump tries to revive this, it's an unnecessary issue. It is a sorted issue because it will not impact the American naval base at Diego Garcia. It will not affect the British American NATO military presence. But despite this, the American exertion, right? If it leads Britain to change its policy, it could become a new diplomatic issue where India could get dragged in between, as Mauritius would expect support from India. Now, apart from this, India had leased a strategic island, the Agalega Island, located in the Indian Ocean, back in 2015, when PM Modi visited Mauritius and launched the Sagar Doctrine and inaugurated the coastal surveillance radars that helps us monitor the shipping traffic across Indian Ocean. Mauritius had signed a deal in the same visit to lease Agalega Island to India, where India has built a runway and a jetty or a port facility. India says these are commercial projects designed to help the local economy and improve the connection between Mauritius and Agalega Island. But experts believe there could be a strategic reason. This could be a dual use facility. As you can see, this new runway built by India has come up. A new jetty has also been built. And according to sources and satellite imagery, Indian naval aircraft and naval warships have been spotted frequently, especially the P-8I long range maritime reconnaissance planes that we have bought from US have been spotted. And Indian warships, Indian Dornier reconnaissance aircraft have also been spotted. So this could be India's potential military base, though we don't officially claim it. Officially, it is said to be just a commercial project. It is indeed a dual use facility that projects India's military influence, and it was inaugurated just last year. And PM Modi visited Mauritius again in 2025. This is where Sagar Doctrine was upgraded to Mahasagar Doctrine. So this was very symbolic because back in 2015, it was in Mauritius that PM Modi had launched Sagar Doctrine. So a decade later, when PM Modi visits Mauritius again, it was upgraded to Mahasagar Doctrine. He was invited as a chief guest for the National Day celebrations. that is marked on 12th March as a tribute to Dandi March, a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. So during this visit, India has launched new projects in the field of Ayush, hospitals and healthcare initiatives were taken up. Important developmental projects have been financed by India. And PM Modi even visited the sacred Ganga Talao, which is a sacred pilgrimage site in Mauritius, deeply rooted and linked with Hinduism. Plus, we have signed agreements on using local currencies, white shipping information, exchange information about the vessels passing through Indian Ocean. We even completed the hydrographic survey of Saint Brandon Island, a strategic island in Indian Ocean, and handed over the navigational maps to the defense forces of Mauritius. So these are the close exchanges that we have with these Indian Ocean countries. And don't forget, Mauritius is also a route for money laundering that poses an economic and security threat to India. Because Mauritius is a tax haven, and this is misused by money launderers. They basically launder black money and route it back into India, creating an economic challenge and a security challenge. So, countering money laundering and the menace of black money is one key area of cooperation between the two sides. So, this explains why Indian Ocean is so crucial, so important for us, right? You can also bring in Seychelles into the discussion. You can talk about India's engagement with regional organizations like Indian Ocean Rim Association or Colombo Security Conclave. We will discuss all these groups and organizations in a separate marathon that will be taking that will take up in July or in the early weeks of August. So we'll have a separate session for all the groups and organizations where we can cover that more effectively. So with this, we have completed the entire Indian Ocean along with our entire neighborhood and extended neighborhood. Now we can move to the next section, the next theme of today's marathon, where we focus on other important bilateral relations of India and the different regions of the world and what is the focus of India on these other parts of the world. So before we start, I have a big announcement. At the start, I told you, I'll tell you the details of the triple treat under Shiksha Mahotsav. So those of you who are preparing for 2027 and beyond, you can enroll into our program at just 16,999, which is the lowest price ever. Our new Elevate batch is all set to begin from 1st of July. It's a structured online program giving you access to live and recorded lectures, along with all the study material, the test series, and mentorship sessions as well. Now, if you enroll within the offer period, which is the 26th of June, you will also get double validity and CSE Assure guarantee. What is double validity? If you, let's say, take 6 months subscription, you get 6 months subscription free. Same for 9, 12, and 18 months. Upon that, if you avail minimum of 9 months subscription and above, you get access to CSE Assure. Under CSE Assure, let's say for some reason you don't clear prelims in your first attempt, despite your hard effort, despite preparing with us, let's say for some reason you don't clear the exam, then your next attempt is on us. We'll ensure that we stay with you for the next attempt and provide you free guidance for the next 1 year. But of course, there are conditions. You have to attend a certain number of classes, take up certain number of tests. So those students who are hardworking, who put in the effort, but still didn't clear the exam, they will get a free extension. And it ensures that Unacademy stays with you for your next attempt as well. So all the three offers are now clubbed into one under Shiksha Mahotsav. At 16,999, you'll not only get access to the Elevate batch, along with that, you'll get double validity and CSE Assure. I'm told this offer ends on 26 June. So those interested, please click on the link in the description. And don't forget to use the code IAS English. Because on the subscription page, you might see a different price. But to avail the offer, you have to enter the code IAS English. So now let's start with the next segment of today's marathon. Let's look at different regions of the world, understand our priorities, the new developments, and pick out some important countries and examine our bilateral relations with them. So let's start with the Southeast and East Asia region. So first we look at Southeast Asia. Let's see why this region is so critical and crucial for us. And then we'll understand our core interests here, the policy that we are following, and what challenges are we anticipating in this region. Now, Southeast Asia is at the heart of the Indo Pacific. It actually acts as a link connecting the Indian Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. So, through South China Sea, a vast amount of global trade passes through it. A large majority of global trade passes through this route, and it's one of the most contested regions as well because of China's aggression in South China Sea. The region is also affected by instability, organized crime, and Malacca Strait, being a choke point, creates several challenges and pressure points. And China has active disputes with multiple Southeast Asian countries, with Philippines, with Vietnam, with Indonesia, Malaysia, and it creates a flashpoint where the next big conflict might take place. So let's understand why this region is important. Here we implement our Look East, Act East policy and our Indo Pacific vision. See, we launched the Look East policy of India back in 1991 at a very critical moment. In 1991, the Cold War had come to an end. The USSR had disintegrated. So India had lost a close friend, and we needed new partners. We needed new friends who could support India, especially at platforms like United Nations. At the same time, we faced an internal economic crisis, the balance of payments crisis. So India introduced LPG reforms. India liberalized, privatized, and globalized its economy, meaning we needed new markets, we needed new investments, we needed new raw materials and sustain our imports that was necessary for our industrialization. So as a result, India started diversifying its diplomatic ties, and Prime Minister PV Narasimha Rao launched the Look East policy of India with this vision to focus on the eastern part of the world, to prioritize Southeast and East Asia, to build our economic ties, to build defense relations, and more importantly, to revive our ancient cultural links that bind India with these regions. Historically, if you look at the connections from ancient to medieval times, look at the linkages of the Cholas, the extent of influence that Hinduism, Buddhism, and the unique strand of Islam that connects India with all these countries. Even today, from Vietnam to Myanmar to Thailand, you find a very strong influence of Indian civilization, from festivals to religion to food to overall culture, even the languages that are spoken. There's a lot of connection that binds us together. So, this region is absolutely critical. Southeast Asia has always been crucial because of its maritime character and location in the Indo Pacific. So, today, this is the most happening and emerging region. This is where most of the big economic geopolitical developments are taking place. So, when you look at India ASEAN relationship, it has really flourished and matured since 1991. In 2014, it was upgraded to Act East policy by the Modi government. To take the relations forward, we built upon the success of Look East, and we tried addressing some of the shortcomings of Look East with a renewed vision called Act East policy. So, as part of this engagement, India had signed an FTA with ASEAN countries. Under Look East policy, we had signed an agreement on trade in goods, which took effect from 2010. We also signed a separate agreement on trade in services and investments, which came into effect from 2015. So, this was a comprehensive free trade agreement, the ASEAN India Free Trade Agreement, but we have had issues with the trade in goods agreement. This agreement reduced the tariffs. It was supposed to create equal opportunities. But because of the inbuilt flaws, ASEAN countries have benefited more from this FTA. By leveraging their manufacturing potential, they have flooded the Indian market with cheaper imports. creating an import dependency for India, which threatens our domestic producers. Indian agriculture, Indian MSME industry have been hit, and India has developed a big trade deficit with ASEAN countries. So now we are trying to revive the negotiations again. We have been pushing ASEAN countries to renegotiate the free trade agreement. And finally, ASEAN countries have agreed to review the trade in goods agreement. So currently, this is an ongoing process. It remains a key topic. It highlights the issues with poorly negotiated FTAs. FTAs can be a double edged sword, right? So we will discuss this in a separate session. As I said, we'll have one brief session for all recent FTAs we have signed. FTAs can be beneficial if it is well worked out. It can also be counterproductive, right? It can open up the floodgates for cheap imports, creating import dependency. It can destroy your domestic producers, your farmers and MSME industry, and create a big trade deficit as well. So that was a lesson for us, the ASEAN FTA, and now we are reviewing it, updating it. So based on these lessons learned, we have now restarted signing FTAs again from 2021 onwards. Right? In the last few years, we have signed multiple FTAs. One with Mauritius, which I just mentioned in 2021, in 2022 with UAE and Australia, then recently in 2024 with EFTA countries, the European Free Trade Association, then last year with United Kingdom, with New Zealand and Oman, and with European Union. These back-to-back FTAs, I will cover them separately. It requires a separate session, and we will do it in the month of July. So now, apart from the FTA issues which are being resolved, one focus and priority area as of now is maritime security and defense relations. Right now, India is very aggressive about promoting defense security ties with ASEAN countries. We engage very closely with them. We have multiple military exercises with them. We are even exporting our defense weapons. BrahMos, for example, has already been supplied to Philippines, which has a standing dispute with China with regard to South China Sea dispute. Then many other countries are also showing keen interest. For example, Vietnam, Indonesia, they are also considering to procure the BrahMos from India. So, by stepping up our economic presence, our military presence, by reviving our cultural ties, we are engaging with Southeast Asian countries to establish a strong Indian influence in Indo Pacific, mainly to counter China in its own backyard. Just like how China meddles with our backyard in Indian Ocean and South Asia, India is countering this by cultivating better relations with China's neighboring nations, from Japan to Philippines to Vietnam, building stronger defense ties, economic ties, and creating this leverage and influence for Indian influence. Now, coming to South China Sea dispute, this has been regularly in the news from the past many years, and recently there have been big developments. Though UPSC has already asked a mains question, this topic can repeat as well. Now, China claims a large part of the exclusive economic zone in South China Sea to itself. This goes against the provisions of international law recognized under UN clause or UN Convention on Law of the Sea. China has drawn this so called 9 dash line. You can see the U shaped line here that represents China's so called claims. But this goes against the territorial interests and the sovereignty of multiple Southeast Asian countries. For example, look at Paracel Islands. As per UN clause provisions, it belongs to Vietnam, but China claims it based on historical claims, which has no validity under international law. China also claims Scarborough Shoal and other small reefs and islets from Philippines. For example, the Mischief Reef or the first and second Thomas Shoal. They actually belong to Philippines and China is claiming it. Even the Spratly group of islands, which partly belongs to Brunei, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam, is being claimed by China. Then with Indonesia, China has a separate dispute over the Natuna Islands. And with regard to all the disputes, China has been very, very aggressive. China has been building artificial islands, stepping up its naval and military presence, and it is intercepting the vessels and aircraft, disrupting freedom of navigation and overflight. Now, this is a guaranteed right under international law in international waters and in international airspace. But China is disrupting this, posing a direct challenge to rules based order. So, right now, India's priority is to ensure that Indo Pacific remains free and open. This is the vision of India to maintain the free and open nature of Indo Pacific by protecting freedom of navigation and overflight. Because this affects Indian interests. India's trade and India's security interests could be compromised because of China's claims. For example, in 2011, Vietnam had invited Indian vessels to explore the oil deposits near Paracel Islands. So ONGC Videsh Limited had deployed its vessels over here, escorted by Indian Navy, and China intercepted them. The PLA Navy threatened the Indian vessels, claiming that Indian ships are in Chinese territory. So since then, India is trying to work with Southeast Asian countries, stand with them, protect their rights, protect their interests by upholding international law. So this is not India's interference. We are not meddling with China's interests or security. We are just upholding international law and rules based order. So this is something you see as a consistent policy of India towards the South China Sea issue. Now, when you look at our engagement with ASEAN group of countries, there is perfect alignment between our vision. India has the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which represents our Indo-Pacific doctrine. This perfectly synchronizes with ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific. Both support freedom of navigation, international law, and rules-based order. This is India's diplomatic position over the South China Sea issue. So recently, we have stepped up our engagement with ASEAN nations. At the highest level, Indian leaders have been participating in all the summits and meetings. PM Modi has participated in ASEAN summit level interaction, including in the East Asia summit. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has taken part in ADMM plus meetings focused on maritime security, defense issues of the region. There has been regular interaction between the foreign ministries, the commerce ministry, etc. We have also focused on building resilience in the regional supply chains to reduce dependency on China. Because see, ASEAN countries also have a lot of dependency on the Chinese economy and China controlled supply chains. They want to build their self reliance and reduce dependency on China. So, India ASEAN are working on building resilience in their supply chains to diversify the supply chains. We are also cooperating in critical emerging technologies, including semiconductors. For example, PM Modi recently visited Singapore, which is a key power in the semiconductor industry. And Singapore is assisting India in semiconductor fabrication. India has an ambitious goal to emerge as a hub of semiconductor manufacturing, and Singapore could assist in that. We have rolled out UPI in Singapore as well. Then PM Modi recently visited Malaysia and Brunei. So India has a very strong diaspora presence in all these countries, especially the Tamil diaspora that marks the historical links and connections. We have lakhs of Indians across this region. They form a living connection between India and Southeast Asia. They give us that unique influence, the unique leverage, and that is something we tap in our diplomacy. It gives that soft power influence for India. Plus, we have enhanced our military cooperation with regular military exercises. For example, you might have heard of the Milan naval exercise. It's a multilateral naval exercise organized by Indian Navy, where multiple navies of Indo-Pacific are invited, and Southeast Asian countries are a focus. Now, when you look at East Asia is also a top focus and priority under the Act East policy. So, East Asia covers countries like Japan, South Korea, of course, China and North Korea as well, then Taiwan. This is your East Asia region. So, in East Asia, India's closest partners are Japan and South Korea, and as well as Taiwan. Though we don't recognize Taiwan, we have accepted the one China policy and principle. We don't have official diplomatic relations with Taiwan, but we do have very close economic, cultural ties with Taiwan. Taiwan is a leading producer of semiconductor chips, right? India has a lot of dependency on Taiwanese semiconductor chips. We have very close economic relations in the technology domain. Same with South Korea and Japan as well. So, under Act East, there is an enhanced focus on this region. See, even Look East policy focused on this region, but it always paid more attention to Southeast Asia than East Asia. That was one of the shortcomings of Look East policy. And another shortcoming of Look East was that economic ties were always a bigger priority than defense and strategic relations. Now, that is what Act East is trying to correct. Under Act East, we have expanded the vision beyond Southeast Asia to focus on East Asia and South Pacific as well. And along with economic ties and cultural ties, we are prioritizing defense and security relations as well. So, when you look at the East Asia region, even here, China has triggered multiple disputes. One, of course, is over Taiwan. China's long standing claim that Taiwan belongs to China. Eventually, China will integrate it. It all goes back to the Chinese Civil War of 1930s and 1940s, when the Communist Party of China under Mao Zedong, the Maoists, they defeated the Kuomintang Party led by Chiang Kai-shek. The Kuomintang, who were nationalists, they were driven into Taiwan, and since then Taiwan was ruled separately. Later it transitioned into a democracy. But since then China claims Taiwan to belong to it. It keeps making aggressive moves along the Taiwan Strait. You can see the Taiwan Strait over here, which is a narrow shipping lane. And Taiwan has cultivated closer ties with US and Western countries and secured even defense and arms supplies from US, triggering tensions between China and the West over the Taiwan issue. Every now and then, China has been getting aggressive, making aggressive military maneuvers, indicating that a war might break out any time, and Taiwan prepares for that eventuality. So, though India does not meddle or interfere directly, and though we have accepted China's one China principle, meaning there's only one China, right? We don't question the disputes with regard to Tibet or Hong Kong or Xinjiang or Taiwan. We accept all these territories as Chinese territory, and there's only one Chinese government, which is the People's Republic of China under the Communist Party of China. Though we have accepted that, we do maintain a position of neutrality. We do have close ties with Taiwan, and potentially we can leverage that. As of now, India has decided against it. We don't want to provoke China unnecessarily. But if China does get very aggressive against India, then Taiwan is one card India can pull to try and counter China. So this remains a sensitive issue in the region. Then, of course, you have the China Japan dispute over Senkaku Diaoyu Islands, where China is threatening Japan, disrupting freedom of navigation and overflight, violating the UN clause. And that's the reason why Japan also is getting more and more aggressive these days. In fact, Japan was the first country to champion the vision of free and open Indo Pacific. Its former leader, Shinzo Abe, who was instrumental in building strong India Japan relations, he promoted the vision of free and open Indo Pacific. And he called on Japan to move away from its pacifist constitution. Japan has adopted a pacifist constitution post Second World War, which means Japan has been disarmed. It doesn't have offensive armed forces like every country. It only has self defense forces. And its constitution prohibits Japan from taking an aggressive military posture. So, because of Chinese aggression, we are seeing the rise of military and nationalist sentiments in Japan as well, and a growing call for Japan to move away from its pacifist approach. Now, especially the new leader, the new Japanese PM, is seen as a more conservative and a more aggressive right wing leader who's pushing Japan towards the militaristic path. And that brings back the horrors of Imperial Japan of World War era, the fascist Imperial Japan. However, today's Japan is very different, right? Ideologically, culturally, socially, it's modified. But the ongoing aggression between China and Japan here could potentially spill over and trigger another conflict over here. Recently, Japan has supported Taiwan. Japan has said any Chinese attack on Taiwan will be treated as an attack on Japan itself. So it raises the possibility of Japan playing a role in the Taiwan issue, which could trigger a wider dispute and a conflict. So, in this context, understanding India Japan relations can be very, very crucial for the exams. UPSC has asked at least two mains questions on the topic and remains a crucial topic for our exams. As I said, Japan is one of the key partners of India. We have a common vision, common interests, common concerns in the Indo Pacific. Since 1950s, India has been one of the largest recipients of Japanese concessional loans under its ODA program. Some of India's biggest infrastructure projects are funded with Japanese concessional loans. For example, some of the metro rail projects, the Delhi Bengaluru metro projects, the dedicated freight corridor projects, the Western and Eastern dedicated freight corridor, the first ever bullet train project between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, which is coming up, then several developmental projects in the Northeast. Many of them are funded with Japanese loans, even the Delhi Mumbai industrial corridor, etc. Then we enjoy very close economic ties. In 2011, we established a free trade agreement, a comprehensive economic partnership agreement was signed. And as you know, Japan is a leading technological power, from artificial intelligence to defense technologies to semiconductors. In fact, Japan is part of the Chip 4 or the Fab 4 alliance that includes US, South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, the four leading chip producers. So India works closely with all of them to achieve self reliance in the field of semiconductors, to move away from its dependency on China. That's the reason why Japan is so critical, right? Japan is a leading nuclear power as well. It has signed a civil nuclear deal with India. It has supported India's entry into nuclear suppliers group. Because see, this is huge. Japan would never support a country which has not signed non-proliferation treaty. India has committed that it will never sign NPT because it is discriminatory in nature, right? Because NPT will not allow countries like India to develop nuclear weapons. It only recognizes the P5 countries as nuclear weapon states, whereas others will have to forever give up their pursuit of nuclear weapons. So India has boycotted the NPT, making a commitment will never sign it. And Japan, being the only victim of nuclear warfare, has a very strong ideological position against nuclear proliferation. For many years, this was a friction point, especially when we went ahead with our weapons program and tested the weapons in Pokhran. Japan was furious with India. It downgraded the ties and imposed economic and technological sanctions by joining US and others. But very quickly, this issue was resolved. Japan has seen how India's program is clean and transparent, how India is committed to the goals of nuclear non-proliferation, and today it has signed a civil nuclear deal with India. And look at the flourishing defense relations. We have multiple defense exercises between our armed forces, with Japanese self defense forces and Indian armed forces. We are focusing on defense technological collaboration as well. We even have a 2+2 ministerial dialogue. In the 2+2 format, the foreign and defense ministers of the two countries meet to discuss and align their foreign and national security goals and objectives. We even have a multilateral platform called the Quad or the Quadrilateral that brings India, Japan together with other like minded democracies of the Indo Pacific, that is, Australia and United States. This is often seen as a counter to China. So, we will discuss the Quad in the separate session where we cover all the groups and organizations. So, India, Japan, as part of the Quad group, work with Australia and US to enforce the rules based order in Indo Pacific, which is an indirect message to China. So, along with Japan, another key country here is South Korea. The topic becomes very crucial for us for the upcoming mains because recently South Korean president visited India just a few weeks ago. Important deals and initiatives were announced. See, South Korea is also a leading technology hub. South Korean companies are a household name in India, from companies like LG to Samsung. There are multiple South Korean companies which are very popular in India, including automobile manufacturers like Kia Motors, Hyundai. There are multiple South Korean giants that have manufacturing facilities in India. It's also a leading chip producer. It's a leading power in critical emerging technologies. And we do have a very close, deep rooted relationship going back to ancient times. So, India, South Korea are natural partners. And given the common interests that we have in technology, defense, and critical minerals, both countries are aligning together and they have launched a joint strategic vision for 2026 to 2030. So, the special strategic partnership they have established, it covers the key areas of defense technology, critical minerals, and artificial intelligence. They have launched a defense industry joint committee and an industrial cooperation committee to bring their industrial sectors together. India procures a South Korean artillery weapon system called the K9, which is known as the Vajra. It's a modern towed artillery gun that India has procured, which is domestically produced by Larsen and Toubro. It's already inducted into the Indian Army. It's a South Korean weapon platform. It's a very lightweight artillery, which it can be easily airlifted as well and can be deployed even in difficult terrain like Ladakh against China or against Pakistan as well. So we have renewed this contract to procure more K9 Vajras into the Indian Army to strengthen the artillery firepower. We have set up a 2+2 dialogue at wise ministerial level and a digital bridge, India Korea digital bridge, to focus on critical emerging technologies. Then, during the visit, both sides have agreed to review their free trade agreement. India South Korea had signed a SEPA in 2010. They have agreed to renew the agreement, and the fresh talks have begun, which can fully explore the potential of India South Korea relations. So, this shows the focus that we have on the East Asia and the Pacific region. Now, coming to the South Pacific, another vital area. In the South Pacific, our focus remains on countries like Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Island countries. New Zealand has been recently in the news because of the FTA that we have signed. As I said, we'll cover this in a separate video on FTAs. So now let's focus on the rest of the South Pacific region. Australia is a key strategic partner in the Pacific region. We are members of the Quad grouping. We share very close defense relations and You have a very strong Indian diaspora community in Australia. Lakhs of Indian students, workers form a link, a direct cultural link binding Indian and Australian economies together. We have common priorities with regard to counterterrorism, with regard to cybersecurity, with regard to threats faced from China. And that is something that brings us closer. So we have several military exercises with Australian Defence Forces. We have elevated this relationship to comprehensive strategic partnership in 2020. And in 2022, both countries signed a free trade agreement, the ECTA, Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. With this, they are providing duty free access for most of their exports. They are creating new opportunities for export oriented, labor intensive industries, especially Indian exports of leather, furniture, textiles, pharmaceuticals, and gems and jewelry can increase to Australia, creating lakhs of jobs in India. This can be mutually beneficial, and sensitive sectors are protected, like dairy, agriculture, animal husbandry. These key sectors are protected. So it creates numerous opportunities for both sides. Plus, the convergence we have with groups like Quad. Then Australia is also part of an initiative called AUKUS, which is a security initiative where UK and US are supplying nuclear submarine technology to arm the Australian Navy with nuclear powered submarines to deter and counter China in the South Pacific. Plus, Australia is blessed with plenty of minerals. Australia has one of the largest reserves of uranium, and it's one of the largest producer of uranium as well. So we have signed a civil nuclear deal with Australia. It can be a reliable long-term supplier, and it has vast reserves of critical minerals, including lithium, nickel, cobalt, which is extremely crucial to focus on clean renewable energy and battery technology. So these deals with Australia make Australia another key partner in the region. Now, there's one more region that you can't ignore here, which is the small Pacific island countries. In the South Pacific, next to Australia and New Zealand, you have a set of small nations that you can see here: Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, Nauru, Fiji, Tuvalu, and the others. India has a deep rooted link in this region, especially with Fiji. Fiji is also home to a very, very large Indian community. It was a British colony, so thousands of Indian indentured laborers were transported here, and today their descendants, who are of Indian origin, form a direct link, a cultural link with India, creating a unique Indian influence in a faraway region. As you can see, all the Pacific Island nations are very small islands, but they have very large exclusive economic zones that are blessed with resources. So, this region is witnessing a new great game, a new strategic competition. Because, see, traditionally in this region, Australia and New Zealand were the primary influence. The US was another major influence along with Japan. Because, see, US has multiple military bases over here. It has Guam, an American unincorporated territory, a major US base, with deployments in Australia and across this region. Even France and UK have overseas territories in this region. You can see New Caledonia, which is a French overseas territory. Like this, there are British overseas territories as well. So, all the Western powers, from Japan to Australia to New Zealand to UK and France, aligned with US, they had the most dominant influence over here. Now, China is stepping up its presence and influence through its Belt and Road Initiative. China has funded multiple development projects. It is building port infrastructure in the region. It has signed security agreements with islands like Solomon Islands and the others, and stepping up its military deployments as well. So, all these countries are hunting the resources present in these exclusive economic zones. And that is why India also has entered the great game. We have created a dedicated forum called FIPIC, Forum for India Pacific Island Countries Cooperation. Through the FIPIC initiative, we are expanding our presence, focusing on multi alignment and multipolar order, countering the Chinese influence, and stepping up our global south leadership. Because these small nations are very vulnerable. They face threats from earthquakes, tsunamis, and rising sea levels and climate change. They don't have access to good healthcare, education, and livelihood. They are all very small island nations, heavily dependent on external support. So, India is becoming a key supplier and provider of assistance even to the Pacific Island countries. So, under the FIPIC initiative, the Forum for India Pacific Island countries, we have held three summits till date. The latest summit, the third FIPIC summit, was in 2023, hosted by Papua New Guinea. India was the co host, and Indian Prime Minister PM Modi participated in the third FIPIC summit, where we interacted with 14 Pacific Island countries. India announced a number of new initiatives to build hospitals, to provide ambulance infrastructure, to focus on water desalination, to supply computer equipment, buses, and vehicles. Such basic assistance is being provided by India. We are also building a super specialty hospital in Fiji. So, this shows India's leadership role with the global South nations and small island states. So, this can also be a theme. There can be a theme based question on India's policy towards small island states or SIS. We studied about Maldives, Mauritius. Now we are talking about South Pacific. You can club all these topics into such a question on small island states. Now, before I proceed further, I want to talk to you about our UCAN program, Unacademy's Current Affairs Navigator. This is a dedicated, comprehensive current affairs program where we take subject wise sessions, respective faculties taking subject wise sessions covering the current affairs of the month. Every month we have 15 classes. And as part of the UCAN program, which is a part of our subscription for the Plus, Iconic, and Platinum students, we are offering a free test series for every student. You can take up the UCAN test series, which is a practice test series focused on current affairs. And this is available on the platform, the Unacademy app. All you have to do is just scan the QR code on the screen and enroll for the free UCAN test series to take up these free practice questions based on the current affairs covered in the UCAN sessions. Now, moving on, we have the next major region, which is the West Asia region, which is currently under a lot of spotlight because of the ongoing conflicts. So, we will cover the conflict separately. As I said, we'll have one separate session for all wars and conflicts. That's one important theme. But today we'll focus on our bilateral relations in West Asia, our interests in West Asia. That is something we'll try to cover in the next few minutes. So, when you look at West Asia region, India has some critical interests. First, of course, is our energy security. This is a region where India sources a vast majority of its oil and gas supplies from, right? You have seen how energy supplies were disrupted due to the blockade at Hormuz as a result of the Iran war, and it exposes our dependency on Persian Gulf. India imports 90% of its total oil requirement, and 60% of this roughly comes from this region. Around 55 to 60% comes from this region. So we have a critical dependency for oil gas supplies. Then, as well as fertilizer procurement is very crucial. These countries are critical for our agriculture as they supply urea, diammonium phosphate, sulfur, and as well as NPK and potash. which are key fertilizers in our agriculture. So, for our food security, our fertilizer imports, these nations are very critical. Next, this region is home to 9 to 10 million Indian diaspora. Across the West Asian countries, we have a vast Indian diaspora community. We have ancient medieval links. Since ancient times, Arabian Sea has been a common link that connects Indian merchants and traders with the Arab traders. Gujarati financiers, money lenders have always exercised a lot of influence over here. For example, the Omani Sultanate was largely financed by Gujarati financiers and money lenders. So there is that age old connection. But of late, Indian workers, Indian students, professionals have found a lot of opportunities over here, even Indian nurses and caregivers. So states like Kerala, Punjab, Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Maharashtra, they're all main contributors where skilled, semi skilled, and even unskilled labor from India find a lot of opportunities in these countries and they act as the backbone of their economies. So these members of diaspora they send back remittances to India, which is critical for us. Today, India is the world's largest recipient of remittances, getting more than $100 billion. The total inward remittance has crossed $120 billion, touching 130 plus $1 billion. And this is crucial for bridging our current account deficit. And more than 50% of that comes from here. If let's say we are getting around $130 billion plus remittances, close to $60 billion at least is coming from West Asia alone, making it a very crucial region for our economy. And also, don't forget, this region is absolutely critical for accessing the markets for Indian exports. India is a key supplier of textiles, leather, furniture, dairy products, meat, agricultural commodities, including fruits and vegetables. We also supply engineering components, then, as I said, gems and jewelry, gold. So, multiple sectors in India, especially our MSME sector, depends heavily on West Asian markets. So, in every aspect, West Asia region is absolutely vital for India. So, in this region, there are few countries which are the most important. One, of course, is United Arab Emirates, India's closest partner in recent times. Then we have Saudi Arabia, the leading Sunni power of the region. Then we have Israel and we have Iran. These four countries are very crucial for Indian interests in West Asia region. So let's focus on United Arab Emirates. The UAE is our third largest trading partner after China and US. If I don't count regional groups like European Union, ASEAN, if we take only individual countries, UAE is the third largest trading partner. Our bilateral trade is touching $100 billion. We are not just a buyer of Emirati oil and gas. Today, it's gone beyond a transactional relationship. It's not just a buyer seller relationship. It's a true strategic partnership that we have. Our interests have aligned together. UAE accounts for 8 to 10% of our energy imports, and due to the flourishing trade, we have signed one of the most important FTAs, the SEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, in 2022. It provides duty free access for most of the exports of both sides. It creates tremendous opportunities for labor intensive industries. India's leather, textiles, furniture, all the labor intensive sectors will benefit, which will help create numerous jobs. Gems, jewelry, gold industry will also benefit. This free trade agreement, which has already taken effect, has been very, very successful. It has nearly doubled the bilateral trade and it has been the key driver of our close economic ties. India has rolled out UPI in the UAE, and UAE looks at India as a key investment destination because of India's fast growing economy. and the opportunities in India's infrastructure sector and tech startups, UAE is investing massive amounts of capital into the Indian market. And apart from this, we have common allies. Both India and UAE align with US and Israel, and especially after the Abraham Accords of 2020 that was mediated by Donald Trump. UAE recognized Israel and established diplomatic relations with Israel. It became the third Arab nation to do that. So, following the Abraham Accords, ties have been normalized between Israel and UAE, and along with India, these four like minded countries have started an initiative called I2U2 Summit. It stands for India Israel, I2, India Israel, U2, UAE, and USA. It's an economic partnership between them to leverage their strength, to use India's manpower and talent, American technology and money, Israeli technology and Emirati money, and work towards common goals. UAE has become a key security defense partner as well. We have close space cooperation, we have civil nuclear deal, we are working with UAE in artificial intelligence and other critical emerging technologies. We have a defense partnership. We are looking at joint weapons development and co-production. So there's a lot of strategic alignment, even on regional security issues. UAE has completely moved away from Pakistan. Previously, they would blindly back Pakistan on Kashmir issue. They would vote against India on our internal matters when Pakistan internationalized them. But UAE has stopped doing it from 2010 itself. It completely sides with India. It has been supporting India's counter-terror efforts. It even criticized the Uri, Pulwama, and Pahalgam attacks against India. So this is a complete transformation. And why is the topic important? Not just because of the Iran war and the new phase of this relationship, but just few days ago, PM Modi visited UAE. As part of his five-nation visit, PM Modi visited the UAE again, and some key outcomes were delivered during this visit. In the field of energy security, the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, which is owned by the Emirati Kingdom, has announced complete support for our strategic petroleum reserve project to enhance India's energy security. UAE is a reliable supplier to fill up our strategic petroleum reserves, and it will also help build a crude storage facility at the Fujairah port in UAE, which can guarantee supplies to India even if there is a disruption at Hormuz. Then UAE has also guaranteed long-term stable supplies of LPG. See, during Hormuz blockade, the biggest crunch we faced was not with regard to oil. Because we had strategic reserves for oil for at least 60 days, we diversified and bought oil from other countries as well. But LPG, natural gas, is where we struggle because we don't have strategic reserves. And we have critical dependency on the Gulf countries. So UAE can provide that guarantee to India to give stable supplies of LPG. Then we have signed a defense deal to bring our defense industries closer. As I told you, we are focusing on code production and code development of defense technologies and weapon systems as well. Then UAE had promised sovereign investment into our National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. This was an old promise made in 2017. Now UAE has pledged to invest 5 billion into this fund to focus on infrastructure projects in India. Then emerging technologies, critical emerging technologies. India UAE are focusing on artificial intelligence. They will be setting up a supercomputing cluster, and UAE will work with India's AI mission to jointly leverage the advantages they have. See, today cities like Dubai, Abu Dhabi have emerged as technology hubs, hubs of major startups. And that's again a common interest for both sides. We have also signed an agreement in the field of maritime infrastructure and skill development to train seafarers and help India emerge as a shipbuilding and ship repair hub. UAE will be investing in a ship repair cluster at Wadinar in Gujarat, and it will help train the seafarers of India and the shipbuilders of India. And this will help India to emerge as a key maritime hub and a key player in the shipping industry. See, right now, India is known as a graveyard of ships because we mainly receive the decommissioned vessels to break down the ships. That's a very hazardous activity. Along with ship breakdown industry, we want to dominate ship repair industry and shipbuilding industry as well. So that is India's goal. That's why with South Korea as well, which is a major shipbuilder, we have entered into deals with South Korean giants to help set up a ship manufacturing base in India. Now, before we talk about the remaining West Asian powers, we have Saudi Arabia, Israel, Iran. Then we will move to Central Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the major global powers, that is Europe, US, and Russia. So before we move to the next section, we can take a small break. The time is 10:56. Let's come back at 11:15. We will continue the session beyond midnight. We will try to cover as many topics as possible, probably till 12:30, right? And after that, we will end the session. So take a short break, come back after that, and we will resume the discussion. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last part of today's marathon. Probably another 1.5 to 2 hours to go. Let's complete the last few remaining topics. So, before the break, we were looking at the West Asia region. We spoke about the ties with United Arab Emirates. Now, let's look at the other major West Asian powers, starting with Saudi Arabia. As we discussed earlier, the India Saudi relationship has really transformed after 2010. Because before 2010, Saudi Arabia would largely take a position in favor of Pakistan, especially over Kashmir issue and on India's internal matters, which Pakistan would raise at global platforms. Pakistan would unnecessarily accuse India of violating human rights, of targeting Kashmiris. It would bring this up at United Nations and Organization of Islamic Cooperation. At these platforms, Saudi Arabia would often vote in favor of Pakistan against India. But this position has changed. In 2010, then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh carried out one of the most important landmark visits to Saudi Arabia. This visit led to the signing of the Riyadh Declaration, following which Saudi Arabia made a complete tilt towards India, be it in the field of counterterrorism and intelligence sharing, or in the field of investments, or with regard to diplomatic support. India and Saudi Arabia became the closest partners post 2010. Prior to this, we just had a buyer seller relationship where Saudi Arabia was one of our top oil suppliers. It has always been within the top three, sometimes the number one or the number two oil supplier to India. So it is crucial for our energy requirements. So, this buyer seller relationship, which was a transactional relationship, has transformed into a mature strategic partnership post 2010. And Saudi Arabia continues to play that critical role despite the mutual defense agreement it has with Pakistan. It is unlikely to turn hostile against India. As I said in the earlier part of today's marathon, maybe in case of a India Pakistan conflict, Saudi Arabia might try to play an indirect role. It may try to mediate, it may try to influence, but it's unlikely to turn against India because it sees India as a key investment destination, as a key partner with regard to development opportunities. And Saudi Arabia is looking for key technologies as well, something which India can offer. Now, coming to Israel, the India Israel relationship has seen a lot of ups and downs and turns because from 1949 to 1991, India did not establish official ties with Israel. This was a result of the ideological position that India had taken over the Palestine issue, as India completely supported the right of Palestinians and India stood with the two state solution. India was critical of Israel's unilateral independence that was declared in 1948. And until 1991, we did not establish official diplomatic ties with Israel. But however, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had started a covert relationship from 1968 itself. Since we had few common interests, especially to monitor Pakistan, its nuclear weapons program, and to focus on counterterrorism and intelligence sharing, and also in the field of defense and weapons technology, since Israel was emerging as a big global leader in defense and weapon systems, India started building a covert partnership, a secret relationship. It was only after 1991, after the end of the Cold War, that India established formal relations with Israel. It was Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao who diversified India's relations. He not only launched the Look East policy to focus on Southeast and East Asia, he also opened official ties with Israel, and since then, it has become a critical partner for India. This relationship is, of course, defined by our security partnership. Today, India Israel, they have very close collaboration in the field of defense and intelligence training. Indian Defense Forces, Special Forces, intelligence services, including our IPS probationers, often undergo training with Israeli services. We have very close sharing of intelligence, particularly on counterterrorism, on regional developments, on Pakistan's role. And Israel has become a key supplier of arms and weapons to India, be it the drones that we operate, the Searcher and Heron drones, or the loitering munition, such as Harop and Harpy, or the Barak rocket system. Multiple weapon systems we have procured from Israel, including the Falcon AWOC system as well. We are jointly developing a long range surface to air missile. We have close collaboration in the field of cybersecurity. So, across defense technologies, Israel is a key supplier of military hardware and weapon systems to India. Then, even in the field of science and technology, be it development of vaccines or advanced water management, Israel is a pioneer in smart water management. It's a pioneer in smart agriculture as well. It's a leader in desalination technology and as well as in clean renewable technology. So, in all these emerging areas of technology, including artificial intelligence, robotics, India and Israel have established a very close partnership. So, this defines our relations today, and we have maintained our balanced position. Just because we have good ties with Israel doesn't mean we have abandoned our ideological commitment for Palestine. India still maintains good relations with Palestine. We support the creation of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. But of late, India's approach has become slightly more nuanced. Before 2014, India would often vote against Israel on accusations of human rights violations, especially at UN Human Rights Council. So, in the last decade, India has stopped voting against Israel. We abstain from these votes, signaling a more balanced approach on the Israel Palestine issue. So, here I'm not going to discuss about the Iran war or the Gaza war. That we'll keep it for a separate session where we will cover all the wars and conflicts in a separate video. So, this is the basic information you need about India Israel. Then, coming to Iran, Iran has been a civilizational partner for India. The Indian civilization and the Persian civilization, they have been interconnected since centuries. We share very close cultural, linguistic, and social bonds. And today, Iran has been a key strategic partner. Until 2018, it was a major supplier of oil and gas. It had emerged as the second top oil supplier to India. But Iran's nuclear weapons program and the American sanctions has completely disrupted this relationship. See, India sees Iran as a key strategic partner, especially for connectivity with Afghanistan and Central Asia, which we discussed in the earlier part of the marathon. India has invested in the Chabahar port that allows us to link directly with Zaranj Delaram highway that India has built, giving us access to Afghanistan and Central Asia. In fact, in 2016-17, we even signed a trilateral agreement between India, Iran, and Afghanistan to establish this trade corridor that allows India to completely bypass Pakistan. So all these projects and investments of India, they took a hit in 2018 when US forced India to zero out the oil imports. That was the first time that India was following unilateral sanctions by one country targeting another country. We will follow sanctions imposed by international institutions like United Nations or FATF. But given our independent foreign policy, our principle of strategic autonomy, we never followed unilateral sanctions before this. 2018 was the first time where US pressurized India to cut off all oil trade and investments and projects with Iran. So this dealt a big blow, and since then India Iran relations had taken a hit. Though Iran remained a partner, our economic and trade investments they had taken a complete hit. So this has further been disrupted because of the Iran war. As I said, Chabahar port has now been deprioritized. As the US has been targeting Iran, India has completely backtracked from the project. In this year's budget, we had allocated zero funds for the Chabahar port project. So, as of now, there is no clarity on how India Iran relations would develop. According to reports, Iran and its president they have invited Prime Minister Modi for the state funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei, who was killed by Israeli airstrikes. Whether India will accept this, whether the PM will actually travel to Iran, it's not certain, it's not sure. The US Iran MOU, which has been signed, it is yet to bring the hostilities to a complete halt. Even now, the tensions are present, and Israel continues to violate some of the ceasefires, especially in Lebanon. As long as the tensions remain, the conflict continues, and the blockade at Hormuz is not completely removed. The ties between India and Iran will, of course, take a hit. In the past, we had very close collaboration. For example, to counter the Taliban in Afghanistan back in 1996, India had actually collaborated with Iran and Russia. We had sponsored a covert war to counter the Taliban by funding the Northern Alliance, a coalition of northern tribes in Afghanistan who were opposed to the Taliban. So there is a rich history of such collaboration. India, Iran have worked to counter terrorism as well, that comes from the Pakistan Afghanistan belt. But today the relationship has suffered major setbacks, mainly because of the Israel Iran tensions, the US Iran tensions. And as of now, there is no clear way forward for India. Now, coming to another important region, Central Asia. Now, when you look at Central Asia, these five Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan, you can see that the entire region is landlocked. It doesn't have direct access to the sea. Some of you might say, sir, I can see Caspian Sea here. But please remember, Caspian Sea is not an open sea. It's not an actual sea at all. It's a lake. It's a largest endorheic lake. So being landlocked is a big disadvantage, especially for a resource-rich region like Central Asia. Formerly, it was part of USSR, and after Soviet Union collapsed and disintegrated in 1991, these former Soviet republics became independent nations. And India has a fantastic relationship with the Central Asian countries. We have ancient historical ties dating back to the Buddhist and Hindu and Islamic linkages. Take, for example, how Babur came from Fergana Valley to lay the foundation of the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire. So there are such deep rooted connections that bind us. And Central Asia's resources is something that is immensely beneficial for Indian interests. In fact, there is a great game, a power competition in the region as countries are vying for Central Asian resources. On one side, you have China with its Belt and Road Initiative. You have the traditional power, Russia. You have United States and European powers, and smaller regional powers like Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and of course, India as well, all trying to get a share of this pie. Because see, Central Asian countries are blessed with immense mineral wealth, from iron ore to even critical minerals and rare earths. They are found in Central Asian countries. It has enormous hydrocarbon and energy deposits from oil to gas. As I said earlier, Turkmenistan has the world's fourth largest gas reserves. It is also blessed with hydroelectric potential, especially Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. So, investments in these projects in Central Asia could be hugely beneficial. And we are also working on a connectivity project, the INSTC, the International North South Transport Corridor, to link India with Russia and Europe via Iran, Azerbaijan, and Caspian Sea. And it has a branch towards Central Asia as well. So, this connectivity project will create a shorter route for Russia, improve the trade between India and Russia, and create alternate routes for Europe, and will help us bypass the Suez Canal Bab el Mandeb route, the Red Sea route, which is a big vulnerability and a choke point. So, Central Asia is crucial for all these interests that we have. It is also critical to counter terrorism and radicalism that is present in the Afghanistan Pakistan region. And also remember, Afghanistan Pakistan region is part of the Golden Crescent along with Iran, which is another major hub of drugs and narcotics and organized crime. Just like Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia, we have Golden Crescent over here. So the threats present in Golden Crescent spills over into Central Asia. The radicalism and extremism and the criminal activities, especially drugs and arms trafficking, spills over into Central Asia, affecting Central Asian countries. So India is a vital partner for these countries because India can provide investments, India can provide technology, India can assist in their development. Many of these countries are relatively backward. India can help in countering terrorism. India can help in environmental issues which are affecting Central Asian countries. It's faced with drought, it's faced with the natural disasters, the impact of climate change. These are the areas where India can be a key partner. Plus, India can provide access to the Chabahar trade route by working with Iran and Afghanistan, which will allow Central Asia to access the Arabian Sea and Indian Ocean. So, to take the relationship forward in 2022, both sides have launched the India Central Asia Summit, where the leaders of the countries meet. Recently, in 2025, last year, the fourth India Central Asia dialogue was held, and that's what makes the topic important for the mains exam. This region is pivotal for our economic, security, and strategic interests. It sits at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, Eurasia, West Asia region, and South Asia region. So, during the dialogue, the first India Central Asia Rare Earth Forum, which took place in 2024, it was reviewed, and both sides are taking steps to harness the rare earth elements found in Central Asian countries. They've also committed to activate the INSTC and Chabahar trade route. But of course, there are geopolitical challenges, be it the Ukraine war or the Iran war. Both create a disruption for all the trade initiatives that include Iran and Russia. Parallelly, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan have shown interest to join INSTC, and India is eager to bring them on board. And we would like to expand the eastern branch of INSTC towards all these Central Asian countries. During this dialogue, India has even offered to roll out the DPI and UPI digital infrastructure of India to enable the economies of these Central Asian countries. So, as you can see, we have very close diplomatic ties. We have established alternate connectivity routes. But, however, the instability present over here, the wars and conflicts which are affecting the access and connectivity, is impacting the relationship with Central Asian countries. Now, moving on to another important region, that is Europe. Now, generally, UPSC has not prioritized the Europe region in the mains exam. But given the recent developments, there's every possibility that Europe could become very crucial and a question can come on India's ties with European countries. So today we'll mainly focus on important countries like France, Italy, and other nations that Prime Minister Modi has visited. See, of late, India has given more focus on East European countries, the Balkan states, even the Nordic countries as well. We are not just restricting our focus to Western Europe. We are focusing on different parts of Europe, and we also have very good relations with European Union. And recently we have signed the mother of all trade deals, the India EU FTA. So as I said earlier, we'll cover the FTAs in a separate video. So today we'll focus on the recent visits of PM Modi to European countries and our flourishing bilateral ties with important European powers. And the most important country here is definitely France, without a doubt. France is like the all weather friend of India, a best friend forever, a BFF. You can compare it with Russia or Israel. It's a unbreakable relationship. Historically, France has always backed and supported India. And this year, we are marking the 25th anniversary of our strategic partnership. And given that PM Modi has visited France just a few days ago, not just for G7 summit, but also for a bilateral visit, it makes France very important. France was one of the few countries which did not criticize our nuclear tests in 1998. There were three major powers that did not condemn the nuclear tests at Pokhran. This included Russia, France, and Israel. That's the reason why India considers these three nations as all weather friends, because we have a time tested partnership. So today, France is a key supplier of technology, weapons, and defense systems. Take, for example, the Rafale fighter jets or the older Mirage 2000, which continues to serve the Indian Air Force. Or look at the Scorpion class submarines that were built in India under the INS Cavalry class, which have all been inducted into Indian Navy. So many key defense platforms and weapon technologies have been provided by France to help in India's military modernization. We also have very close security and intelligence relationship focusing on counterterrorism and ongoing global tensions. As I said, we are marking the 25th anniversary of the strategic partnership, which makes the topic all the more important. So during PM Modi's visit a few days ago, India France have mainly focused on technological collaboration, especially the world of artificial intelligence has become a priority for both nations. France hosted the AI summit. India recently hosted the AI Impact Summit. So this again creates a common interest, a common ground. So both countries have launched India France Innovation Roadmap to bring their academia, research institutions, public sector institutions, and the researchers together to focus on critical emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, clean renewable energy, and other upcoming technologies. They have even set up a dedicated AI working group because both countries are shaping AI governance. They are shaping the global AI framework and they are focusing on bilateral cooperation as well to develop advanced AI systems. Both countries are going to set up a center of digital sciences. As you can see, the entire focus is on digital technology, critical emerging technologies. They have set up an economic security dialogue to focus on critical mineral supply chains, to ensure that they build parallel resilient supply chains. And UPI has been rolled out in France, particularly in Paris. We have close space, nuclear, and infrastructure collaboration. In the space domain, India's ISRO works closely with the French Space Agency, the CNES. France is helping ISRO with the Gaganyaan mission, especially in space medicine, space clothing, etc. Then we have few joint space missions as well, right? Then in the nuclear domain, we have a civil nuclear agreement. And French nuclear companies are eager to set up a nuclear plant in India. India has even allocated a site at Jaitapur in Maharashtra. Now, with the Shanti Act passed and India complying with IAEA standards on nuclear liability, there's every possibility that French nuclear companies could start selling reactors to India and setting up nuclear reactors in India. It's also a pioneer in small modular reactors, which India is looking to inculcate into its nuclear program. So, in every technology you can think of, France is a key partner for India. And we have signed an agreement to collaborate in the field of high speed railway corridors. France is known for high speed rail technology, and India is fast tracking high speed rail projects. So, we are not only collaborating with Japan to bring the Shinkansen or the bullet train to India, we are collaborating with France as well. Now, what is really important in Europe is the renewed focus of India on central eastern parts of Europe, the parts of Europe which historically were neglected. Traditionally, we have always focused on Western Europe, countries like Germany, UK, France, and other West European powers. But of late, Prime Minister Modi, in the last 2 3 years, has opened a new era in India Europe relations by focusing on Central East European countries. So, if you look at the map, you can identify the different regions here. East European countries like Poland, Ukraine, Central European countries like Austria, Czech Republic, Slovakia, they've all become very, very important. PM Modi has visited multiple countries in the region in the last 2 3 years. We are prioritizing Nordic nations, Baltic states, and the Balkan region as well. Traditionally, our focus was here on the Mediterranean countries and the West European countries. But now we are focusing more on Central, East Europe, Northern Europe, the Baltic, and the Balkan region. In the last couple of years, look at the number of visits by the Prime Minister. A visit to Poland in 2024, visit to Ukraine in the midst of the war. You tell me how many global leaders can visit both Russia and Ukraine back to back. PM Modi did that after visiting Russia in 2024. Within a few weeks, he visited Ukraine, offering to mediate between Russia and Ukraine. Then a visit to Austria, visit to Cyprus, which is strategically important, a visit to Croatia and Slovakia. So, this clearly highlights India's growing role and prominence. And the reason why we are focusing more on East Europe and Central Europe and even the Balkans is because of the IMEC corridor, the India Middle East Europe Economic Corridor that was announced at the 2023 G20 summit hosted by India. The IMEC project is supposed to connect India with West Asia with a multimodal transport corridor, linking our strategic ports with UAE's ports like Jebel Ali, Fujairah, and connecting with Saudi Arabia's road and rail network and pipeline network to link with Jordan and Israel with the strategic Haifa port, and from here to link with Greece, Italy, Cyprus, France, Spain, and others, which are all very keen to be part of the IMEC corridor. That explains why Prime Minister Modi is visiting these countries to revive our economic security strategic ties, because this can be a gateway which can open up new markets. This will help us counter China. China has already created a big presence for itself in these parts of Europe through its Belt and Road investments. And India can potentially counter that and access the wider European market that can boost our exports. It can help us tap the capital that is required to drive investments into India and also secure key imports of technology and machinery and other key intermediaries that are essential for our industry. So, when you look at the recent visits, PM Modi has covered Netherlands, the Nordic nations, especially Sweden, Norway, met with all the Nordic leaders, then visited Italy just few days ago in a five-nation visit. So I'll quickly take you through the outcomes of these visits. See, you will not get a separate question on India Netherlands, right? But In a question on Europe, on India's new focus, India's renewed attention, how we are prioritizing even countries that were previously neglected, right? Even in Western Europe, some countries were not prioritized, like Netherlands, for example. So, this visit highlights the growing diversification of India's foreign policy in Europe. It takes forward the India EU FTA. If we have to truly achieve the full results of the FTA, we have to engage with all the EU members, right? So, in the next few slides, I've given all the key outcomes. It's very factual, and you don't have to go through everything by heart and remember everything. It's not required. But I just urge you to take a quick look at the points. Remember maybe two, three important ones. If at all there is a question on Europe, if you are able to include these points, mentioning the visit to countries like Netherlands, that would be a big value addition in the answer. So with Netherlands, we have elevated the strategic partnership and we have established regular high level interaction. There will be an annual foreign ministers meeting followed by high level interaction between ministers and leaders of the countries. Economic ties, including critical emerging technologies, have been prioritized. Then focus on critical raw materials. These are basically generic points you can actually include with any topic, especially with any major power. You can definitely include these common points. That's why I said you don't have to remember every fact here. You don't have to by heart all the points. Just remember the visit to Netherlands and a couple of priority areas. For example, Netherlands is a leader in water, sanitation, agriculture, and healthcare. And this is where India needs help and assistance. So we have entered into a partnership in agriculture technology, in water management and sanitation, in healthcare and disaster management as well. So, if you can just remember some of these points and try to bring that into your discussion, that will enhance your answer. As I said, critical emerging technologies are a focus, including semiconductor fabrication. Netherlands is a leader because don't forget, Netherlands has a monopoly on lithography machines. There's a Dutch company called ASML, which is the only producer of lithography machines which are absolutely critical to fabricate GPUs or graphic processing units, which is the backbone of artificial intelligence. Even American chip manufacturers like Nvidia depend on lithography machines of ASML. It has entered into a deal with the Tata Group to bring lithography technology to help India focus on semiconductor fabrication, including production of GPUs in the future. See, setting up this technology will take minimum 15, 20 years. But Netherlands can be that partner which can help India. It has also joined India led initiatives and it's a leader in clean technologies, in solar, wind, and other forms of renewable energy. And we are also focusing on creating sustainable maritime sector, be it shipbuilding or global shipping, making it environment friendly and sustainable. Plus, defense security ties for the first time are being focused upon between India and Netherlands. So this was one important visit. And also, please understand, Netherlands becomes important because of the people to people connection. You have a strong Indian community here. Several thousand Indian students, workers are based out of Netherlands, making migration a big uh, area of cooperation. But European countries also deal with the issue of illegal migration from India, which is very rampant. This affects even genuine migrants like students and high skilled professionals. So, we are signing migration mobility agreements with all European countries to streamline migration. It will facilitate easy movement for students and skilled professionals. It will help the European countries to counter and tackle illegal migration, to detect Indian illegal migrants and deport them back to India. So, it will address the concern of both the sides. Now, coming to the focus on the Nordic region that includes Scandinavia covers countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Iceland, and the island territories of Greenland, the Faroe Islands, etc. Since the Greenland issue is in the news, as Trump has been claiming Greenland, challenging Denmark's sovereignty, the topic becomes all the more important. So there can be a separate question on India Nordic relationship. So PM Modi visited multiple Nordic nations and he participated in the India Nordic Summit. We have a dedicated summit to work with the Nordic nations. So let's look at the key outcomes of these visits and especially the India Nordic Summit. Now, when you look at the Nordic nations, the important standout feature about them is that they're all highly developed countries. They have attained very high human development, be it in education, healthcare, and they are one of the most progressive, open, liberal societies in the world. They consistently rank very high with regard to freedom of press, with regard to democratic rights or happiness or overall well being and development. These nations are right at the top of human development. So, PM's visit to Sweden and the other nations and taking part in the Nordic summit was of great relevance. Again, you don't have to remember by heart every point, not required. Just go through the slides, remember the most important ones, and that is enough. With Sweden, we have elevated the strategic partnership and launched a joint action plan. Sweden, again, is a leader in clean technology. There are a lot of Swedish companies investing in India. We have close collaboration in critical technologies, in AI, in clean renewable energy sector, in agriculture as well. So both countries have set up four pillars of cooperation. Pillar one on strategic ties, security, including counterterrorism. Pillar two on next generation economic partnership to double the bilateral trade. And pillar three on critical emerging technologies and trusted connectivity. The main focus being collaboration in artificial intelligence and even access to critical minerals. And finally, pillar four, shaping tomorrow together. There is this initiative called Lead IT. Lead IT stands for Leadership Group on Industry Transition, where India is working with Nordic countries to transform industries to reduce their emissions and achieve net zero target. So the Nordic nations are a key partner for us in the Lead IT initiative. It's mainly led by India and the Nordic countries, where they are helping each other to transition critical sectors towards net zero emissions. So, in clean energy, in climate action efforts, these countries are very crucial. Then, PM Modi also visited Norway. See, Norway is very critical for our Arctic reach. It's through Norway that we have set up an Arctic research station called Himadri. We have deployed an underwater observatory called IND-ARC. We are looking to access the Arctic shipping routes. Russia is opening up the northern sea route as the ice caps are melting. India, Russia are collaborating on the northern sea route project. And Arctic nations like Norway can help us gain better access to the Arctic routes and the resources present in the Arctic. And even with regard to scientific research and polar expeditions, these countries are very crucial. So, Norway has initiated a maritime security dialogue. It has a common Indo Pacific vision and has joined the Indo Pacific Oceans Initiative. Then, coming to Finland, another important Scandinavian Nordic nation, the ties have been elevated during the PM's engagement. PM did not visit Finland, but during the Nordic summit, he engaged with the leadership of Finland. Finland is also a leader in technology again, be it in recycling technology, in clean renewables, in artificial intelligence, in advanced communication technology. In all these areas, both sides have signed new deals and agreements. Then, even with Denmark, Denmark is a leader in animal husbandry, especially in dairy industry. So there's a lot to learn for India, right? Then don't forget, Norway, which I mentioned earlier, is part of the EFTA group, the European Free Trade Association. There are four countries in EFTA: Norway, Switzerland, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. So during the Nordic summit, PM Modi interacted with Norway government and as well as with Iceland. So India has signed a free trade agreement with EFTA countries called the TEPA, the Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement. The EFTA countries are not members of EU. They're not part of EU. So they have a separate trade association, and India has recently signed a FTA with them. And this FTA is very unique and special as it not only drives the trade, it will also bring investments into India. So we will cover this in more detail in a separate session on FTAs. Now, Denmark is an important partner in agriculture and in emerging critical technologies and renewable energy. It's a leader in wind energy, for example, in geothermal energy as well. It's heavily focused on innovation, research, and that is something India would like to collaborate upon. So, when you look at the India Nordic Summit, it was launched in 2018. Three editions of the summit have taken place, and the fourth summit was held in Helsinki, Finland. This is the upcoming summit which is going to happen. So, the third summit where PM participated was in Norway, in Oslo. So, right now, the Nordic area has become a focus, a priority. As we already have close strategic partnership with these countries, we are elevating the economic ties, the technological cooperation, the economic transition towards clean energy and net zero emissions. These countries are also pioneering the blue economy model, which is a sustainable model to extract oceanic resources to ensure that minimal damage is caused to marine environment, and the benefits of this extraction is channeled towards the coastal communities. So countries like Norway, Finland, Sweden, Iceland, they're all pioneers in blue economy model, and India would like to work closely with these Nordic nations. We even have started space and AI and defense collaboration with these countries. If you take Sweden, Swedish defense companies like Saab, they are the designers and producers of the Gripen fighter jet, which was a contender for the Indian Air Force fighter jet procurement program. So, though Gripen was not chosen and we went with the Rafales, Saab maintains a close defense partnership. It's even setting up a defense manufacturing facility in India. It's going to produce important radars and other key military hardware for Indian armed forces. So that's the reason why I said this relationship is very critical. Now, India has an upcoming mission to the Venus, the Shukrayan mission, the Venus orbiter mission, where Nordic nations, especially the Norwegian Space Agency, will be collaborating with ISRO. So you can see the depth of this relationship. These Nordic nations are even supporting India's entry into UN Security Council as a permanent member by pushing for reforms of the UN. These countries are also key partners of counterterrorism efforts. And don't forget, they're even part of the NATO. They're part of European Union, right? Some of them. And this gives India great influence and access into these important groupings. Now, coming to the most hyped visit, the Melody moment, PM Modi's visit to Italy. Italy has been one of the key partners, though in the past we have had some ups and downs. For example, a few years ago, there was an incident called Enrica Lexi incident, where a ship carrying Italian marine soldiers, they opened fire off the coast of Kerala and they killed two Indian fishermen. They thought they were pirates, but they were Indian fishermen. Following the killing of the fishermen, it turned into a big legal dispute. India claimed that the killing had occurred in our territorial waters, and we arrested the Italian Marines and tried them under Indian law. Italy objected to it, claiming it had occurred in international waters and not in India's territorial waters. So it became a big legal battle on the interpretation of the UN clause provisions. So during this period, our relationship had taken a backseat. It had been severely affected. Finally, it was resolved. India reached a compromise, and the Marines were released and sent back to Italy. So now, India Italy are forging a close partnership because, see, Italy wants to focus on the Indo Pacific. It wants to further improve ties with India. It wants to counter China. Italy has also quit China's Belt and Road Initiative. It sees China as a strategic threat. So there are common interests, common objectives that we have, and that is what brings India and Italy together. So again, you don't have to by heart every point. You'll not get a separate question on India, Italy, right? You'll not get separate questions on Norway, Finland, or Sweden, or Netherlands, but maybe a collective question on Europe or a collective question on Nordic region. That is something you can anticipate. So later, please go through these key developments, even if you remember one or two. The trick here is you can remember the common points. Common points are critical emerging technology, critical mineral supply chain, right? Artificial intelligence, clean energy, renewable energy. This is something you can automatically add to India's ties with these European nations. Now, coming to the big global powers, US and Russia. So let's take a quick look. Once we finish this, we'll move to the last part, which is Africa and Latin America. This is again based on recent developments, recent deals, agreements, recent issues, and as well as PM Modi's visit to these countries. So today, one of the most complex relationship is the India-US relationship. This was believed to be the most defining partnership of the 21st century. As two large democracies with common goals, common interests, common concerns, it was natural for India US to align together. But if you look at history, we have had a complicated relationship with the US. In the 1950s, 60s period, we had our ideological differences. During the Cold War, India chose to be non aligned, and the US was not happy with it, as US was leading the Western capitalist democratic bloc opposed to the Soviet communist bloc. They expected India as a democracy to automatically side with the West. But due to India's anti colonial, anti imperial approach and India's independent foreign policy, we chose the non aligned path. But the US was helping and assisting India as well during that period in the field of agriculture, in the field of nuclear energy, even in the field of intelligence. India US were partners, though we had major ideological differences. But in 1971, the US became openly hostile to India, especially under President Nixon, as he aligned with Pakistan during the genocide against Bengalis and the 1971 war. Nixon threatened India, deployed the US Navy as well, threatening India during the conflict. So that's when India abandoned non-alignment and sided with Soviet Union by signing the Indo-Soviet Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Since then, the US considered India as a threat, as India had aligned with the communist bloc. It went on to target our nuclear and space program. So, for at least 3 decades, we were pretty hostile to each other. It was only after 2001, especially after 9/11 attacks, that the relationship transformed. It mainly developed on security relations, focused on intelligence sharing and counterterrorism in the Afghanistan Pakistan belt. As US had invaded Afghanistan, it realized that it couldn't depend on Pakistan alone to counter terrorism. It needed a reliable partner, and that was India. Following this, a new era opened up in our defense security ties. It led to the historic 123 agreement or the India US civil nuclear deal. Though it's an old topic, it can become relevant because of the Shanti Act. Because India's nuclear liability law was not aligned with IAEA standards. And now, with the Shanti Act, we have placed a cap on nuclear liability, aligning with IAEA standards. And we have also liberalized the nuclear sector, allowing for private participation and foreign investments. It is designed to attract American nuclear companies into the Indian market. So today, India and US are the closest of partners. But at the same time, we have some pressing issues and challenges. See, in the past, India has bought advanced military hardware. For many decades, Russia was the dominant supplier, especially from 1960s to early 2000s. But in last 2 decades, we have slightly reduced procurement from Russia, and we have diversified the defense procurement from France, Israel, and US. US has supplied key weapon systems, be it the C-130J Super Hercules and the C-17 Globemaster, which are advanced military transport planes. The C-17 provides you strategic airlift capability. You can even airlift heavy weaponry, including helicopters, battle tanks, artillery guns, to the front lines and deploy hundreds of soldiers. It can be used during disasters and evacuation missions. The C 130J gives you tactical airlift capability to deploy special forces in covert operations. We have procured the Apache and the Chinook helicopters. We have procured the MQ-9B Reaper drones, both for surveillance and for armed precision attacks. We have procured the P-8I Poseidon for long range maritime surveillance and anti submarine warfare. We have procured the howitzers, the M777 howitzers, adding to our artillery units. So, the US has been indeed one of the key defense suppliers. Even the MH-60 Romeo helicopters for Indian Navy. So many key advanced weapon platforms have been procured by India. Now, US is trying to pitch the F-35 as Russia is offering the latest Sukhoi with the Sukhoi 57. So all in all, both Russia and US are key defense partners, but with US, we have been simply buying the weapon platforms with very limited sharing of technology. But this is set to change as both sides are creating new initiatives. When PM Modi visited US last year, both sides have set up a US India compact to catalyze the military partnership in defense technology sharing, joint design, co production, co development. They have set up an initiative called Asia, the Autonomous Systems Industry Alliance, which will mainly focus on drones and unmanned aerial vehicles, unmanned underwater vehicles. So these key defense technologies have been prioritized through this joint initiative. We have signed a new deal to procure the Javelin anti tank guided missile and the Striker infantry combat vehicle. We have ordered a new batch of P 8I Poseidon maritime reconnaissance and patrol aircraft. We have also enhanced the number of MQ-9B Reaper drones that we are going to procure from the US. So this makes US an indispensable defense partner. See, under the former President Biden, under the Biden administration, India US had started an initiative called ICET, the Initiative on Critical Emerging Technologies, to build collaboration in key emerging technologies like AI, semiconductors, quantum computing, etc. Under ICET, we had started a defense partnership called Indus X that would bring our defense research institutions together, both from public and private sector. Now, ICET has been replaced with the Trust Initiative under the Trump administration. Indus X remains as it is, but ICET has been renamed and it has been upgraded as the Trust Initiative, transforming relationship utilizing strategic technology. The focus is exactly the same, focus on critical emerging technology collaboration. But one addition is that it focuses on critical mineral supply chain as well. This was not part of ICET. So, with this addition, ICET has now been replaced by the Trust Initiative. And another major initiative with regard to critical mineral supply chain is Pax Silica. India has recently joined the Pax Silica initiative. It's a coalition of trusted partners led by US to focus on supply chains of critical minerals. So we will study Pax Silica separately as well. As I said, we'll have one session on organizations, groupings that are in the news, and we'll cover that separately later. But remember, Pax Silica is a US led initiative. But however, the Trump administration has been highly problematic. We had seen this during the first presidency of Trump as well. Even then, between 2016 and 2020, Trump had launched a trade war against India. Trump removed the GSP status given to India, the generalized system of preferences, where Indian exports to US were given preferential treatment. This was stopped by Donald Trump. And now, after coming back into office, he again resumed the tariff wars. This time, he targeted the entire Indian economy with 50% tariff, 25% tariff, and a 25% penalty for India continuing to buy Russian oil. So, this was coercive diplomacy to directly hit Indian exports into the American market. Because please remember, US is a key trading partner, the second largest trading partner, one of the most important export markets for Indian industry, Indian agriculture. So at 50% tariff, your trade will collapse. So India had to weather this crisis. Indian industry took a massive hit. Fortunately, the US Supreme Court declared these tariffs as unconstitutional. So right now, US has announced a baseline tariff on all countries in the range of around 15%. And India US have recently announced an interim trade agreement that will bring the average tariff to 18%. This was announced in February 2026. But however, this agreement has not been signed. It's still a proposal. By then, the Iran war started. So this has lost the focus and priority. So without an interim trade agreement, there's no clarity on what tariffs will apply. How will it impact Indian exports into US? So both sides have negotiated an interim trade agreement that will bring some sanctions relief and tariff relief, and it will basically remove this 25% penalty because of India buying Russian oil, as India became the one of the largest buyers of Russian oil, and it proposes a more uniform rate of around 18%. But critics argue this is still higher compared to other close American partners like European Union. They all have tariffs of around 15%, right? Even Philippines, Vietnam, Pakistan, Bangladesh have lower tariffs than India. So this raises very difficult questions whether US is really India's friend or not. And especially Trump's obsession with claiming that he mediated the ceasefire, that he prevented a nuclear war. This has repeatedly caused embarrassment and humiliation for India, though India denies all these charges. It has indeed affected the relationship, as Trump is known to be a egotist person who looks at praise and acclaim, something that Pakistan has given to him, the credit that Pakistan has shared with him, and which India has refused. And there are well documented media reports that this might have something to do with Trump's targeting of India, that India didn't credit him for the ceasefire, which India denies. India says it was bilaterally worked out between our DGMOs during Operation Sindoor. So this remains a pressing issue. Apart from that, the American policy, the new national security strategy of the US, where US has reiterated the age-old Monroe Doctrine of reclaiming the Western Hemisphere, of dominating the Americas region and keeping out any external powers. Trump is calling it the Monroe Doctrine. It sounds like the return of imperialism, where US is blatantly doing whatever it wants. So be it the US military action in Venezuela, the blatant targeting of ships in the Caribbean, where several lives were lost. US claims it was fighting drugs and narcotics, but This goes against international law. You can't blatantly target vessels, commercial vessels, and civilians in international waters. And the audacious attempt to infiltrate into Venezuela and kidnap the then president Nicolas Maduro and extract him back into US, alleging that he was the kingpin of the drug cartels. This goes against the sovereignty of Venezuela, goes against the principles of UN Charter. Under UN Charter, according to Article 2, any use of force or even the threat of force is prohibited. So the American military interventions in Venezuela or its crippling of Cuba through its economic sanctions and blockade or its attack on Iran, they are all illegitimate, not rooted in international law. And the US hegemony that is very evident, where it is exerting itself in the Western Hemisphere and also exerting its dominance across the world, especially in Indo Pacific, is something that's deeply troubling. In the Iran war, Iranian naval vessel Iris Dana was openly targeted off the coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean region. Though this incident did not occur in Indian waters. Remember what we studied under Indian Ocean region. This is our backyard where India wants to be the dominant power. So when US torpedoes a warship of a friendly country, by the way, this warship had participated in the International Fleet Review in Vishakhapatnam as a guest of India. So while on its way back, it was shot down and brought down off the coast of Sri Lanka. And this is a matter of deep concern. The growing American military intervention, the wars Trump has triggered from Venezuela to Iran, the claims he's making over Greenland, his threat to completely dismantle NATO, all of this creates a lot of instability in geopolitics and creates a chaotic environment. So, navigating this has been a challenge for India, but India has done pretty well. India has not fallen under this pressure and we have not reacted emotionally. India has shown that maturity. India has retaliated, responded when needed. At the same time, we have not responded tit for tat, right? That's not necessary. You need not drop to the level of Donald Trump. And India has managed to maintain that sense of balance. Now, coming to Russia, one of India's most critical partners, an all weather friend, a country which has stood with India since 1947. We share a historical relationship with the Soviet Union. Post independence, the Soviets were critical in supporting India on Kashmir issue, or be it with regard to the wars with Pakistan, or even the 1962 war with China, where Soviet Union took a neutral stand despite being a communist country. Because of Russia China differences, it adopted a neutral stand. Russia would be the biggest military supplier to India, starting with the MiG fighter jets to almost every critical military hardware that we have, from warships to submarines to fighter jets to missiles and rockets. Almost all of it has been of Soviet Russian origin. Even when India liberated Goa from Portuguese colonization under Operation Vijay, it was Soviet Union that backed India, defeated a Western resolution at UN Security Council. So all in all, Soviet Union has been that trusted friend. As I said, it did not condemn our nuclear tests. In 1971, thanks to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, India managed to deter the American threat. The Soviet Union came to India's assistance, deploying the Soviet Navy in the Indian Ocean to deter the American naval threats against India. And its role in modernizing our military, in supporting our nuclear space program, is probably the defining aspect of the relationship, right? Be it our nuclear civilian program or the weapons program, it has received a lot of covert and even overt Russian support. The space program as well. There is very close collaboration between ISRO and the Russian Space Agency. Just look at the kind of weapon platforms we have procured from Russia over the years. Apart from the close defense energy cooperation, The weapon systems that we have, be it the Sukhoi fighter jets, the T-90 Bhishma battle tanks, the BrahMos cruise missile developed as a joint venture, which was effectively used during Operation Sindoor, or the nuclear-powered submarine INS Chakra, which is leased to India for training purposes, our aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya, the S-400, which played a pivotal role in Operation Sindoor, establishing India's air defense superiority. We are jointly producing the AK-203 assault rifles. Russia has transferred the technology to India, and a factory in UP is now domestically producing the AK-203 assault rifles. Or look at the Kudankulam nuclear power plant in Tamil Nadu, where Russia has supplied the nuclear reactors and the material and the technology. And even in the Gaganyaan mission, the first batch of Indian astronauts have been trained by the Russian Space Agency. So this is where you should know that we are collaborating with US as well under the Artemis Accords to return to the moon. India is part of the Artemis Accords with the US, and as part of the space cooperation under Artemis Accords, Indian astronaut was recently sent to space, who's part of the Gaganyaan mission, right, to the International Space Station. And US will be helping India in the Gaganyaan mission as well. So Russia is also one of the key partner which has trained the Indian astronauts. So in this regard, PM Modi's visit in 2024 in the midst of the war was very critical. India has urged Russia to end the conflict through talks and negotiations. PM Modi followed this visit with a visit to Ukraine, urging both sides to negotiate, and India was showing the willingness to help and assist them if required. Now, last year in December 2025, Russian President Putin carried out the first visit to India after the Ukraine war began. Now, this is very critical because see, Putin cannot travel to every country because he has a ICC arrest warrant against him. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant against him. So, Putin's visit just around 6 months ago led to some key outcomes. India has always been focusing on the far east region of Russia, the Siberia region. India has invested up to $1 billion through a line of credit because the Russian Siberia region, the Far East, is blessed with resources from hydrocarbons to critical minerals to coal. India is one of the key players in the Sakhalin oil and gas basin, and there are many Indian companies as well operating in the region. So we are setting up a maritime link as well between Chennai and Vladivostok. So this project was reviewed during Putin's visit, the Chennai Vladivostok maritime route, which will create a shorter and more reliable route compared to the longer route via Red Sea and gives us access to the Far East or Siberia region to access the resources present here, from minerals to hydrocarbons. Then, if you look at the military partnership, it has further strengthened with the signing of the RELOs, the reciprocal exchange of logistics. It allows the armed forces of India, Russia to use each other's military bases and provide that logistical support. We have such logistic sharing agreements even with US, with Japan, Australia, with France, and many other key partners. So we also have a 2+2 ministerial as well with US, Australia, just like we have with Japan. With Russia as well, we have close engagement between our foreign defense ministries. And right now, we are setting a very ambitious goal to increase the trade to $100 billion by the end of the decade. See, as Russia was hit with sanctions because of the war, India became one of the biggest buyers of Russian oil. India not only abstained from all votes against Russia, we did not criticize Russia for violating Ukraine's sovereignty. And we ignored the Western sanctions and went on to buy Russian oil at scale. So, this is something which has not been appreciated by European countries and US. And despite this, India has gone ahead. And right now, the focus is on further strengthening the bilateral trade to diversify it away from oil because right now, bilateral trade is very limited. Except for India's oil procurement, The rest of the trade between India and Russia is very limited. So the goal is to create more trade opportunities and increase the trade volume to $100 billion. And in the maritime domain, especially in the Arctic, Russia is a key partner, as I told you. Even to access the Arctic region via the Pacific and the Bering Strait, and to gain access to the Northern Sea Route project that Russia is opening up in the Arctic. India is being invited as a key partner, and India is very keen. And we are also looking to revive the INSTC project, which has been largely sidelined. So, all these key outcomes were seen during Putin's recent visit to India. It shows how India is able to continue its close relations with Russia despite the Western criticism and the American sanctions and the American tariffs against India. Now, coming to the last two regions, Africa and Latin America, we'll take a quick look. First, we'll understand our approach towards the region. What is our priority in Africa and Latin America? And we'll look at the recent visits of PM Modi to some of the African and Latin American countries. Just like PM Modi has prioritized many European nations, especially in Central Eastern Europe, similarly, PM Modi has recently visited multiple African countries and South American, Latin American countries. That's why these regions are important. We have got questions on India Africa relations in the past, but Latin America has never been asked in a specific question. So that is something which can be important for this year's mains. As you know, Africa is a land of resources blessed with mineral wealth, hydrocarbons, uranium, critical minerals, rare earths, forest resources, and more importantly, even human resource. Though it remains a backward continent because of colonial exploitation and external interference and ongoing conflicts and military dictatorships, Africa is riddled with civil wars, ethnic conflicts, terrorism, etc. But it remains a land of hope. It remains as a continent which can define the future of the world. It's home to a billion plus people, right? It's home to plenty of resources, as you can see in the map. In every nook and corner of Africa, you find plenty of mineral wealth, from iron to bauxite, titanium to copper, lithium to nickel, gold to uranium to diamonds, and large deposits of hydrocarbons as well, oil and gas deposits. In fact, India procures oil and gas from some of the African countries as well. So, working with Africa to harness the resources and to stabilize African nations, to aid in their development, to create a genuinely beneficial partnership is the focus of our African diplomacy. The goal is to connect the billion plus population on both sides, access African resources not for our own benefit. We are not looking at one way relationship like China or US or Russia or other powers. They've all come to exploit Africa. But India has a different vision. A mutually beneficial partnership is what India is seeking. India is one of the biggest development partners, from rural development to education to healthcare to water management. India is one of the key partners with African nations. Now, throughout history, India has maintained close links with African countries, especially in Eastern and Southern Africa. Look at countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique. In eastern part of Africa, there's a history since ancient times of Indian traders, merchants, financiers, money lenders settling and working in African countries. Even today, you have a very large Indian diaspora community. In southern Africa, from South Africa to Zimbabwe, you have a big Indian community, especially those who were taken as indentured laborers under British rule. Then look at countries like Nigeria or Ethiopia. They are all home to a large Indian working population. A lot of Indian workers find opportunities here. So we do have a strong diaspora. And don't forget, Africa today has one of the youngest demography. It has one of the youngest population, and it it is going to be the future workforce. As Western countries largely are aging, from US to Australia to Europe to Japan, It will be countries like India and African nations, which will mainly comprise the labor force in the coming decades. With a billion plus population and a massive market, it offers the right opportunity for India Africa collaboration. And also, don't forget, Africa has large tracts of cultivable arable land that's critical for agriculture and global food security. Today, Indian agro companies are leasing African farming land to cultivate crops. This again is mutually beneficial. India is sharing agriculture technology. Indian industries are setting up manufacturing in Africa, exporting goods and vehicles and spare parts and engineering components from India to Africa. Indian telecom companies like Bharti Airtel have a major presence. Indian auto manufacturers like TVS, Tata Group, right? They all have a big presence in Africa. So, given the close economic ties and the diaspora relations, the entire Africa continent becomes important, especially Eastern Africa and Southern Africa, right? And today we are focusing more on West Africa as well, which was historically neglected, and we are trying to prioritize even North and Central Africa. These areas were historically not a focus. Because of the presence of the Indian community in Eastern Southern Africa, these regions of Africa have always received more priority. This is where most investments have been concentrated in. This is where we had most of the diplomatic missions. But today, we are expanding our presence from North Africa to Central and West Africa as well. This is a clear symbol of South South cooperation. As a leader of Global South, India is not only giving leadership to African nations, we even provide a voice to the Global South. In the run up to the G20 summit, India hosted the Voice of Global South summit, bringing the Global South countries, especially from Africa, giving them a voice, raising their issues and concerns at the G20, and ensured that African Union was given membership to G20. So the credit goes to India. India, as the host, pushed for membership to African Union, which represents Africa as a continent. Just like ASEAN for Southeast Asia or European Union for Europe, African Union truly represents the African continent. And look at our development partnership. Indian biotech and pharma industry and healthcare industry is the backbone of Africa's healthcare system. Africa is a key market for our pharma and vaccine export. Africa is affected by multiple diseases, especially contagious infectious diseases from HIV, AIDS to Ebola to mosquito borne diseases, including malaria. So, Indian pharma companies have a huge market in Africa. And since most countries are poor nations, they can't afford patented drugs. They rely on generic medicines produced by Indian companies. So, this is a very strong bond that we share. Indian hospitals, Indian doctors, nurses play a very critical role in the healthcare system. And India has rolled out a soft power initiative called Pan African E Network Project, through which we are providing telemedicine and tele education services using Indian satellites and the ground reception equipment, and by laying OFC cables across Africa. We are providing remote education and medicine through Vidya Bharati and Arogya Bharati initiative under the Pan African E Network project. This is genuinely designed to help African nations in education and healthcare. And the flagship initiative that we have with Africa is the India Africa Forum Summit, IAFS, launched by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in 2008, with two more summits in 2011 and 15. This brought India closer to the members of African Union, through which India could provide loans and concessional credit and investments and drive our influence to counter China. because China has built a formidable presence through Belt and Road Initiative. But unfortunately, after the last summit in 2015, the next India Africa Forum summit has not been held. It was supposed to be held in June 2026. The fourth India Africa summit had been organized. But unfortunately, due to the Ebola outbreak in multiple African nations, from Democratic Republic of Congo to South Sudan, multiple nations, including Uganda, have seen a deadly Ebola outbreak, which is a highly contagious infection. Because of this and the WHO guidelines, India Africa had to suspend the summit. It has been postponed. It might be held at a later date. But this shows the lack of focus as well. Compared to this, China is more aggressive. China periodically organizes a regular summit with African Union and the African states. Though India had launched a similar initiative, we stopped it after 2015. Right? Of course, pandemic created a disruption, but that's not an excuse because China managed to continue it. So this year we had organized the summit. It was all set to happen in the first week of June, but because of Ebola outbreak, it has been postponed as of now. Now, look at the big visits of Prime Minister Modi. 2024 PM Modi visited Nigeria, highlighting our focus on West Africa. See, Nigeria is a key country with access to the Gulf of Guinea and the Atlantic. It is blessed with hydrocarbon reserves. It's a key supplier of energy to India. It's also affected by terrorism. A deadly terror group called Boko Haram, that's aligned with Al Qaeda and now with Islamic State, has been posing a threat. So, in the field of counterterrorism, energy security, investments, and diaspora outreach, new agreements and initiatives were launched. Nigeria has depended heavily on Indian teachers, Indian doctors. So there is a strong diaspora presence. There are hundreds of Indian companies operating here. Nigeria is one of the biggest African economies. So all these initiatives were prioritized during PM Modi's visit. Then PM Modi recently visited Ghana. Ghana is another West African country. See, that's why I said we have a renewed focus on West Africa, right? Ghana is a key supplier of several raw materials. It has access to Gulf of Guinea with strategic ports that are located. This region is also affected by organized crime and piracy, and Indian Navy is stepping up its military presence in Gulf of Guinea as well. Right? So this is our new engagement with West African countries. India, Ghana were the founding members of the non-aligned movement. The then leader of Ghana, Nkrumah, was a good friend of Prime Minister Nehru. They ideologically aligned with each other in their anti-imperial approach and founded the non-aligned movement. So with Ghana as well, new initiatives have been launched, agreements have been signed. It's a major exporter of gold. It's an exporter of cocoa, the backbone of the chocolate industry, right? It is also said to have critical minerals. It's a major consumer of Indian drugs. So these agreements have been signed, and we are working closely with regional groups like ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, along with African Union, to focus on West Africa. Recently, we have opened new diplomatic missions in West African countries as well. Then coming to PM Modi's visit to Namibia. Namibia is a southern African country in the southeastern part of Africa. The most important thing about Namibia is that it has hydrocarbons and more importantly, it has uranium. And it has recently signed a civil nuclear deal. Under the Manmohan Singh government, India Namibia signed a civil nuclear deal, which is now being operationalized. So this visit, focusing on access to hydrocarbons, critical minerals, rolling out India's UPI. By the way, UPI is being rolled out in Ghana as well. Right? India is offering to share its digital public infrastructure. And in return, we hope to gain access to critical minerals, uranium, and other key resources. Then coming to another big visit in December last year, PM Modi visited Ethiopia, a major country near Horn of Africa, which is home to a very large Indian community as well. A lot of Indian companies operate here, and one of the major economies of Africa. With Ethiopia as well, India has stepped up the strategic partnership, focused on economic, technological exchanges. China is already a big player in Ethiopia's technology and communication sector. So India would like to compete, and Indian companies are trying to create opportunities for themselves. So all these big markets are being tapped by India. And this is a clear sign of the improvement in India's African diplomacy. Now, coming to the last region, the Latin America region that covers South America and the Caribbean belt. Now, this has become a priority and a new focus. And PM Modi has visited a few countries recently, making the topic very, very important. And also given US action against Venezuela, right? The topic becomes all the more important. So, Latin America is this vital region in the Americas. And Latin America is also blessed with resources, especially critical minerals, energy resources. For example, Brazil has oil gas deposits. Venezuela, as you know, has the world's largest oil reserves. India used to procure oil from Venezuela. We had stopped in 2019 because of American sanctions. Now we are resuming it as Venezuelan government has aligned with Trump's policies. Then countries like Guyana, Suriname, they have a very, very big Indian community. They are all descendants of Indian laborers who were transported by the British. Then across the Caribbean, in West Indies, in Trinidad, Tobago, in Jamaica, in St. Kitts and Nevis, in all the Caribbean islands, you find a big Indian community with a strong Hindu and Indian influence. Right? It all goes back to the British era and the indentured labor system. So Latin America is not only home to a strong Indian community, but it's a clear example of South-South cooperation. We were aligned in our non-aligned ideology. We have been aligned with our development goals, our commitments towards climate change, and our opposition to the Western dominance. The same holds good for Africa as well, right? The global South countries, as you know, they have been pushing for reforms of the UN. They have been pushing for reforms of the global financial architecture, that is the World Bank and the IMF. So these are common interests. We have similar goals with regard to climate change and climate action. So, though Latin America is quite far away and the region has not received adequate attention, today the diplomacy has been stepped up. The trade is increasing. The trade has crossed $50 billion, and easily there is a potential to take this up to 200 to $250 billion. Latin America is a region that can provide the key supplies and raw materials that we are looking for, from lithium to oil to gas. And that's why our engagement with all the nations here is very, very critical. We have opened new embassies in Paraguay and Dominican Republic. Our engagement has been stepped up with resource rich countries like Argentina, Chile, Bolivia. Generally, our focus was just limited to Brazil and few other countries. But now, all the countries here they have become a priority. Just like Africa, Latin America is also blessed with mineral wealth. For example, look at the lithium triangle, right? That covers the ABC countries: Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. This belt in South America is one of the largest known lithium deposits. It's very rich in lithium deposits. It's blessed with other critical minerals, rare earths as well: copper, graphite, nickel, and few other rare earth elements are believed to be present in South American countries. South American countries like Chile are the leading producer of copper, which is critical in electronics and as well as in battery and other related industries that are so crucial for critical emerging technologies and clean energy. So these countries can be the reliable suppliers of critical minerals and strategic minerals to India. Plus, we can collaborate in social development. For example, the Brazilian model, right, can be an inspiration for welfare programs in India. India's welfare initiatives can inspire similar governance models in South America. India is looking to push DPI and UPI in Latin America as well. Then, in the field of agriculture, in the field of healthcare, IT, AI, right? There are numerous possibilities that are available. Especially Brazil is a major leader in technology. It's a fast emerging economy like India. So we are part of institutions like BRICS, IBSA, and BASIC. These groups bring India, Brazil, and South Africa together. That's the common factor here, right? The common factor in these groups are Brazil, India, and South Africa. Three big democracies from three continents, from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So they work together to push for reforms of global governance structures, multilateral institutions, and global financial architecture. Then strengthening and diversifying global supply chains is dependent on India Latin America ties. Because, see, this is where China is very dominant. China already has access to several Latin American mines of lithium, and China has end to end control from exploration to mining to processing, refining, and distribution. China controls the supply chains here. It has expanded the Belt and Road investments. It has built strategic ports from Peru to Brazil to Central America. Chinese companies even control the operations at Panama Canal, the strategic canal that links Pacific with the Atlantic Ocean. So that is the extent of Chinese influence which has been built up. So India is also doing its bit. PM Modi recently visited Guyana, a country with a very, very large Indian community, right? And recently there has been a big oil discovery in the Essequibo Basin where it shares borders with Venezuela. So this triggered a border dispute between them over the Essequibo region. The former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro started making illegitimate claims over the territory of Guyana in order to access the Essequibo oil delta. So this briefly resulted in border tensions between them. But India is working with Guyana, making investments in its oil sector. And PM Modi also stepped up the engagement with the Caribbean nations during the visit. He took part in the CARICOM summit. The CARICOM is a regional group of the Caribbean nations, the Caribbean community. Since we have strong diaspora relations, close cultural ties, India has started the India CARICOM summit. It was launched in 2019. That was the first summit. And during the recent visit, the second India CARICOM summit was also organized. So during the CARICOM summit, PM Modi has laid down a new acronym, the seven key pillars that expands CARICOM into a new acronym to focus on capacity building, that is, India assisting them in training, skill development, agriculture, food security, renewable energy and climate change, innovation, technology and trade, even cricket and culture. Cricket is a common uh, cultural link, a soft power link that binds us, and ocean economy and maritime security, medicine and healthcare. In many of these countries, even in Africa and Latin America, the Ayush forms of alternate medicine remains popular because of the Indian community and the Indian diaspora presence. So promoting our trade, our cultural ties, our engagement with Caribbean nations is also a focus. So last year, PM Modi visited a Caribbean nation, Trinidad and Tobago, located over here off the coast of Venezuela. Trinidad Tobago also has a very large Indian community. India is rolling out its UPI in Trinidad and Tobago, and we are offering concessional loans for developmental projects in Trinidad and Tobago. Then during this visit, PM Modi also covered Argentina, mainly because of its lithium deposits, right? Argentina in the Catamarca province, which is part of the lithium triangle that we discussed. It's blessed with massive lithium deposits, and India's public sector company, Kabil, Kanij Bidesh India Limited, has secured its first foreign mine contract in Catamarca province, which you can see here. to mine lithium and ensure that we have a reliable supply of critical minerals. Then India will be assisting Argentina to revive its economy because Argentina's economy has been mismanaged. It has massive inflation, job opportunities have collapsed. So India is looking to work with Argentina to strengthen its economy, to introduce UPI and assist in its economic growth and development and healthcare sector especially. So these new relations are being nurtured in Latin America region, which highlights the focus and priority that we are giving to every nook and corner of the world. So on this note, I bring this long marathon session to an end. What we have done is we have basically covered all the important relationships of India, not just the neighborhood, but across the world, covering different regions and important bilateral relationships as well. So this is more than sufficient to help you answer most of the IR questions, right? And we will have few more separate sessions on FTAs, on all major wars and conflicts, and important organizations and groupings. So this will bring it up in July August period. So before the mains exam, you will have complete content, answer ready content that you can directly use in the mains exam. So I hope this session was useful and beneficial. If you benefited, do press the like button, share your comments. Please let me know if you want these other IR sessions and security and disaster management marathons as well. I'll be more than happy to take it up in July and August period. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Thanks for watching. Good night.